were magnetized, and she was being pulled toward him and absorbed. Without thinking or rationale, she slipped the phone away from her ear and hit the button for the speakerphone option, and then she got up, moving toward Drake. She set the phone face up on his desk and would have stood beside it while she conversed with her parents, but just as her mother's familiar voice came over the speaker, Drake caught her wrist and tugged her around the corner and into his lap. He then reached for the phone, sliding it so it was closer to Evangeline. Suddenly, she didn't feel as nervous. Calm pervaded her frazzled nerves, and she soaked in Drake's strength and his show of support. "Hi, Mama," Evangeline said in a cheerful voice. "Evangeline? Is that you? Did you lose your phone? I almost didn't answer. I get so many of those annoying telemarketers and scams claiming I owe the IRS some obscene amount of money. It's ridiculous, I tell you. When a person can't even answer her own phone without being harassed by someone who can't even pronounce the word penalty or taxes owed. But then I remembered it was your area code, and well, what if something had happened to you and someone was trying to notify me? I'd feel awful if I ignored that call." Drake's lips twitched in amusement, and his eyes gleamed with mirth. "I'm fine, Mama," Evangeline said, hastening to reassure her mother before her imagination ran wild and she conjured all sorts of horrific things that had happened to her daughter. Her mom had been convinced that Evangeline would be mugged, raped, or murdered within the first week in such a sinful city. She and Evangeline's father had pleaded with her not to move to New York, and they hadn't wanted her so far away from them. To say they were extremely overprotective of Evangeline was an understatement. She bit into her bottom lip, knowing that when she explained her situation, her mother, and her father, would freak out and beg her to come home. Drake gave her a comforting squeeze and a nod of encouragement that was badly needed. In that moment, she wanted to bury herself in his broad chest and just hold on tight. "I have a new phone. The old one, well, it crashed on me, and I can't be without a means of communication." She winced at the white lie, because she never lied, and she didn't like the feeling of dishonesty. Guilt swelled in her gut, and she prayed for forgiveness for this one fib. "Oh, of course. I'm glad you did the sensible thing and bought a new one right away," her mother said. "It wouldn't do at all for you to live in that big city and not have a way of calling for help. What if you got hurt? Or someone attacked you? Why, just the other day, I read a news article about 2 women who were accosted in New York City. You can't be too safe these days." Evangeline flinched, closing her eyes as the lie swelled and grew, because she hadn't bought the phone. Drake had. So far, Drake had bought everything. She sat in Drake's lap and listened as her mother extolled the dangers of living in a city where one's neighbors couldn't be counted on, and people would walk right by someone in need. She had tried to explain to her mother the stereotype of New York, and that in fact it was quite safe, even if Evangeline lived in a sketchy area. Or rather, she used to. Yet one more thing she had to tell her mother. But her mother refused to believe that a city as large as New York could possibly be safe, and had told Evangeline that she was a sweet and trusting soul, and cautioned her on a regular basis not to let herself be misguided. Oh, how misguided her mother would think she was presently, throwing caution to the wind and handing her life over to a man she'd known mere days. Drake shook against her, and she glanced sharply at him, wondering what was wrong, but she saw him silently laughing, amusement clearly showing on his features. Mama, is Daddy close to you? Can you put him on too? I have some things to tell y'all." "Of course." There was a long pause, as her mother seemed to digest Evangeline's request, which wasn't unusual, so Evangeline could only think there was something in her voice that her mother had picked up on. "Honey, is everything all right?" her mother asked anxiously.
"Evangeline, how are you, baby?"
Her father's raspy voice washed warmly over Evangeline's ears, making her momentarily so homesick that she couldn't breathe. Drake squeezed her, and she sighed. Whether in person or over the telephone, she telegraphed her emotions like a freaking jumbotron in Times Square. "I'm fine, Daddy," she said lightly. "The question is, how are you? How have you been feeling lately?"
"I get by just fine," he said gruffly. "You're worrying your mother, so you need to spit out whatever it is you want to tell us so she doesn't get her feathers all in a ruffle."
She couldn't help but soften all over and smile. God, she missed them. More than anything, she wanted to go home and see them, but the cost of an airline ticket was money she wouldn't be able to give her parents, and right now, they needed financial support more than they needed her to visit. But then Drake was changing all of that. Maybe? She shook herself from that train of thought. Her parents might be taken care of, a fact she was grateful for, but Evangeline had no job now, and no means of raising the amount of money needed to visit her family. She was truly dependent on Drake for everything, and her heart sank at the ramifications of that fact. "I'm no longer waitressing at the pub," Evangeline said, deciding to start with the more minor announcements and work her way up to the more shocking ones. "Praise God," her mother said fervently.
"Good,"
her father said in a firm tone.
"I never did like you in a place like that. A bar is no place for a good girl like you. I hated that you had to do it because I can't provide for my own family anymore."
Her heart ached at the pain in her dad's voice. Didn't he know that she'd do anything at all, to give back all they'd given her when she was growing up? Drake's hand rubbed up and down her arm, pausing at her shoulder, before resuming the idle motion. He was solidly absorbed in the conversation now, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I've also met someone," Evangeline said softly. As she spoke, she glanced up at Drake, pleading silently for him to understand the fabrication she was about to create. Her mother and father simply wouldn't understand. The nature of Evangeline's relationship with Drake would baffle them, and she had no doubt the both of them would be on the next flight. Wait, no, her father would make her mother drive all the way to New York because he'd be carrying his shotgun, and he'd pepper Drake's ass with buckshot for dishonoring his little girl. "I work for him now," she hedged. "It's a good job, fantastic salary, and benefits," she added hastily for Drake's hearing. His eyes gleamed and his white teeth flashed. He looked so incredibly hot that she could feel her body jumpstart and come to life. Her nipples puckered and strained outward, and she wiggled uncomfortably on his lap in an effort to alleviate the sensitivity between her legs. "Why, that's wonderful, dear," her mother gushed. "When do we get to meet him?" Evangeline panicked, avoiding Drake's gaze, because she wasn't going to be presumptuous. Not when he, as he'd bluntly told her, called all the shots. "Soon," Evangeline said vaguely. "But there's more. He didn't like me working at the pub." Before she could continue, her father interrupted.
"Good. Sounds like a man with a good head on his shoulders, and like someone who'll look after my little girl. I'm glad he talked some sense into your head."
Drake chuckled, covering the sound with his hand, while Evangeline glared at him. "When he insisted on knowing why I worked such long and late hours there, I told him that I was working to help my family." Her mother emitted a sound of distress, and Evangeline closed her eyes, knowing how important her pride was to her. Something she and Evangeline's father had passed on to her. "He wants to help," Evangeline continued, trying to cover the awkward moment. "He's adamant that I no longer work there, so he's going to wire money into your account tomorrow." I wanted to call to let you know so you didn't think it was a mistake or draw the wrong conclusion." Her mother gasped in surprise, but recovered quickly. "Just how well do you know this man, Evangeline? Does he treat you well? You can always come home. You know that. We'll get by. We always have." It was then that Drake surprised her and picked up the phone, turning off the speaker as he put the phone to his ear. Before she could demand he give the phone back to her, he began speaking to her mother.
"Mrs. Hawthorne, my name is Drake Donovan, and I care a great deal for your daughter, and where she was working is a dangerous place."
Evangeline launched a protest, only to be immediately silenced by a firm squeeze from the arm surrounding her body.
"Not only that, the apartment building she lived in is not in a good neighborhood and is not well maintained. She lived on the 7th floor and the elevators haven't worked in at least a year. Her locks were so flimsy a child could break in. I was not going to idly stand by and allow her to continue endangering herself when I'm in a position to help in any way I can, and I intend to do just that. My first priority is Evangeline, and as you are her first priority, then you are important to me as well, because I want her to be happy. But most of all, I want her to be safe. She was working herself to the bone, exposed to men who would think nothing of hurting her, and that I will not allow under any circumstances. I understand your concerns. I share them. But rest assured, Evangeline will be perfectly safe under my protection and care, and I think we can all agree that if you are provided for financially, that will be one less burden she has to bear."
There was a prolonged silence on Drake's end, as he intently listened to whatever her parents were saying, and she was squirming with frustration and impatience at being left out of a very important conversation concerning her. The longer she sat there, trapped by Drake's hold, the angrier she grew, until she was seething with it. She will be under my constant protection, and she will be residing with me from now on. She will be safe at all times, and her happiness is of utmost importance to me, something I think the three of us share. I would not be much of a man if I did not do everything possible to alleviate Evangeline's worry and stress, and part of that is ensuring that the people she loves most are provided for. In the past, she took on that task single-handedly. That's going to change starting now. Now she has me. I will gladly provide you with all my contact numbers, as well as the phone number of our residents, and you should have Evangeline's new number now that she has called you. You are welcome to call at any time. However, if you should have any concerns, and especially if you have need of anything, I would prefer you go through me, just so Evangeline has caused no unnecessary worry." Evangeline gave Drake a stricken look. Was he cutting off her communication with her parents? Was he restricting her access to them? He hugged her to him and brushed a kiss across her brow as he listened to her parents' response. "Good," he finally responded. "It would appear we are all in agreement in this matter." Evangeline felt the burn of helpless tears. Everyone but me. But the words remained unspoken, only echoing in her mind. "Yes, sir, I completely understand, and in your position I would feel exactly the same. And I make you a promise. Evangeline will always be safe with me, and I'll move heaven and earth to make her happy, and not regret her decision to give me her trust." But she was already regretting it. No matter that it appeared her parents, in particular her father, had given their blessing on the whole messed-up situation. Because she felt the ends holding her together, her life loosening and starting to unravel faster and faster, and her control evaporating under Drake's dominance. She wondered how she could possibly remain intact under someone as powerful and demanding as Drake, without becoming someone altogether different from who she was. Evangeline. She might not have much, but she'd always known who she was and where she stood. Now Drake threatened everything. She was so shaken by what had just transpired, And perhaps she'd been too caught up in the whole Cinderella fairy tale that she hadn't truly comprehended the magnitude of what she'd agreed to. Or perhaps she'd known exactly what she was getting into, and that secret part of herself that had reveled in Drake's authority had asserted itself and reached out for something she'd been missing, an essential part of herself that would have been denied. She could resist and risk being unfulfilled, thus returning to her ordinary, predictable life. Or she could embrace the unknown but tantalizing life Drake was offering her, and perhaps discover who she truly was, and what the real Evangeline wanted. 18. Drake knew Evangeline was upset and off balance when she hastily scrambled from his lap when his phone call to her parents had ended, and she'd muttered some excuse about needing to touch up her makeup. He wasn't going to call her out on it or remind her that she'd promised to relinquish control to him and that she'd given him her trust. He didn't want to ruin the night he had planned for her. And it was understandable the way she'd reacted. The more he got to know her and peeled back the delicate layers that made up the woman he now called his, he liked who and what he saw. He was fiercely proud of her. He was asshole enough to admit that rarely had he truly felt respect and admiration for, much less pride in, any of the women he associated with. But his angel was on a completely different plane. She was a challenge he simply could not resist, even if he wanted to. And he definitely wanted her, the entire package, and he was anticipating every step in their relationship. He just hoped like hell that she could manage to handle all that he dished out, because he planned to return in equal measure everything she gave to him. She was a woman deceptively fragile and naive-looking, but with an inner core of steel. And after listening in on her conversation with her parents, and then speaking to them himself, he also realized that he'd come to some errant conclusions where her parents were concerned. He'd been angry. No, not angry. He'd been furious at what he'd considered a case where two people who should have been protecting Evangeline were in fact taking horrible advantage of her. Now, after hearing the obvious love and affection the three of them held for one another, he knew that her parents didn't like Evangeline giving up so much for them any more than Drake did. It was Evangeline who was determined that she would do everything in her power to provide for the people who'd loved and raised her. Not many young women would put their life on hold indefinitely in order to do the right thing. Only he had heard the relief in both her mother's and her father's voices when Drake had told them she would never work in the pub again and that he would ensure her safety at all times. In retrospect, he was glad he'd muted the phone before interrupting the conversation, because hearing what her parents had said would only hurt her and make her feel the worst sort of failure. They didn't want financial help at the cost of their daughter. Yes, they most certainly needed the money she sent them on a regular basis, but they'd rather have Evangeline in school and happy, leading her own life, than tying her future up in her parents, always putting their needs before hers. They were obviously both guilt-ridden and wanted more and better for the daughter they clearly adored. Drake intended to make that happen for Evangeline, and by proxy, her parents. Her father was especially concerned, because he'd informed Drake, in a tone that could not be mistaken for anything but the warning it was, that Evangeline hadn't had boyfriends in high school, though plenty of boys came sniffing around. As a result, she had little experience and was entirely too trusting. It worried him that she lacked the sophistication of the urbanites in New York City and would be taken advantage of. Yet another thing that Drake and Evangeline's father wholeheartedly agreed upon. But it was the last thing her father had said that had rattled Drake's usually unshakable composure. He'd told Drake that Evangeline kept mainly to herself, shunning relationships, never seeing or recognizing her own appeal. But when Evangeline loved, she loved with her entire heart and soul, and never would a woman be more loyal or true to the man she loved. And that if Drake ended up being that man, he would be the most fortunate man in the world. He nearly cursed as he waited for Evangeline to make her appearance. He wanted her to smile, to be happy and to shine, to light up the entire room when she made her appearance in the private box he'd arranged for her. Her every whim would be catered to, and no expense would be spared when it came to her enjoyment of her surprise. He was saved any further introspection when Evangeline reappeared, her makeup refreshed, but there was a dullness in her eyes he didn't like at all. Something was clearly bothering her, and he wanted her to be happy and enjoy her night, not be miles away in her head. He sighed and held out his hand, gratified when she complied, and walked to where he still sat behind his desk. He pulled her once more into his lap, but this time she didn't relax in his hold and melt into his body as she'd done before. Angel, we have an agreement. If something is bothering you, no matter how big or small, you are to confide in me, and it's obvious you have something on your mind. I want nothing to ruin this night for you, so until you tell me what's going on in that head of yours, you stay here with me. She looked sad. Damn it. He didn't like his reaction to her obvious unhappiness, or that it mattered so much to him. Then she turned to look at him, fear and trepidation reflected in her eyes. You told my parents to call you, not me, that you didn't want me to worry unnecessarily. Are you cutting off my access to them? Will the only information I get about them come from you now? Will I even be allowed to speak to them? He cursed softly, realizing how she could have misconstrued the one-sided conversation she'd heard. That is not at all my intention. They are free to contact you, and you are free to contact them. However, if they have a need, I expect them to come to me and not you, because I won't have you worrying over something I have the power to fix. Slowly she nodded, her body sagging with relief. Then she cast a sorrowful look at him. I'm sorry. I'm failing you already. I promised to trust you, and yet I question you at the first opportunity. In ordinary circumstances, yes, Drake would be impatient and pissed. He would already have cut a woman loose for Evangeline's transgressions. But Evangeline's were understandable, and he couldn't bring himself to admonish her when her worries centered on others and not herself. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. You haven't failed me, Angel. I imagine we will both make mistakes in our relationship's infancy. You be patient with me, and I'll be patient with you. She smiled, the sparkle back in her eyes. Now what's this about my surprise? He touched the bare expanse of her back, unable to stifle the urge to simply touch her silken skin. I believe I said that first we would eat. You must be starving. Besides, it's not time yet for your surprise. Her mouth turned down into a cute pout, though he doubted it was intentional, or that she even realized she was pouting. Then she frowned and glanced downward at her dress in disgust. I probably should have eaten before changing. I'll probably make a mess of my dress, and I'll have to do my makeup all over again. No, you won't, Drake said calmly, because every bite you eat will come from my hand. She turned, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes, my angel. You're going to sit right here in my lap while I feed you, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. And if there's any mess on your mouth, I'll be more than happy to clean it up for you. Her look was puzzled. Why would you want to feed me? Isn't that something I should do for you as your submissive? It was the first time she'd overtly acknowledged and said aloud what she was, and it pleased him that it came naturally with no thought or hesitation. He gave her a squeeze, letting her know he was pleased with her question and the acceptance in her voice. I too have responsibilities as your dominant, he said. Yes, you obey me, answer only to me, but it is also my job to take care of you and see to your every need. The act of feeding my woman is very intimate, and it's something I enjoy. Therefore you are pleasing me. Oh, she said softly, a thoughtful look creasing her brow as she processed his explanation. A knock sounded, heralding the arrival of the food Drake had ordered to be sent up. Evangeline tensed, but he kept his arm around her, so she didn't bolt from his lap, and he gave her a warning squeeze that had her immediately relaxing against him once more. Come, Drake said. The door opened, and one of the kitchen staff pushed a cart from the elevator and hurriedly began carrying over the plates to Drake's desk, arranging the entrees and utensils, and poured wine for both Drake and Evangeline. Mere seconds later, he and Evangeline were alone once again. He tightened his hold on her, pulling her closer to him so she rested against his chest, and so he could reach around her to still be able to use the arm holding her as he cut the succulent steak into bite-sized pieces. Then he speared a piece and gently held it to her lips, waiting for her to open her mouth and accept his offering. Her tongue ran nervously over her lips, making him almost groan, before she parted them and allowed the fork to slide sensuously into her mouth. She made a small humming noise as she chewed. Good? He asked. Very, she said in a husky voice. As he continued feeding her, pausing from time to time to take a bite himself, she relaxed more and more until she was completely molded to his body. He could feel the motions of her chewing and swallowing, how her body moved against his, and he was seized by contentment that had eluded him for far too long. He noticed that every time he ate a bite and then forked a bite into her mouth, she took her time, holding on to the fork and allowing it to slide over her tongue, as if she were absorbing every part of his tongue that had just touched what was now in her mouth. It was completely innocent. He doubted she was cognizant of what she was doing, but it was arousing as hell, and his erection was no doubt making a permanent imprint on her ass. Discomfort be damned. He wasn't moving even an inch to alleviate the ache in his groin, because he liked her exactly where she was. She was his. She belonged to him. He could have her any time, any way he wanted, and he savored that knowledge. Never had he taken things with a woman this slowly, but Evangeline wasn't just any woman, and for her, the waiting made things all the sweeter. But tonight, later, when he took her home, he would show her his dominance and demand her submission, physically. His angel was tough. Her looks were deceiving, as was her naivete. She possessed more inner strength than most men he knew, and yet she had the softest, sweetest spirit that captivated others on sight. He had no doubt that what he had planned was nothing she wasn't ready for and couldn't take. He just wished that the night were over so he could take her home and sate the erotic fantasies that had taken over his entire being since the moment he'd first laid eyes on her. Finally, Evangeline leaned all the way back into Drake's embrace, tucking her head beneath his chin, and let out a contented sigh. I can't eat another bite. I want to, but I'm about to die. I'm so full," she said ruefully. He pushed the plate away and enfolded her in both arms, enjoying the feel of so much feminine softness in his arms. There wasn't a better feeling than holding a contented woman against him. Contentment he was responsible for. It was a huge ego boost, and he could readily admit that. He nuzzled his face into her hair, being careful not to mess up the elegant knot she'd arranged, or else she'd flee to the bathroom and redo it all over again, and he much preferred her to stay right where she was for the time being. "You were right," she said softly, her breath softly whispering over his skin. Curiosity overcame him, because he was fast learning that Evangeline spoke whatever was on her mind, and he was positive that he would never be able to predict exactly what was on her mind at any given time. "What was I right about, Angel?" "It is very intimate to have someone feed you," she confessed. "I would have thought it silly before, but it aroused me." He smiled at her inherent honesty, applauding his decision to make a blonde-haired, blue-eyed angel his. "It aroused me as well," he said huskily. "Too bad you made other plans for me," she said in a mischievous voice. He chuckled. "Oh, don't worry, Angel. I have more planned for tonight than just your surprise. In fact, I have a lot planned for when we get home." She squirmed on his lap, obviously turned on by his insinuation, and he nearly groaned out loud, because her squirming was not helping his dick, and the fact that he wanted nothing more than to bury his dick as deep inside her as possible. She sighed. "You're such a tease, Drake. How am I supposed to enjoy my surprise now when I know what happens after?" He cupped her breast through the thin layer of the dress she wore and thumbed at her nipple until it was hard and jutting outward. And then he captured her gasp with his mouth as he kissed her long and hard until both of them were struggling to catch their breath. "You have a good time, and then we both will have a good time together." 19. The ride home was unnervingly silent, but at least Evangeline sat nestled against Drake's hard body, curled underneath his arm, her cheek resting against his broad chest. His hold was possessive, which she'd decided at some point over the past few days she liked. She liked it a lot. She felt as though for the first time she belonged, that she fit in, though the idea of her fitting into his glittering, excessive lifestyle was absurd. And yet there it was. She had her first real sense of belonging since she'd left her parents' home to move to the city. Who would have ever thought that she would have had so much fun in the very club she'd endured such humiliation in just a short time ago? Short in literal time, and yet it seemed a lifetime ago. So much had happened since that fateful night. In a twisted, really screwed-up way, her decision to agree to her girlfriend's plan, and the subsequent disaster that ensued, was responsible for where she was now, and more importantly, whom she was with now. As her mother always said, fate worked in mysterious ways, and trying to predict the future was like trying to prevent water from sliding through your fingers. She sighed, and snuggled a little closer into Drake's side. Drake's head turned in her direction, his chin rubbing over the top of her head. "What was the sigh about?" he asked. She made a shrugging motion and pushed her face into his chest. For once, she didn't blurt out the truth. How could she explain what she didn't even fully understand herself? Not to mention that while her experience with men was limited, she was pretty sure uttering words like fate this early in a relationship would cause most men to hit the brakes hard. She was getting ahead of herself, and needed to remember, for the first time in her life, not to focus on next year, next month, next week. Live in the moment. Today. Take each day as it came, and enjoy the ride. Surprisingly, Drake didn't question her further. Perhaps he sensed her sudden introspection. They rode the rest of the way in silence, his warmth surrounding her like a cocoon. When they arrived at Drake's apartment, he pulled her from the car in his gentle grasp and wrapped a protective arm around her body as he hurried her toward the entrance. Then he dismissed the two men who had accompanied him, men she hadn't even noticed until then, and they promptly melted into the shadows, leaving her to wonder if she'd imagined their presence. When they exited the elevator, Drake took off his suit jacket and tossed it, as he did every other time he arrived in his apartment, over the coat rack just inside the door, and he began unbuttoning his sleeves, rolling them carelessly upward, as he sought to make himself more comfortable. "Did my angel enjoy her night in the club?" Drake asked. "Although you rather reminded me of a princess holding court among your many admirers. You were quite the hit on and off the dance floor." He smiled indulgently at her, as she flushed with sudden self-consciousness. Initially, she'd been nearly as excited about a night out at Impulse as one might be over a funeral, but she had to admit she'd actually had fun once she loosened up and let herself go with it. Being a VIP was pretty cool, but being Princess VIP, as Maddox had quickly dubbed her, was unlike anything she'd ever imagined. She'd compared everything that had happened so far to a fairy tale on more than one occasion, but tonight, it was like a high-tech, futuristic, absolutely rocking fantasy that put the traditional tellings of fairy tales to shame. She'd smiled, she'd laughed, complete strangers had been nice to her, and even as badass as Drake was, there was no possible way he could have arranged on such short notice for an entire club full of people to all play roles and pretend to suffer her existence. So the only possible conclusion to be had was that magic had happened. Somewhere out there, she had an invisible fairy godmother who'd waved her magic wand and altered Evangeline's entire reality. And the best part? It was well past midnight, and her prince was standing right in front of her with an absolutely delicious look on his face. She threw herself into his arms, hugging him fiercely. "Thank you. It was the best evening ever. But my favorite part was the time we spent together alone in your office, when you fed me." She promptly blushed, discomfited that she'd just put it out there like that. She made herself sound like a satisfied cat purring because her master had given her a treat. He cupped her chin and lifted it so their gazes met. "I'm very glad you enjoyed being fed by my hand, because it's something I plan to do often. I am very serious about taking care of you, Evangeline, in all ways. And tonight, I'm going to show you a side of me and yourself that until now you haven't seen or experienced. Are you ready for that?" She swallowed nervously, but trust burned tightly in her chest, and excitement scuttled through her belly, suddenly making her jittery with anticipation. Her mouth went dry, and she ran her tongue over her bottom lip. He reacted visibly to her innocent action, his gaze burning a heated trail over her mouth, and then lower, and lower still. "Go into the bedroom and undress," he said softly. "I want your hair down, but leave the stockings and the shoes on. I want you positioned hands and knees on the bed with your knees as far to the edge as you can comfortably support yourself without falling off. I'll give you a moment to prepare while I make a few calls." Though Drake's tone had been unhurried, the last thing Evangeline wanted was to not be prepared when he made his appearance. So she hurriedly went into the bedroom and undressed, ignoring the natural modesty that screamed in mortification at the explicit set of instructions Drake had given her. She removed everything, carefully putting all the gifts Drake had given her into one of the small jewelry boxes that had accompanied one of the presents. She tossed her dress into the closet along with the shoes and quickly shed her undergarments, and then remembered he'd wanted her stockings and heels to remain on. Cursing, she slipped her heels back on and then took her bra and panties off, not daring to check her appearance in the mirror as she hastily unpinned her hair. She didn't want to know what she looked like or what Drake would see when he entered the room. When she returned to the bed, she eyed it nervously, mentally going over the directions Drake had given her and wondering just how to position herself accordingly. Finally, she crawled onto the bed, planting her palms firmly into the mattress and inching her knees back until they were on the edge of the mattress, her legs and heels dangling from the bed. She felt intensely vulnerable, knowing she wouldn't be able to see Drake when he entered the room, since she was faced away from the doorway, and she wondered if he'd purposely instructed her so that he would have the element of surprise. She already knew he wanted, demanded, the upper hand in everything. Then she wondered if she'd hurried too much, and how long she would have to wait there in this position, because Drake hadn't been specific about how many phone calls he had to make, or how long they'd take. Again, something he likely had done to draw out her anticipation. Her entire body was on fire, tingling, as she imagined what he would do, how he would touch her, how rough and demanding he would be. She remembered his warning after he'd made love to her that first night, that she'd needed it like it should have been her first time, but it wouldn't always be like that with him. She shivered, far from being afraid. She found herself eager to feel the moment when he unleashed his power on her. She should be afraid, and yet she couldn't summon true fear of him. She feared the unknown, not knowing exactly what he planned, but she didn't fear him. It had taken months for Eddie to coax her into his bed. And even then, despite thinking that he was the one, she hadn't truly wanted to take that step with him. Now she realized she hadn't completely trusted him, and rightly so. And yet after mere hours in Drake's presence, he'd given her a mind-blowing orgasm, and then he'd made such exquisite love to her that Eddie, or rather her experience with Eddie, was nothing more than a distant and fast-fading memory. An unwanted one at that. She closed her eyes, giving herself over to the euphoria slowly creeping over her body, leaving her in a lethargic, passion-induced fog. So immersed was she in that warm, hazy cloud that she didn't immediately register Drake's presence in the room. Not until he wrapped his hand in her hair, bunching the strands together in his grasp and pulling slightly so her head came up, was she fully aware of the fact that he was standing right behind her. Then he pushed forward, forcing her face to the mattress, instructing her to turn so her cheek was pressed against the bed and she could breathe. Then, to her utter astonishment, he pulled both her hands behind her to rest in the small of her back and began looping rope around both wrists, tightly restraining her. A protest lodged in her throat, and she swallowed it away, refusing to show any resistance to the first display of Drake's dominance. Sexually. The forceful way he had her do his bidding excited her. That she had absolutely no control over the situation only heightened her anticipation. Already her breaths were coming in small pants. Every muscle in her body was rigid. Her nipples were so rigid that any pressure against them was sheer torture, and a pulse had begun between her legs that had her twisting restlessly in an effort to relieve the ache. "Do not move," Drake said harshly, causing her to jump and refocus. He reinforced his dictate with a sharp smack to her bottom. At first it stunned her as fire spread over the cheek he'd not so delicately spanked. But almost as soon as the burn and the pain began, pleasure immediately took over, sending a warm glow over her skin. She was dizzy, balancing on the razor's edge between pain and pleasure, and Drake was apparently an expert in knowing a woman's limits. She closed her eyes at that thought, or it would ruin her entire night. She didn't want to know how many women had come before her or would come after. She only wanted to experience all the pleasure Drake could give her, no matter how long their relationship lasted. His palms massaged the globes of her bottom, and then his fingers dipped low, one sliding inside her vagina, and he delicately fingered the walls as they desperately clenched around him, wanting more, wanting him. Not just his fingers. She wanted all of him. Now that she knew she could accommodate his size, she was eager to enjoy his possession of her as often as she could, because she knew deep in her heart that there would never be another man who would pleasure her as Drake would. There would never be another man so in tune with her who would go to such great lengths to give her what she wanted and needed. "Tonight is for me," he murmured. "There will not be a single part of your body that will not bear the mark or feel of my possession. I'm going to brand you so there is no question as to whom you belong to, body and soul." She sighed, closing her eyes, as she languidly allowed the forceful words to wash over her like a gentle mist. She needed this, wanted it. The realization was swift and shocking. But after being the caretaker for so long, always the one to take over and make decisions and to accomplish whatever needed to be done, for once, someone was doing those things for her, taking away the necessity of her making all the decisions and bearing the responsibility. With Drake, she could simply let go and enjoy being under his control. "My angel can take a lot," he said. "You look like and are such a fucking innocent. A rarity because of the treasure you are, beautiful on the inside and out. But you mask an inner strength most men don't possess. So I have no doubt you can take whatever I dish out tonight, and that you'll enjoy every bit." She shivered, and a soft moan escaped her parted lips, and Drake squeezed her ass with one hand, while probing even deeper into her pussy with his other hand. She'd already grown to know when he was pleased by his body language and the way he touched her, and she knew he liked her response, her simple moan of acceptance and of arousal. Something Drake had said in the very beginning floated across her mind. "You don't get to tell me no. Ever." It should have alarmed her, because she was at his complete mercy, and he could do whatever he chose in this moment, and there was nothing she could do to stop him. But she didn't want him to, and she realized she trusted him as much on a physical level as on the emotional level she'd already acknowledged. This man would not hurt her. Even though he'd said tonight was about him, she had no doubt that she would derive every bit as much pleasure from it as he would. He delivered another stinging smack to her other cheek, and this time she didn't jump, and the pain didn't even register, because she knew that pleasure would instantly override any initial discomfort. Another low moan escaped her breathlessly, and he swore softly as he eased his fingers from inside her. "You like that," he said, his satisfaction evident in his words. "You went so fucking wet around my fingers when I spanked that sweet ass. And I'm going to fuck that ass, Angel. But I'm going to work you up before I do. I'm going to make you so mindless that you'll beg me to fuck your ass." Her eyes widened in shock, because she'd never even contemplated anal sex. It was definitely at the top of her list of hell no things she never wanted to experiment with. But with Drake, not that he'd give her any choice, but she found herself not so unwilling to try and accept whatever he chose to do to her. "I won't hurt you, Angel," he said softly. "I'll push you. I'll test your limits. And while you'll ride the edge between pleasure and pain, you'll feel far more pleasure, and you'll also learn that when a man knows what he's doing, pain is pleasure. The mixture can be heady, and unlike anything you've ever experienced before. But it's my job not to take you too far, and make sure the pleasure far outweighs any pain you feel." The sincerity in his voice made her melt, and she suddenly felt eager for him to begin. She wanted to experience every single thing he'd promised. She twisted and squirmed restlessly, her body already going up in flames at mere words. How much more intoxicating would it be when he put into action those things he'd promised her? It earned her another smack on her plump ass, something he didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he'd acted nothing but approving of her body, imperfect as it was. She had a smaller waist, but it was far from flat, and it was squishy in places, much like her breasts. But her hips flared, giving a rounded shape that seemed almost out of proportion to her waist, and even her breasts. And her backside was plump, too plump for Evangeline's liking, which was why she rarely wore form-fitting clothing. The only problem was that since Drake had prearranged most of the clothing she had purchased, it had nearly all been form-fitting, and what he considered sexy on her. Nothing he'd said, either verbally or in his body language, suggested he found anything wrong with her plumpness. Evangeline's girlfriends rolled their eyes and reprimanded her every time she used the word plump when describing herself. But what was the use in lying to herself? She had a mirror, and she could see she was not what society viewed as the perfect woman. And Drake, who could have much more desirable women with the flick of his fingers, had chosen her, and grew angry when she downplayed her assets or lack thereof, and he very bluntly told her it was bullshit. And then she remembered that night when he'd said in a very straightforward manner that in no way appeared to be him saying stuff to placate her, that the other women had treated her as they did because they weren't as beautiful as Evangeline, and that hers was a natural beauty that most women spent hundreds of thousands of dollars chasing, but could never achieve what Evangeline had been gifted with naturally. How on earth was she supposed to react to that? She knew she wasn't ugly, but neither was she anything earth-shattering. She was simply average, in between. And yet Drake saw her differently. It was there in his eyes when he watched her, unaware that she studied him covertly. For whatever reason, he was attracted to her, and furthermore, she had a hard time believing he did all the things he'd done for her in their very short acquaintance that he regularly did with his other women. He'd ensured that her friends and family were taken care of, because he hadn't wanted her to have that worry any longer. He wanted her to relinquish all control and cede ultimate power to him. God, she loved the thought of that way more than she should as an independent woman well used to providing for herself and her family with no help from anyone. Drake's voice broke into her contemplation, a bite to his voice. "Are you here with me, Evangeline? Because if there's something else you have to be doing, by all means don't let me keep you." She blinked and turned as much as she could so she could look at him, and she nearly flinched at the undisguised anger in his voice. Shit. She'd checked out on him, and she doubted anyone ever made that mistake. "I was thinking," she said softly, honestly. She knew no other way to be, even to her detriment. "About?" he prompted in an icy tone. "Because when I'm fucking you, I better be the only goddamn thing on your mind, or we have a serious problem here." "I was thinking about how beautiful you make me feel," she said, her voice so sincere he couldn't possibly think she was being deceitful. "I've never felt beautiful before. Not until you. It's an unnerving sensation, and yet it's the most wonderful feeling in the world. And—" She paused, but Drake was still looking at her, though his expression had lost the iciness and anger. "And," he said, more gently than before, "that while I already acknowledged to myself that I trust you on an emotional level, I realized here and now, when you could do anything to me you wanted, that I'm utterly powerless and helpless tied up in your bed, and that I'm no match for you physically, that I know you won't hurt me. I know that, Drake." He looked bemused, as though he didn't know how to respond to her impassioned statement. "I'm sorry if it appeared I wasn't paying attention to you," she said quietly. "All I was thinking about was you and the anticipation of what you will do to me. I don't want you to hold back, Drake. You were right. I am stronger than I appear, and I won't run screaming from your apartment because you show me everything you've told me will eventually happen. I want the real you, and everything you can offer me, both physically and emotionally." She was very careful to keep the word financially out of her statement, and she knew he recognized the omission as well. She never wanted him to think she was with him for what he could provide financially. It would only cheapen what they had, and she wanted nothing to tarnish the beauty or progression of their relationship. His entire expression softened, and there was no longer any hint of anger or annoyance reflected in his eyes or his tone when he spoke to her again. "Do you have any idea how rare it is to find someone as refreshingly honest as you are?" he asked in a husky voice. She closed her eyes self-consciously, heat scorching over her face at the way he looked at her, as though he could see so much more than others could about her. Even her friends, what her girlfriends thought was a fault, and something that would only bring pain and embarrassment for Evangeline, Drake clearly saw differently. She sensed that this was a man who'd endured a lot of dishonesty in his life, which very likely explained why he was a very blunt, straightforward man. He didn't sugarcoat things or try to appease others. And she supposed it made sense that if he hadn't had many people in his life who were honest, and he was a man who told the unvarnished truth, that he would appreciate those same qualities in Evangeline, whereas she saw it as simply being herself, and deceit not being part of her nature. It hadn't gone unnoticed by her that his men, those he trusted most, and who seemed to be more than the average run-of-the-mill employees, shared all of the traits Drake possessed. Blunt, straightforward, no tolerance for bullshit, and like Drake, they absolutely commanded obedience and respect from those around them. "Look at me, Angel," Drake said in a firm command that had her eyes flying open so she could once more meet his gaze. "Never are you to feel shame because you're an honest, genuine person. They're rare, and unfortunately, they are also the people who tend to get taken advantage of the most. I never want you to think that's what I'm doing here. I want you. I intend to have you. But in no way will I ever take advantage of you." "Sometimes I'm too honest," she whispered. "Not everyone wants to hear the truth, and not everyone wants to know what I'm thinking at any given moment." His hand slid over the curve of her backside, and then to her inner thigh, rimming her entrance with one finger. I always want to hear the truth, he said in a very serious tone. Especially when it comes to you and what you're thinking or feeling. I never want you to feel as though you have to lie to me about anything. If I don't have that from you, then it means two things. That I'm not doing my job right, and it also means I have failed to maintain your trust. Neither of those is an acceptable scenario. She breathed out a sigh of relief. For so long she'd had to guard her words so carefully, not ever wanting to inadvertently hurt anyone's feelings. It was hard to go against something so solidly ingrained in her by her parents. But she also refused to outright lie, so more often than not, she merely said nothing at all. It means more than you'll ever know that I can be myself with you, Drake, she said, staring deeply into his mesmerizing eyes. He added another finger, stretching her, making her moan. Her eyelashes fluttered closed as pleasure raced through her body, leaving a fiery trail, as though she'd been burned by his mere touch. Open your eyes. I want to see you when you come, Drake said, all vestiges of gentleness and tenderness erased from his tone and features. She shivered, because once more he'd slipped so easily back into the role of the ultimate dominant male, demonstrating his power and control over his woman. She obeyed instantly, and knew he approved of her obedience. Maybe to others his body language didn't broadcast much at all, or the nearly imperceptible change in his eyes. But she had already learned what each expression meant, or at least the ones she'd been subjected to so far. And then a thought occurred to her, and she frowned, searching out his gaze as he continued to lazily finger her. I thought you said tonight was for you, she said, in a husky, sexy-sounding voice she didn't even recognize. His eyes glittered, and his smile was almost cruel-looking against the harsh lines of his face. The man was one sexy beast of an alpha male. There was not one thing about him that didn't do it for her. She hadn't imagined men like Drake even existed, except in fiction. He was a man feared by others, recognized for his power and predatory nature. As a rule, she'd always avoided men like Drake, so she had no explanation for why she'd been so inexorably drawn to him and his dominant nature. Even now she should be terrified, not anticipating every single one of the things he'd promised to do to her. Angel, if you don't think me getting you off when you're on your knees, ass thrust in the air, and you soaking my hand when I make you come isn't for me, then you are very wrong. Yes, tonight is about me. It's about what I want and what I want to do to you. And watching you go off at my touch, my tongue and my dick. Yeah, that's all for me. What man's world wouldn't light up when a woman who looks like you is all tied up in his bed like the innocent angel you are? Her chest tightened to the point of pain because, damn, what could she possibly say in response to that? And then she could say nothing more at all, because Drake began pushing her harder, using one hand to explore her most tender and sensitive flesh, while using the other to alternate lightly flicking her nipples, stroking her breasts and belly, and then sliding his hand down her spine before administering another swat to her bare behind. She was panting, knowing she wouldn't hold out much longer, but God, she didn't want it to end, no matter that he'd promised her that this was only the beginning. She began to tremble violently, leaning further down into the mattress because her arms wouldn't support her weight. Her orgasm was building into an enormous, overwhelming entity, and she wondered whether she'd even remain conscious through it. She was too mindless, completely out of control, and had no semblance or cognizance of anything but Drake and his touch, the sound of his voice. She couldn't think. She could only feel, as she spun wildly out of control, inching closer to the yawning abyss, and into the moment when she flew over into freefall with only Drake to catch her, to protect her, as he'd promised he'd always do. "That's it, Angel," Drake said, his voice rough and laced with arousal. "Let go, but do not look away from me at any time. When you come, I want to see those gorgeous blue eyes grow hazy and watch the pleasure that I'm giving you and know that no other man will see what I will be seeing. No other man will have what you are giving to me or be able to give what I give to you. You are mine, and before this night ends, you'll know who owns your body and soul." It was hard not to completely surrender to the moment and close her eyes as her entire world shifted after Drake's impassioned statement of truth. His truth. His rules. She was his to own, to possess, and never would she have thought such simple words could forge a direct route to the very heart of her. Was this, Drake, his dominance, what she'd been missing in her life? The answer formed instantly and insidiously snaked its way through every cell in her body. But she focused on Drake as he'd commanded, her gaze locking with his, and it was the electric spark forming an instant connection with him that went far deeper than the physical pleasure she was feeling that finally hurtled her over the edge and into sweet oblivion. It felt as though she fragmented and then shattered into a million tiny pieces. But now that her eyes were locked with Drake's, she couldn't break away for anything in the world. Seeing her pleasure reflected in his gaze was the most erotic, powerful thing she'd ever experienced in her life. And in this moment, she felt completely safe, as if nothing could ever hurt her again. As long as she was in Drake's arms, nothing could touch her. The outside world ceased to exist. Her former life, her way of life, faded, evaporating, until there was only here and now and the world she'd willingly walked into. Drake's world. Maybe it made her crazy for being so impulsive, so out of character for her. But she wasn't crazy about one thing. Whatever this was between her and Drake was all too real. So real that it frightened her. But at the same time, she was also gripped by a sense of true belonging, something she hadn't felt since the day she'd left her parents' home to move to New York and work. And now that she had that, and Drake, she wanted him and everything he had to offer more than she wanted her next breath. In time, her natural fears and concerns would work their way out. She had to believe that, because she wanted this too badly to consider even for a moment what her life would be like after tasting something so beautiful and all-consuming. How could she ever go back to her old life after experiencing the world where Drake made all the rules and answered only to himself, and others around him answered strictly to him? He'd introduced her to an exciting, colorful world, not one steeped in gray and the monotony of her day-to-day routine, performing her tasks and taking care of her responsibilities by rote. She purposely shoved away all thoughts of a world where Drake didn't exist, not wanting anything to ruin this moment when Drake claimed her, exerted his dominance physically, the only part of their relationship that was as yet uncemented. She was only partly aware of him stripping off his clothing, as her breaths came erratic and heavy in the aftermath. Before she could even process the explosive effects of her orgasm, and the fact that she was still quivering from head to toe, and the throb between her legs was already crying out for his touch once more, he roughly cupped the globes of her ass and pushed up and outward. The huge head of his erection prodded at her opening, and he thrust hard, shock rippling through her body as her swollen tissue fought his forceful invasion. He had such a tight grip on her ass that she knew she'd wear his marks for days to come, and she loved the fact that whenever she sat for the next few days, she'd feel that reminder of his possession of her, and that she'd wear the signs of his ownership and dominance. He withdrew until she could feel his cock barely rimming her entrance, and then he thrust into her more powerfully than before, a gasp escaping when she realized she'd taken him to the hilt and that she could take no more of him. This was nothing like the first time, when he'd been so exquisitely tender and gentle, taking her slowly, with reverence that had brought tears to her eyes. And then his words about how she needed the first time with him to be the way her first time with any man should have been. His warning that it wouldn't always be like that hovered in her mind, because now she was getting a taste of what was to come and what being with him would entail, and it excited her, aroused her so much that she could already feel the welcoming edge that signaled the slow climb to another orgasm. She felt impossibly stretched, felt the burn deep inside her that blurred the nearly indecipherable line between pain and pleasure, melding the two seamlessly together until all she knew was sheer ecstasy. Going to ride you hard and long, Angel. And then I'm going to have that sweet mouth and then that even sweeter ass. And then I'm going to come all over you and mark you so that you'll know precisely who you belong to. She shuddered violently, mere words sending her closer and closer to another explosive orgasm. She loved the descriptive and explicit way he talked, low and dirty, but so very sexy. His words were as provocative and arousing as his touch. He began driving into her, ruthlessly opening her to meet his powerful forward surges. His hands slid to her hips, his fingers digging deep as he held her firmly in place, and then yanked her back to meet his next thrust. Then one hand covered her bound hands, while the other went to tangle in her hair, pulling hard, so that her head was lifted from the bed, and she could see him, legs apart, hunched over her behind, as he penetrated her deep, and then remained there as he stared at her. For a long moment, they simply shared, without words, the power of the magnetic pull between them, as if both were helpless to end it. She didn't want it to end, and judging by the brooding, determined look on his face, he felt the same as she did. Then he closed his eyes, his big body shuddering against hers, as he slowly withdrew from her aching body. He walked around to the side of the bed, and then lifted her so she was on her knees, her hands still tied behind her back. Then he got onto the bed, positioning himself so she was between his splayed thighs, and his back rested against the headboard. He pulled her down, framing her face with his hands, and positioned her mouth over his engorged erection. "Open," he said roughly. "But don't move. Don't do anything but remain how I've positioned you while I fuck your mouth as hard as I can." Bent over as she was, hands tied behind her back, and Drake grasping her head, directing her movements, she had no choice but to follow his dictates. He lowered her head once her lips parted, and pushed in hard and deep, stopping at the back of her throat with a guttural groan that vibrated through his penis and into her mouth. His hands tangled in her hair, lifting it up and away from her face, so he could have an unimpeded view of her sucking him off. She wished she could see the erotic scene. Just the fact that she was giving this man so much pleasure had already reduced her to a quivering glob, her senses so heightened that she was precariously close to orgasming from the sheer act of pleasuring him. She hummed around his enormous erection, and was rewarded by another inarticulate, strangled noise erupting from his throat. She smiled around his cock, and relaxed, so he could have complete, unfettered access to her body and whatever he chose to do. He swore violently, his hands and movements suddenly stilling. Alarm made her pulse ratchet up. Had she done something wrong? Had she hurt him? As though sensing her sudden tension, he stroked a hand through her hair and tilted her chin upward enough that his cock slid most of the way out, and she was able to see his expression. "I'm close," he admitted. "Too damn close, and I'm not ready for it to be over with." She smiled even as her tongue performed a delicate dance around the head of his penis. "I want that ass, Angel, but it's going to take time to prepare you for that. I'm going to untie you, because I want you to use your hands to pleasure yourself while I ready you, and then especially when I get inside you so that you feel no pain." She flushed at the idea of essentially masturbating in front of him, and as if sensing just what she was thinking, he hoisted her up so she was kneeling between his knees facing him. He smiled and thumbed her swollen lips. "Trust me, babe. It won't be the easiest to take me unless you pleasure yourself, especially when I first get inside you. The point is to have you so far gone and desperate for release that you'll be begging me to go hard and fast so you can get off. And just so you know, you don't come until I tell you. Because if it's all over for you and I'm just getting started, it isn't going to feel as good. And I plan to fuck your sweet ass for a long time." Her entire body became heated, and she fidgeted between his thighs, already impatient to experience Drake's complete possession. He freed her hands and gently rubbed her wrists to ensure she had experienced no discomfort. Then he tossed the rope to the floor and cupped her chin, looking directly into her eyes. "Position yourself like you were before, knees to the edge of the bed. Put your head down and rest your chest on the mattress so you can reach yourself and be able to rub your clit however it makes you feel good. I'm going to get some lube from the bathroom. In the meantime, I want you like I told you to be, and I want to see you touching yourself and getting yourself worked up when I get back." There was a distinct edge in his voice, one that told her not to even think of disobeying him. She slid from beneath his thighs, and then got onto her hands and knees and inched her way back until she was on the edge of the bed. Then she leaned down, letting her face and chest rest against the mattress, and wiggled experimentally as she positioned her hand on her pelvis. She let her fingers slide slowly lower until she stroked her already throbbing clitoris and gave a soft sigh of contentment as streaks of pleasure wafted through her veins. Drake was gone and back before she even registered his departure. She was so absorbed in the decadent sensations she was experiencing that she didn't realize he'd come back until his hand slid over her ass, startling her and yanking her out of the cloud she'd become immersed in. "If you start to come, stop touching yourself," Drake said. "When I tell you to come, then get there, because it means I'm about to come and I want you with me." "I'm with you, Drake," she whispered softly, smiling in a way she knew he found pleasing because of the sudden fire that blazed in his eyes. He rubbed his thumb over the seam of her ass, the lubricant a cool contrast to his much warmer hands. Then he slid the blunt tip of a single finger just inside her puckered opening, and she sucked in deeply, her eyes widening in surprise at just how big his finger seemed. "Touch yourself," Drake bit out. "I haven't told you to stop. I'm going to fuck your ass whether you prepare yourself or not. The choice is yours." If she was so resistant to just his finger, she had no idea how his enormous erection was ever going to make it. She needed no second reminder, and she didn't want to displease Drake by defying him, so she began to gently rotate her finger around her clit until she found the right angle, the right amount of pressure, and the speed she needed in order to distract herself from the gentle yet persistent probing, as Drake ensured she was well lubricated enough to take him. Remembering not to stop touching herself when he fit his cock to her opening, she closed her eyes and concentrated only on the pleasurable sensations her fingers gave her. But then the overwhelming pressure and the burn that accompanied his initial breach of her tiny entrance became something else entirely. She was edgy, on edge, wanting him to stop, and yet at the same time wanting him to thrust in as hard as he could and put an end to both their misery. She whimpered low in her throat, a sound that made him stop immediately. "Too much," Drake whispered, even as he pressed forward more. "No, I want more, Drake. Please, I need more. I'm so close and I want you deep inside me. The pain is no longer pain. The pain is pleasure." And then suddenly he plunged deep inside her, and she yelled hoarsely, her fingers leaving her, or she would have orgasmed instantly. She panted, her body heaving, as Drake remained buried to his balls in her ass. Oh, God! It was the most incredible sensation she'd ever imagined. Never would she have thought she would find pleasure in this act. The idea of it seemed repugnant. But now, in this moment, it was symbolic of Drake's complete possession and his exerting his complete dominance over her. She needed this. Needed him. He pulled slowly out, retreating inch by inch, until she clutched only the head of his penis. He paused a moment, and then powered into her again, wringing another cry from her. "Oh, God, Drake! It's too much! I won't last," she said helplessly. "What do I do?" "Shh, Angel. I'm not finished yet. Put your hands forward, palms down on the bed, and keep them there until I'm ready." Reluctantly, she did as he commanded, and then closed her eyes in preparation for what came next. He wasn't as rough as he'd been in her pussy and with her mouth, but he was also firm and unyielding, gaining depth with every thrust. But he set a slow, almost leisurely pace, stroking in and out until her world went completely hazy around her. After what seemed an eternity, he twisted one hand in her hair while keeping a firm hold on her hip with his other hand, and he pulled upward, forcing her neck back. "Touch yourself now, Angel. I'm close, so you need to catch up." Eagerly, she slid her hand between herself and the bed once more and found her sweet spot, groaning instantly when the first thrill washed over her. "I don't need to catch up," she said breathlessly. "Just do it, Drake. I'm so close. I want it hard, rough, however you want me. I want to be that for you. Only for you." He released his hold on her hair and then grasped both hips, tilting her up even more, and then he began to thrust long, hard, and as deeply as he could. She felt a spurt of moisture from herself as the first waves of her orgasm broke and rushed over her like a tidal wave, consuming everything in its path. She screamed and went wild beneath him, until finally he pressed her forward, trapping her firmly between the bed and his body as he continued to drive over and over into her. And then suddenly his weight lifted, and he yanked free from her ass, just as she felt the hot spray of his release splash onto her back and behind. Then he thrust back into her, holding himself deep as he twitched and convulsed, emptying the last of his semen deep within her body. "Never a more beautiful sight," he said gruffly. "You're mine, Angel. All of you. Have no doubt now that you belong only to me, and another man will never touch or take what is mine." 20. Predictably, the next morning Evangeline woke alone in bed, Drake no doubt having vacated it long before. She had no idea how he managed to keep the hours he kept, and even how he had the time to work her into that busy schedule. She closed her eyes in dismay when she saw that this morning's offering was the same as it had been all the mornings since she'd officially moved in with Drake. She dreaded seeing what outrageously expensive gift he'd chosen for her this time. With a resigned sigh, she opened the gift first, avoiding for now the note Drake had left her. It was a dazzling and no doubt priceless tennis bracelet with huge diamonds that encircled the entire piece of jewelry. It matched the diamond earrings he'd given her, and now she worried he'd soon be giving her a matching necklace as well. The only gift she never took off was the necklace Drake had given her, because it was symbolic to her. It represented his pet name for her, a name only he used, and it had been the first gift he'd given her. But at the time, she hadn't realized this would become a daily ritual of him buying her expensive pieces of jewelry that made her feel guilty because of how extravagant and unnecessary it was. She was uncomfortable over the thought behind the gifts. If he was trying to buy her when all she wanted was him. She felt guilty wearing such priceless jewelry when her parents and friends lived day to day, paycheck to paycheck. Yes, Drake had seen to her friends and family, but it still bothered Evangeline to be living in such luxury and being showered by gifts that the cost of one piece alone would cover her parents' expenses for an entire year. With another sigh, she carefully put the bracelet back into its box and got out of bed to go to place it next to the others before returning to see what Drake had to say this morning. Going to be a long day in the office. I have several matters to take care of and several meetings to attend. I'd like you to cook something that will keep or be able to be warmed over, since I won't know an exact time I'll be there. I'll call you on my way so you can warm it up again for my arrival. Xander will be by this afternoon to get a grocery list from you and run out for whatever you need for tonight. Enjoy your day in and rest. I was hard on my angel last night. Evangeline's lips tightened. She couldn't even go to the market to get the few things necessary to cook a meal. Was she a prisoner, after all, no matter what Drake assured her of? She knew one thing. She wasn't staying cooped up in his apartment all day while Xander played errand boy. It was a beautiful day, and the forecast had been for cooler, more fall-like temperatures today and the rest of the week. She had no intention of not getting out and staying shut in every day. Since she didn't know what time Xander would arrive, and what was up with Xander being her babysitter du jour anyway? Hadn't he been in the doghouse last night? Or was she to be tossed between Drake's men one by one until she reached the last of the pack and started over from the beginning? She shrugged. Oh well, she didn't know what time he was due to arrive, and there was a market within easy walking distance. If he wasn't here by the time she'd showered and dressed, she'd run down to the market herself and get the necessary items for dinner. While she showered, she mentally went over the possibilities, wanting something more elegant than she typically served her girlfriends, when making every dollar stretch as far as possible was also a necessity. Then she remembered the steak. Wagyu steak? That Justice had taken her to eat, and how expensive it had been. The question was, what kind of market would even sell such expensive meat? Or could one even get it outside the fine restaurants that served it? She had a recipe for a simple, delicate butter sauce, because meat that tasted that good needed nothing heavy to mask the natural flavor. And, well, butter made everything better, or so her mother always said. Green beans would be a perfect complement, as would a mouth-watering gourmet homemade mac and cheese recipe she had, and she could add lobster to jazz it up. Which only left potatoes, because steak without potatoes was an unpardonable sin in her book. Scalloped potatoes, or simply baked potatoes, with Drake's choice of toppings. She had completed her menu by the time she dressed in a comfortable pair of jeans and lace-up tennis shoes. She chose an oversized sweater with a comfortable neckline that layered over her breasts, only giving a hint of her cleavage, which was displayed much better thanks to the new bras she'd purchased. She eyed the ever-growing selection of jewelry Drake had given her, but opted not to wear anything but the angel necklace. It was simple and not too ostentatious. It suited her, when the other stuff was just not her. After applying light makeup and brushing out her long hair, she chose to leave it down so it would dry faster. Then she went into the living room to find her purse so she could be on her way. She was so preoccupied with her thoughts that she didn't notice Xander until he cleared his throat and she jumped, emitting a startled yelp. She backed warily away, cursing Drake's men's propensity for appearing out of nowhere. Did Drake give them free run of his apartment? Or did they just not believe in knocking, for God's sake?
"Sorry for frightening you once again," Xander said. "Drake told me you would know I would be here."
"He said you were coming by, not that you would be here when I got up," Evangeline muttered. "Apparently the idea of knocking or buzzing up to let someone know you're here is something that escapes all of you."
Xander grinned. "I'll get out of your hair as soon as you give me the list of stuff you need from the market."
Evangeline frowned. "Actually, I'm going shopping. What you do with your afternoon is up to you."
Xander's smile faded, and he looked uneasily at her. That wasn't my understanding."
"It is now," she said firmly. "I'm going shopping. Whether you come is entirely up to you." Then she turned to walk toward the open elevator doors.
"Shit. Drake's not going to like this," Xander muttered behind her.
She punched the closed door button and watched in amusement as Xander's expression turned murderous, just as the doors shut in his face, preventing him from getting on with her. She rode down and walked by the surprised doorman before he could open the door for her, and she stepped into the brisk air and blinked against the sudden wash of sunshine. She'd been right. It was truly a spectacular day. She inhaled deeply, feeling as though she were seeing the outside world for the first time since she'd entered Drake's world. Not taking too much time to savor the feel of freedom, she started down the street toward the market that was just a few blocks away, her list memorized. Xander caught up to her at the corner as she was waiting for the crosswalk light to turn green. He grabbed her elbow and whirled her around, his eyes glittering with fury.
"What the hell do you think you're doing, woman?" he all but roared at her. "Are you just trying to piss Drake off?"
"The more appropriate question is whether he's trying to piss me off," she returned sweetly. "I just love how my shopping trip, which wasn't supposed to include me, by the way, was planned and arranged when no one but me knows what I'll be cooking and what I'll need, including brands, spices, ingredients, etc."
"That's what a list is for," he growled.
Her cell phone rang, and she fumbled for it, and then seeing Drake's name as the incoming caller, she looked accusingly up at Xander. He shrugged.
"You dug your own grave."
"Hello," she said warily.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Drake clipped out.
"I'm going shopping so I can cook dinner, like you instructed," she said defensively, not liking at all that Xander was standing a mere foot away and could hear every word Drake said, even with the sounds of traffic all around them.
"Maybe you don't remember the conversation you and I had, where I was very specific in that I was to know where you are at all times, and that if you were going out, you were to inform me of your plans, and that I would not be pleased if you forgot."
His tone was icy, and he was obviously furious. Not just angry. He was, as Xander had said, pissed. "I wasn't given that choice," she said in an icy tone to match his. "I was told to give him a list, and I was told he was going and that I was not. I prefer to do my own shopping, especially when it comes to a menu I've meticulously planned. He refused and intended for me to remain in the apartment the entire day when it is an absolutely gorgeous day outside and I wanted to shop for my own groceries. Therefore, my only choice was to go myself."
"All you had to do at any time was pick up the phone and call me," Drake said, anger still vibrating in his voice. "You could have told me what you wanted,
and then I would have been aware of your whereabouts, instead of receiving a call from the man I assigned to protect you, telling me that you gave him the slip and were even now God only knew where in the city." She went silent, her mouth dropping open. He made it seem so simple, and yet nothing about Drake's words suggested she had any choice or say in the matter. "If you make such a mistake in the future, I will not be as forgiving or understanding," Drake said in a cool, slightly more calm voice. "Now do your shopping, and don't make Xander's job any harder than it is. His job is your safety, and he can't do that job if you're not with him." "Okay," she whispered, embarrassed by the sudden sting of tears at her eyelids. He ended the call, and she stared a long moment down at the now blank screen, and then she slipped it back into her purse, refusing to meet Xander's gaze. He sighed beside her, and then reached out a tentative hand to squeeze her shoulder. "We haven't started out on the best foot, have we, Evangeline?" he asked ruefully. "Tattletale," she muttered. He chuckled, some of the tension easing, and then his voice became somber once more. "He's right about one thing. You shouldn't be going out alone. It's dangerous. You could be hurt. Your safety is my job, so let me do it, and then both our lives will be a hell of a lot easier." Then he let out an exaggerated sigh. "I assume this means we are walking and you expect me to carry everything back?" She gave him a small smile that seemed to delight him, and, well, she had been a bitch to him. It wasn't his fault. He was only following orders. She sighed back. "I'm sorry for making your job difficult. It isn't your fault." He seemed perplexed and uncomfortable with her apology. They walked the rest of the way, Xander providing a shield around her so that no one so much as brushed her on their way by. After spending nearly a frustrating hour perusing the beef counter, and even going to a local butcher, Evangeline was beginning to wonder if Wagyu beef even existed outside the restaurant Justice had taken her to. Maybe it was specially imported. Cooking excellent meals with what she made do with was something she was good at. Fine foods, expensive gourmet foods, however, were beyond her realm of knowledge. "What the hell are you looking for and not finding, Evangeline?" Xander asked in a frustrated tone. "Maybe if I knew, I could help." Her eyes lit up, and she grumbled to herself for not having thought of it earlier. "Do you have Justice's phone number? Is he busy?" she asked anxiously. Xander couldn't hide his perplexed expression as he stared wordlessly back at her. "Do you or don't you?" she asked in exasperation. "Do you want me to be shopping all afternoon, or will you call Justice for me?" The answer to that question was obvious when he immediately dug out his phone, punched a button, and then handed the phone to her. "Yo, man, how's angel duty going? Any disasters befallen you yet?" Justice asked cheerfully. "That depends on what you consider a disaster," Evangeline said sweetly. "I would say inserting one's foot into one's mouth might be considered somewhat of a disaster." "Oh, shit," Justice said with a groan. "Hello, Evangeline. Everything okay? Why are you calling me from Xander's phone? You should have my number and all the guys' numbers programmed into your cell." "Oh," she said. "I didn't look. I asked Xander to call you. I didn't know I had your number. I barely know how to work the damn thing." "Is there something you need?" His voice took on a more serious tone. "Are you in trouble?" No, well, nothing serious. You remember the restaurant you took me to and ordered that ridiculously expensive steak?" "Yeah," he said in obvious puzzlement. "I can't find that steak anywhere," she said in frustration. "Drake wants me to cook tonight and he likes steak, so I thought I'd buy some Wagyu steak and grill it, but I can't find it anywhere." Justice chuckled. "No, of course not. But tell you what,
I'll make a phone call right quick. Have Xander take you back to that restaurant and ask for the chef. He'll know you're coming and he'll hook you up."
"Really?" Evangeline whispered, in awe of the obvious connections not only Drake had, but his men as well. Was it really that simple, and had she wasted an entire hour when a simple phone call would have provided her with instant results?
"Yeah, really. Let me go so I can make that call. By the time you get there, the chef will be expecting you."
She ended the call and handed the phone back to Xander. He says to tell you to take me to the restaurant where he took me to eat Wagyu steak the other day."
"Fuck me. You're making Drake Wagyu steak tonight and I'm not invited?" Xander asked in a cute, sulky tone.
"No, but if you're nice to me the rest of the day, I'll save you some leftover dessert. It's even better than my cupcakes. Promise."
Xander groaned. "Drake's a lucky bastard. I hope he knows that."
"I hope so too," Evangeline murmured, low enough for Xander not to hear. Judging by the arched brow and curious look sent her way, she hadn't been that fortunate.
"Oh, he knows," Xander said softly. "Don't ever think otherwise, Evangeline. If you think he's this way with other women, you're wrong. You're special to him, even if you haven't realized it yet."
She wasn't at all sure what to make of that statement, so she let it go as they began the short walk to the restaurant. As Justice had told her, when Evangeline and Xander arrived at the restaurant, though it wasn't yet open for lunch hours, they were immediately let in and led back to the kitchen, where they were met by a middle-aged man she assumed was the chef. He smiled when he saw her and enfolded her hand between both of his.
"Justice tells me you enjoyed my steak the other day."
"It was the most wonderful steak I've ever had," Evangeline said honestly. "I wanted to cook it for dinner tonight, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere." The chef went over to the counter where a butcher-wrapped package lay out, and then he wrapped it in plastic wrap so it wouldn't leak, and handed it to Evangeline.
"The secret is in not overcooking it," he explained. "These steaks are heavily marbled, so if a person normally eats their steak rare, I would suggest cooking them medium rare. But don't overcook them either. You want the fat to dissolve just enough and to be warm all the way through. If they aren't cooked enough, you end up with a jelly-like consistency from the marbling, instead of the juicy succulence you should experience. Overcook it and, well, you have a burned mess that has none of the wonderful taste that it should."
"Thank you so much," Evangeline said, smiling radiantly at the kind older man. "I have no doubt dinner will be a wonderful success thanks to your generosity and expert advice. How much do I owe you for the meat?" The chef blinked and immediately looked discomfited. Xander smoothly inserted himself and said,
"Drake has an account with the restaurant. He'll be billed. You don't need to worry about it."
People had accounts with restaurants? For that matter, they had relationships with the chefs that made it possible to get what was no doubt proprietary meat from the chef to cook at home? The more she saw into Drake's world, the more aware she was of just how clueless she was when it came to having money and connections. It all sounded like something out of a ridiculous movie. Not real life, and definitely not her life. Then she surprised the already bewildered chef by impulsively hugging him. "Thank you for doing this for me. I have no doubt dinner will be superb tonight, thanks to you, and rest assured, you'll get the credit for providing such an amazing meal." The older man flushed.
"It was my pleasure, Miss Hawthorne. Though from what I hear of your culinary expertise, I'd take you on and put you to work in my kitchen any day of the week, although I'd probably fast be out of a job."
It was her turn to blush, and she wondered how on earth this man knew anything about her cooking. "I won't keep you any longer," Evangeline said. I need to get home so none of what I've purchased is spoiled. Thank you again."
Xander herded her from the kitchen and out of the restaurant, where once more she blinked and squinted in the bright autumn sun. "You need a pair of damn sunglasses," Xander muttered. She shot him a strange look, and then shook her head. But as they headed down the sidewalk, Xander stopped at a name-brand boutique and dragged her inside, where he proceeded to make her pick out a pair of outrageously expensive designer sunglasses that horrified her once she saw the price tag. She mutinously shook her head, refusing to even consider buying such an extravagance. He merely ignored her, and since she wouldn't make a choice, he chose the two he thought looked the best on her, and just gave her a look she was becoming well acquainted with, since it was one Drake and all his men wore like a second skin. The one that said, "You won't change my mind." After he paid for them, he plucked a pair and slid them on Evangeline's nose, adjusting them to his liking before they stepped from the shop. He seemed rather pleased with himself, and Evangeline didn't have the heart to put a damper on his mood, so she kept her thoughts of the ridiculousness of paying hundreds of dollars for a pair of sunglasses to herself. A $5 pair from a grocery store or pharmacy would have certainly sufficed. But what she wore was a reflection on Drake, and she doubted he would be pleased to see her wearing anything but what he considered the best. And it was because of her exasperation and her inattention to her surroundings that she tripped as they headed down the sidewalk and went sprawling before Xander could catch her. The impact of hitting the concrete took her breath away as Xander's colorful curses filled the air. "Jesus Christ, Evangeline, are you all right?" His concerned face filled her vision as he gently turned her to look at her. She reached up, worried she'd broken her sunglasses, and when, in fact, they came away in 2 pieces, she nearly burst into tears. "I broke them," she said tearfully. "Fuck the glasses," he said, fury lacing his words. "I'm more concerned whether you broke anything on you. Can you get up? Do you hurt anywhere?" She let him help her up, wincing when she stretched her leg to its full length. "Just my knee," she said. "I think I just scraped it. God, I'm so sorry. I'm so clumsy." Xander bent right there in the middle of the sidewalk, forcing her to hold on to his shoulder for support as he examined the tear in her jeans and moved the material right and left so he could assess the damage. "You're bleeding," he said grimly. "I can't fucking see well enough to know how deep the laceration is or if you'll need stitches. I need to call Drake." "No!" she burst out. "For God's sake, Xander, I scraped my knee. The world isn't ending. Drake does not need to be disturbed at work because I'm an idiot who fell and scraped her knee. He has a very busy day, and he said he had several meetings and that he'd be late arriving home. I don't want to disrupt his schedule over something so insignificant." Xander frowned, having no liking for her response. He knew Drake well enough to know that if Evangeline was involved, and especially if she was hurt, he wouldn't give a fuck about some goddamn meeting. But she looked like she was on the verge of a complete meltdown. And given that she'd already been on the receiving end of a pissed-off Drake this morning, he could well imagine why she wouldn't want to risk provoking his anger again, even though Xander knew damn well Drake would be anything but pissed. "Xander, please," she begged. "This is embarrassing enough without involving Drake." His expression softened, and then he shook his head before picking his phone up. To Evangeline's dismay, he seemed to have not been moved by her entreaty. "Yeah, Xander here. I need you to come get me and Evangeline and have Drake's doctor on standby. I'm taking her to get checked out." There was a long pause. "No, she doesn't want Drake to know. She just took a fall. Her knee hurts, but I can't exactly examine it in the middle of a fucking public sidewalk. Just get here." After Xander gave whoever he was talking to his and Evangeline's location, Xander ended the call and then gathered the bags he'd dropped when Evangeline fell. Then he curled his huge tattooed arm around her waist.
"Lean on me and try not to put too much weight on your hurt leg," he said. "We need to get somewhere you don't get knocked over by some asshole pedestrian in a hurry. Preferably somewhere you can sit so you aren't putting any strain on that knee." He all but carried her and the bags a short distance away under the awning of a restaurant and settled her into a bench intended for waiting customers. When the woman manning the door would have protested them sitting, Xander sent her a ferocious glare that promptly had her shutting her mouth and retreating hastily to her post. "Who did you call?" Evangeline asked. "Justice. He's not far, or he would have called someone who was closer than he was to come get you." "Is a visit to the doctor really necessary?" Evangeline asked with a frown. "We should just go home. I can doctor it myself. It's not serious. It doesn't even hurt that much anymore." "We are going home," Xander said calmly. "Drake's personal physician has a clinic on the second level of Drake's building. He has a practice, but his primary job is to see to Drake and Drake's employees' needs. And believe me, we're a full-time job," he added with a grin. But Evangeline didn't return his smile. Her brow furrowed in thought over what Xander had told her. Drake required a personal physician? As in one who looked after the needs of him and his men? Were their jobs that dangerous? For that matter, she had yet to figure out precisely what Drake and his men did for a living. Surely owning a nightclub didn't command the kind of wealth Drake and his men possessed, and certainly wouldn't be the cause to have a personal doctor patch someone up on a regular basis. She felt faintly ill, wondering just what she had gotten herself into, and if she was already in way over her head. "How bad are you hurting?" Xander asked bluntly. She looked up at him, squinting when her gaze met the sun beyond Xander's broad shoulders. He frowned and dug out the other pair of sunglasses and promptly perched them atop Evangeline's nose. "It just stings a bit. You're completely overreacting," she muttered. "One would think I got shot." Xander wasn't amused, and it was the fact that his expression became as grim as it did that made her wonder if being shot was a possibility. Was her coming to harm why Drake was so overzealous when it came to her having protection any time she left the apartment? If she thought for a minute she'd actually get an answer, she'd ask Xander just that question, but she knew he'd bite off his tongue before ever telling her anything. So she sighed and resigned herself to a visit to the doctor. She was surprised when only 5 minutes later, a sleek car she didn't recognize the insignia for pulled up, and to her further surprise, not only did Justice step from the car, but so did Silas. And it would appear Silas's presence came as a surprise to Xander as well, judging by his reaction. Justice shrugged as they neared where Evangeline still sat on the bench. "Silas was with me when he heard what went down, and said he was coming." Unspoken was that no one ever likely refused Silas anything. "I just hope to hell he doesn't scare the shit out of her," Xander muttered so only Justice could hear. Evangeline immediately bristled and shot upward, wincing as her knee protested the sudden and unexpected movement. She pointed her finger at Xander. "To date, you are the only one who has frightened me, not to mention how rude you were. And you dare to suggest that a man who has impeccable manners and who made considerable effort to ease my embarrassment after I dumped a cupcake all over his pants, which was your fault, by the way, would somehow frighten me? Quite frankly, I'm better off with him." Silas stood staring at Evangeline, as though she were an alien, surprise written clearly on his features. And then he simply walked to where she was shakily standing and put one arm around her. "How much does it pain you?" he asked quietly. "Enough," Evangeline muttered. "I just want to go home. It's not that bad, and it certainly doesn't warrant a visit to Drake's doctor, who also conveniently has a practice in Drake's building. Hell, Drake probably owns the entire building." "He does," Silas said in his somber voice. Evangeline closed her eyes. She shouldn't have gone there. It was her own fault for opening herself up for that. Silas squeezed her, giving her silent reassurance. She wasn't so sure why the others seemed to have a healthy fear of and respect for this man. Well, the respect he had no doubt earned, and it was owed. But the fear she didn't understand, nor did she understand why they would think she would be afraid of him when he'd been nothing but gentle, kind, and compassionate with her. And because she was thinking those things, and because whatever she thought always seemed to make its way out of her mouth, she put it out there before she could think better of it. "Would you go with me to the doctor?" she whispered, so the others wouldn't hear. "Xander seems to think you frighten me, but truthfully, he scares me more than any of the others, and I would feel more comfortable if I must go see this doctor, if you were with me instead of him." Silas went completely rigid, and she realized she'd just made a huge mistake. Damn her and her propensity for saying what was on her mind. She needed a gag stuffed into her mouth on a permanent basis. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely. "I've already interrupted your day with what is not anything remotely resembling a serious accident. I really should just go back to Drake's apartment and clean it up. Band-Aids are miracle cures, you know." "It would make me very unhappy to ever know that a woman like you ever feared me," Silas said, as sincerely as she had spoken. "The fact that you don't fear me, and in fact defend me to the others, raises you in my esteem considerably. If having me with you makes you more comfortable, then I'll go. No further explanations are warranted or necessary. Now, I'm going to help you get to the car. Xander can get back to the apartment with your bags on his own dime, while Justice and I take you to the clinic." "You aren't a bad person, Silas," she whispered. "In fact, I think you are a perfect gentleman. You'll never persuade me otherwise." A shadow fell over his eyes before he blinked it away, but in that shadow she saw past pain, memories, things that had shaped the man he was now. And then, just because it seemed like the right thing to do, she hugged him, trapping his much larger frame against her smaller one, and squeezed hard. "Thank you for coming so quickly. I'd rather Drake not know about this, but if we don't get moving, the dinner I'm supposed to prepare won't get done on time, and I don't want Drake to be even more unhappy with me than he already is." Silas frowned. "I'm sure he will be more than understanding if you don't cook dinner at all, considering you injured your knee and who knows what else in your fall." Evangeline shook her head. "I don't even want him to know about this, any of it. The day already started all wrong, and this will just ruin the entire evening. Can we just go and get it over with?" In response, Silas merely picked her up, cradling her in his arms, and then ducked into the back seat of the car. Once he was settled, with her still on his lap, he put a pillow beneath the knee she'd injured and urged her to relax, saying they were only a few minutes from Drake's apartment. Evangeline sighed. "Welcome to Drake's world" should read more like, "Welcome to Drake's insane world where nothing makes sense." Because there was nothing normal about being sprawled on the lap of a man who obviously inspired fear in others, while being rushed to a private clinic, owned by Drake, an enormously wealthy and extremely secretive, mysterious man who now, according to him, and well acknowledged by her, owned her. Crazy. It was the only word to describe her previously boring, uneventful, predictably dull existence. Things like this just didn't happen to ordinary girls from small towns like the one she grew up in. Only it was happening, and it was all too real for her comfort level. 21. To Dr. McGinnis's credit, he seemed to pick up on Evangeline's distress and agitation, though her constant muttering of this not being necessary probably clued him in more than anything. He gave her a reassuring smile, and told her he would have her in and out in no time at all, and not to worry. But when he'd said she really needed a few sutures because the cut was quite deep and she risked infection if it was left open to bacteria, germs, and God only knew what else, her anxiety soared. It was Silas who calmed her down and said matter-of-factly that she was holding up the process. That if she were to simply relax and allow the doctor to do what he felt was necessary, and he was the doctor after all, she could have already been finished and back to Drake's apartment. She reached for his hand, more for her comfort than anything else, but she offered a grateful squeeze, wondering why she seemed to be the only one to see past this man's rigid exterior to the kind and gentle man underneath the outward facade. It was one likely perfected out of necessity. She sensed that about all of Drake's men, that perhaps none of them had come from the best backgrounds, and that they'd all likely scratched and clawed their way to success, earning every bit of the money and respect they commanded. They were certainly an odd group, ranging from the polish of Drake and the smooth words he always seemed to possess, to the more crudely built and street-smart men like Xander and, well, Justice. Just in a different way. Silas was a mysterious combination of Drake's polish and expensive manner of dress, but with the edge Xander and some of the others possessed. But the one trait they all had in common was their don't-give-a-fuck-what-others-think attitude. She had no doubt that while Silas had been nothing but patient and kind to her, he wasn't that way with many other people. She'd seen the hint of coldness in his eyes. And pain, though she doubted he realized she'd picked up on it, and would not be pleased to know she had. But she was a people-watcher. For girls like her, watching was as close to the lifestyles of others as she got, and she enjoyed a certain vicariousness of experiencing their worlds through watching them. As a result, she often saw far more than the average person looking on. She studied people, watched when they were unaware of being observed. It was at these times that most people allowed what they hid on a regular basis to slip and be more readily revealed. It was presumptuous of her to think she knew anything about Silas or his past, or his raisons d'etre. But she sensed an inner torment that went as far back as his childhood. And weren't most people shaped by their childhood? Their family, or lack thereof, defenses learned early, and the ability to shut others out and erect shields in order to survive. She considered herself to be the person she was because of her upbringing, her parents' unconditional love and support, and their constant guidance, their convictions that they'd passed on to Evangeline. Her parents were good people, the best. She was one of the lucky ones, unlike Silas and, she imagined, the majority of Drake's men, if not Drake himself. He was an aloof man who hid a passionate fire inside him. He felt strongly about what he considered his own personal code. She didn't need a primer to know that. One only had to look at the man to figure out his past had more than likely shaped the man he'd become today. A man she was hopelessly attracted to and helpless to resist, even when her mind, or rather sanity, questioned her motives and her decisions, and quite frequently demanded to know if she'd lost her ever-loving mind to have plunged so recklessly, without forethought or careful consideration, into such an extreme relationship with a man she barely knew. And yet, even as she knew, she had a long way to go before she would even scratch the surface of this complicated, mysterious man. She felt an eagerness and, yes, a sense of challenge to peel back layer after layer until she reached the heart of him. Only then would she fully understand what made Drake the unyielding, uncompromising, and very dominant alpha male he was. None of which she considered bad traits, not when they expressed themselves in such delicious ways. Well, except she'd pissed him off and blatantly disobeyed him this morning, and he hadn't sounded pleased with her at all. She sucked in her bottom lip, nibbling nervously as she considered the consequences of her actions and what Drake's response would be when he arrived home. While her cooking might distract the best of them, She doubted Drake would be deterred if he planned to address the issue of her disobedience, something he'd said he wouldn't tolerate under any circumstances. And looking back, she knew that he was right, and she'd been acting like a petulant, tantrum-throwing child out to prove a point by sulkily making the choice she had. She knew the rules, knew them by heart, and Drake had been correct. All she had to do was pick up the phone and call him, tell him her wishes, and he more than likely would have been fine with it. Remembering something he'd written in his note just made her feel even guiltier. He'd told her to stay in and rest, and to have his man take her shopping list out to get what she needed. His exact words had been, "I was hard on my angel last night." She sighed. He'd merely been taking care of her, and it had been sweet. And she'd been a complete bitch, taking it the wrong way and bristling over the ridiculous fact that she couldn't even run to the market without a major security operation being launched. She owed Drake an apology. A sincere one, and not something designed to tell him what she thought he wanted to hear in order to placate him. "Evangeline?" Silas's worried tone cut into her silent reverie. "Are you hurting? He's numbed the area, so you shouldn't feel anything when he sets the sutures. But if you do, you are to let us know immediately." The doctor looked up from where he was preparing to stitch her knee up, concern in his eyes. "I can give you a shot for the pain. I plan to give you a shot of antibiotics and give you an ointment to apply 3 times a day. I don't think an oral antibiotic is warranted in this case. However, if you notice any redness, tenderness, or swelling in the area, and especially if you feel unwell and are running even a slight temperature, I want you back here immediately so we can put you on antibiotics." She offered a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, truly. I don't feel anything at all. I don't need pain medication. I'm sure some ibuprofen will more than suffice if it hurts later. I was too busy thinking of all the mistakes I've made today to even register any discomfort in my knee. It kind of sucks when you realize you've been a sulky child, finding any ridiculous reason to be pissy." She said the last with a sigh, and her lips turned down into a frown. Silas's frown was more of a scowl, surprising her, because for the first time, there was none of the gentleness she'd come to associate him with. "Admittedly, my acquaintance with you has been short, and we've not spent much time together. Something I hope will be remedied when Drake loosens the leash he currently has you on." Brief amusement replaced the scowl in his eyes, letting her know he was teasing her with the last of his words. "But the very last thing I would ever attribute to you is sulkiness or childishness. You are exceedingly honest and sincere, 2 qualities that have fallen by the wayside in society, unfortunately. Furthermore, you are completely unaware of the many good qualities you possess, and seem baffled when someone pays you a compliment, as you are doing right now as I speak, judging by the look in your eyes." She flushed because she was precisely that. "No one has ever given me compliments until recently," she murmured. "Then you clearly don't associate with the right people, and I'm willing to bet either the people you are exposed to are envious, or if they are men, they want very much to get a hell of a lot closer to you, and you likely have no clue of that either, which angers them, and is a blow to their fragile male ego." "Okay, you have to stop," she said, becoming more uncomfortable by the minute. But he didn't. He reached out with one finger and lifted her chin, so she was forced to look at him and no longer avoid his gaze. "What you are, Evangeline, is special. And if you ever disparage yourself in my hearing again, I'll turn you over my knee myself and spank that perfect ass until you promise me to forget all the negative words you have in your vocabulary when they come to describing yourself. Are we understood?" Holy fuck. Oh shit. Now she was once more using words that would mortify her mother, and cause her to wonder where she'd gone wrong in Evangeline's upbringing, since she'd been taught that no true lady ever used such vulgar language. Her eyes were wide as she stared at Silas, no longer needing his hand to force her compliance. She saw the dominance glittering in his eyes as clearly as she saw it in Drake's. How had she missed it before now? Gentle and kind, my ass. Silas, Drake, and, well, all of Drake's men were dominant, almost surly alpha males. But in the space of those few words Silas had so smoothly dropped on her, she saw a man who was likely far more dominant than the others. Perhaps even Drake, and that was incomprehensible to her. She could now see the scary side that the others evidently saw and experienced on a daily basis. And here she was naively forming her assumptions based on 2 brief meetings when he'd acted the consummate gentleman. She swallowed hard, because she didn't think Silas was bluffing. There was no hint of amusement in his eyes, only somber truth and utter seriousness. And then, since her brain was fried, and she was to the point of babbling, she issued a ridiculous response. "Drake would never let you," she said in a shocked whisper. And to her further mortification, she realized the doctor was still there, stitching up her now forgotten knee, and he'd been privy to the entire exchange between them. His lips quirked in amusement, even as he never took his eyes from his job, and his hands were as steady as she'd ever seen. Silas sent her a slight grin, only one corner of his mouth twitching to indicate what he thought of her naive statement. "Don't be so sure of what Drake will and won't allow, Evangeline. To do so will only lead to inevitable misunderstanding. I'm sure Drake has been very exacting in his requirements of you, the foremost being obedience. I'd say that covers a lot of uncharted territory. Wouldn't you?" Evangeline wanted to shriek. How the hell did Drake's men, this man, know so much about what Drake had or hadn't told her? Or were his women, and his standards and expectations, so often rotated in and out that his needs and demands were common knowledge among his men? Hell, did they run, own, or belong to some kind of BDSM club? Did they all have memberships in some place where there were handbooks and rules for this kind of stuff? And did they all adhere to the same code? She wanted to pull her hair out and then cover her face and wish herself 1,000,000 miles away, because this was becoming more disconcerting by the minute. "You wouldn't hurt me," she said in near desperation. Silas's eyes softened. "No, Evangeline. I would never hurt you. Discipline doesn't have to equal pain. Unless that's your thing." He shrugged. "People are into what pleases them. It's not for me to judge. But if you're asking if I will follow through with my threat, the answer is yes. I don't make idle threats. Ever. So yes, I will turn you over my knee and spank that ass if you ever talk shit about yourself in my hearing. If you don't want that to happen, the simple thing to do is not to say stupid shit, yeah? You got me?" "I got you," she choked out. Because if he was anything like Drake, and it appeared he was, then he too would want the words, and not shaking or nodding her head as an answer. "You done?" Silas asked the doctor sharply. The doctor looked to have already finished, but was clearly immersed in Silas's exchange with Evangeline, because he was simply holding a bandage over Evangeline's knee while watching the two in fascination. Yeah, sure. Just let me tape this over her knee." Then he looked only at Evangeline. "Keep it covered for tonight. You can take the dressing off in the morning, but keep the area clean and apply the ointment as I instructed, and again, if you experience any of the problems or symptoms I listed, you ought to come back to me immediately." Evangeline nodded, still discomfited by the much too public airing of far too personal information. Did everyone who worked for Drake know every sordid detail of their relationship? Or were they merely guessing based on his past relationships? It hit a raw nerve to think that her relationship, or whatever this was between her and Drake, was following some guideline or schedule he performed by rote, regardless of who his current woman was. Would any woman do for him? Did Evangeline's face blur among the many who'd come before her? Did she stand out? She supposed she was lucky that he at least remembered her name and hadn't called her by another woman's name. She'd likely stab him with a kitchen knife if that ever happened. Silas helped her from the exam table, and then herded her from the clinic and into the elevator that would take them to the top floor. He inserted his own key card, further proof that Drake's men were obviously trusted, and had full access to even his personal domains. When they walked into the apartment, she saw that the groceries had been placed on the counter, and when she would have hurried over to sort through them, Silas blocked her and instead pushed her into the living room and then promptly sat her on the couch, reaching for a pillow to prop beneath her leg. "You stay put," Silas ordered. "I know for a fact Drake said he would be late arriving, and I also know he'll call to let you know when he's on his way home. Therefore, until the time you receive that call, you are to relax and not further aggravate your injury. Drake will understand if dinner is a little late, given the circumstances." Evangeline bit her lip, refusing to remind Silas that Drake had no clue about her injury. Unless she'd already been ratted out by one of his men. A distinct possibility. But when Drake finally did call, she realized that, no, he didn't know. And furthermore, he was still not happy about this morning's transgression. 22. The phone rang, rousing Evangeline from the couch. Damn it! How could she have fallen asleep? She'd planned that as soon as Silas made his departure, she was going to get a start on dinner, regardless of his assertion that she was to rest until Drake called. She scrambled for the phone, at least glad Silas had put it within reach. She nearly groaned when she swung her legs over the end of the couch so she could get up and head for the kitchen as she talked to Drake. "Hello?" she asked breathlessly. "I'll be home in 20 minutes, he said shortly. "Oh, okay," she said, gripping the phone tighter. Even as she talked, she was digging into the bags and searching for the right skillets and warming the grill on the professional-grade stove. "Dinner will hold for a few minutes, I take it," he said. "Yes, of course," she said hastily. "I can have it ready whenever you're ready to eat." "Good. Then what I want you to do is go into the living room and undress. When I arrive, I want you standing at the end of the couch, your belly leaned against the arm, legs slightly apart. And then when I tell you, you are to lean forward and put your hands down on the couch so that you are bent over the arm." She hesitated, a puzzled look creasing her forehead. "Okay," she said quietly. "Your punishment, Angel," he said, evidently picking up on her confusion. "Don't think I've forgotten about this morning." She nearly dropped the phone, but managed to get a grip before it smashed onto the floor. "Be sure you're ready and that you've heeded my every instruction, or I won't be pleased," he said in a silky voice. "I won't disappoint you, Drake," she said in a low tone. He hesitated this time, and then he said, "I know, Angel. That I know." And then he hung up, leaving her to stare at the phone. She closed her eyes, refusing to focus on the fact that he was going to punish her. She had to get a start on dinner, so he wouldn't think she hadn't already done so. The whole day had been nothing but an epic clusterfuck. She thought briefly about heeding Silas's advice and telling Drake of all that had occurred the minute Drake came through the door, but then she frowned. What a coward she was being. At the very first opportunity, she was trying to get out of trouble, when it was her own damn fault. No, she'd get dinner well on its way to being prepared, and then she'd go into the living room and do as Drake had told her. She wouldn't wimp out the very first time their relationship was tested, or at least the first time she disobeyed him. Somehow she thought that would disappoint him far more than the fact that she'd disobeyed him. With 5 minutes to spare, she had everything prepared and on the stove, the sizzling sounds of food cooking and the inviting aroma filling the air. All that was left were the steaks, and she wouldn't put those on until they were ready to eat. Knowing she now had less than 5 minutes until Drake arrived, she fled to the living room, ignoring the twinges of pain in her knee. If she hadn't spent all afternoon napping on the couch and had been moving around, her knee wouldn't even hurt. But after so many hours of inactivity, of course it was going to protest the sudden movements. She hastily undressed and then carefully folded her clothing and put it on the coffee table. She didn't want it to appear as though she'd rushed through the process, even if that was precisely what she'd done. She slid her shoes underneath the coffee table and then laid her bra and panties on top of her torn jeans and shirt. When she was naked, she walked to the end of the couch and leaned into it, running her hands over the leather arm, and then leaned forward, testing how comfortable she would be when he asked her to bend over. Okay, that wasn't so bad. She straightened and dutifully took her position exactly as he'd described, and then closed her eyes, knowing the next few minutes until he arrived would seem like an eternity. Drake waited impatiently for the elevator doors to open and immediately stepped off, not even taking the time to hang his coat over the coat rack. He slipped it off on his way to the living room and tossed it aside. His breath caught in his throat when he saw Evangeline standing just as he'd instructed her at the end of the couch, her bare skin glowing in the low light. Only a lamp was on in the far corner, lending an intimate air to the room. He walked up behind her, unable to resist such beautiful temptation. He brushed her hair over one shoulder and pressed his lips to the curve of her neck. She shivered beneath his touch, and tiny chill bumps danced across her skin. "So responsive," he murmured. "So fucking beautiful." He heard her soft sigh, as beautiful as she was. "Stay right where you are," he commanded. Then he left the room to get the crop from the bedroom. This would be her first experience with anything other than his hand and the few smacks he'd administered to her ass, and therefore he wouldn't graduate to something harsher. Not until he was certain she was ready and with him all the way. When he returned, she was still standing there, as still as a statue, her pale skin glowing in unearthly light. She was a goddess, and she was all his. He trailed the end of the crop down her spine, eliciting another shiver from her. He continued his gentle exploration, letting her become accustomed to the feel of the leather before he marked her gorgeous ass. He moved to the side of her so he could see her face, her expression. "I'm going to administer 6 lashes," he said in an even voice. "Just to remind you in the future that you are not to disobey me. But fair warning, Angel, if it happens again, I won't be as merciful." She shifted her weight, an almost imperceptible movement, but he was tuned into her completely and missed nothing. He was about to administer the first blow, still to the side of her, because he wanted to watch her reaction. The moment when the initial pain faded into pleasure. He wanted to watch her eyes go hazy at the pleasure he gave her. But a sudden flash of pain and obvious distress briefly chased through her eyes before it was gone, leaving him to wonder if he'd imagined it. But no. He'd clearly seen it. He frowned, because he hadn't done more than stroke her skin with the flogger. He let his hand fall to his side as he continued to stare piercingly at her. "What's wrong?" he demanded. "Evangeline, look at me." Slowly she turned her head so that she faced him fully, and he was no longer just seeing her in profile. Her eyes glittered with unshed tears, and it gutted him. "Nothing is wrong, Drake. I won't disobey you again," she said quietly. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was being a petulant little child, and I was a bitch. You didn't deserve that from me." And then her weight shifted again, and he saw that she moved most of her weight to one leg, instead of having both feet planted solidly on the floor. She winced, pain once more flashing in her eyes, before she visibly got herself under control and turned to face ahead. She leaned forward to plant her hands on the couch, as he'd instructed her earlier. But all Drake could see, remember, was the pain in her eyes. Pain that he had in no way caused. His gaze dropped down her body, searching for any discernible source of discomfort. Then his eyes narrowed when he saw what the couch had effectively hidden from his view. A bandage on her knee. He went immediately to his knees, turning her to the side so she faced him, and he could now plainly see the dressing over her knee. "What the fuck?" he murmured, purposely pitching his voice low so that his emphatic words held no bite or anger directed at her. He stood rapidly, and then picked her up, cradling her against his chest, and then walked around to the front of the couch and carefully laid her down. Then he gently lifted her legs, wanting to cause her no further pain, and draped them across his lap so he could get a closer look at her knee. "What happened?" he demanded. She sighed. "It's nothing, Drake. I promise. It was stupid of me, and I was clumsy. Xander and I went out to buy groceries, and then he insisted I needed a pair of sunglasses, and so he stopped in a boutique and bought 2 pairs of hideously expensive sunglasses." She shuddered and closed her eyes, and he realized she was more upset over the cost of the sunglasses than she was over the injury to her knee. "When we walked out, I tripped. I'm not even sure what exactly happened, except one minute I was standing, and the next I was face down on the sidewalk, and Xander was freaking out. He wanted to call you immediately, but I begged him not to. So he called Justice to come get us. Only Justice and Silas arrived, and then Silas insisted he bring me to your doctor." Drake's eyes narrowed as he absorbed her account. "And why didn't you think it important to call me?" "You were busy," she whispered, distress radiating from her voice. "Your note said you would be busy and that you would be wrapped up in important meetings all day and that you'd be late for dinner. It was nothing worth disturbing you over. Your doctor stitched it up in just a few minutes and gave me medicine to numb the wound." "He had to stitch you?" he asked, behind tightly clenched teeth. Her eyes grew larger with fear and nervousness, but he was too determined to get to the bottom of this whole mess before allaying her fears that he was angry with her. Jesus. He should have been the one with her, the whole goddamn time. "Only a few," she said defensively. "I don't know why he even bothered. I've suffered far worse before, and slapping a bandage over it worked just fine." "That may have been okay before," he said, trying to get a grip on his emotions. "Before you belonged to me, that is. But it is not okay now. You belong to me now, and I will always ensure you are cared for above all others. Your comfort and safety are second to none other. You should not have had to go to the clinic with only a strange man to comfort you. I should have been there to hold you and to carry you up to our apartment after and ensure your absolute comfort. That's my job, Angel." He pinned her with an intense stare. "Now tell me, what's your job?" She looked confused, and her brow creased in obvious puzzlement. "I don't understand what you're asking. she said helplessly. I'm not being deliberately obtuse, Drake. I'm just confused by your question. My job is to always take care of you, to provide for you, to ensure your safety when I cannot be near, and most especially to ensure that you are comfortable above all else. You have only one job, my angel. Obey. Evangeline stared in wonder at Drake as a myriad of conflicting emotions assailed her over this matter-of-fact stating of the facts, the truth as he saw them. She felt slight irritation, but mostly she felt profound relief, as though a great burden had shifted and had been lifted from her shoulders. Could it really be as easy as he made it appear? That this man, this beautiful, dominant man, would cherish her, pamper her, spoil her, protect her, take care of her, and in return, all she had to do was to obey? It was almost more than she could fathom, like she was in a never-ending fantasy, and if she opened her eyes, it would all be gone in the blink of an eye, and so she held tightly to the dream, squeezing her eyes tighter shut to keep reality at bay. Then he leaned down and very carefully peeled away the bandage, and after a moment's inspection, he reverently pressed his lips to the wound. She was astonished that in one moment he was all raw power, bristling alpha male, about to discipline his submissive, and in the next second he was so exquisitely loving and tender that it brought an altogether different kind of sting to her eyes. From now on, if anything, and I mean anything, should happen to you, I want to know about it immediately. I don't care how insignificant you think it is. I expect to know about it the minute it happens. Understand? She swallowed, and then somehow managed to verbalize her consent around the knot in her throat. Then, to her further shock, he gently slid her body further over his lap until he cradled her against his chest. He pressed his lips firmly to her brow, and then stood, lifting her higher into his arms. He carried her into the kitchen, and then eased her down on the island with the rest of the kitchen surrounding her. Tonight, I cook for my injured princess, he said, a gleam in his eyes. Appalled, she immediately launched her protest. In no way do a few stitches keep me from cooking dinner. Besides, everything is nearly done except for the steaks, and they'll only need a few minutes to grill on each side. He tweaked her nose affectionately, and then followed it by kissing her long and leisurely on the lips. Then I won't have much left to do, will I? You will sit right where you are and direct me from on high. You tell me what to do and how, and I'll have supper served in no time. Evangeline watched in fascination as he tended to the meal, pausing from time to time to ask her if he was doing it right. And as she was watching him, and as she replayed the events prior when he'd forgotten all about her punishment, and had instantly made certain she was all right and taken care of, she had an epiphany of sorts. Drake enjoyed taking care of her. In fact, he seemed to delight in it. She mattered to him, and he took what he called his job very seriously. She wondered if he had never had anyone who truly cared about him, and if that was why he seemed so determined to give her something that maybe he himself had lacked. It only made her all the more determined, not only to accept him unconditionally, but also to do everything in her power to take care of and protect him. Maybe no one in his past had ever ensured that he was happy and cared for, but she'd be damned if she was going to be like those people. Drake would know without a doubt that there was at least one person who cared deeply enough about him to always ensure his happiness and comfort. And if she could do all those things by simply pleasing him and following his rules, then she would do so with no hesitation, no more questioning herself. "Drake," she said hesitantly. He turned, as if sensing the seriousness in her tone. "I am sorry," she said softly. "For today, earlier, I was a bitch, and as I said, you didn't deserve that from me. I'm ashamed of the way I acted, and I did so without thought, and that hurt you. I feel terrible about it. Can you forgive me? I will try very hard never to give you any cause to be unhappy with me again. I want to please you. It's important to me. More important than you even know." His expression relaxed, and he walked over after flipping the steaks and wrapped his arms around her. "You are not a bitch, Angel. Far from it. And I think we should both just agree to forget all about today and move on. But baby, I want a promise from you. You are never to let me punish you or even put you in a situation where you are hurting or feel any discomfort. You should have told me the minute your accident happened, and if not then, you most assuredly should have told me before I put a crop to your ass. Thank God I figured it out before I doled out your punishment, because I would have never forgiven myself for causing you unnecessary pain." There was genuine self-derision in his tone and remorse. Her heart softened to the point of melting, because he seemed so horrified that he could have caused her further pain. "And I can't tell you how much it means to me for you to so sweetly and genuinely tell me that you care, that you want to please me, and that it's important to you." "I've never had that," he admitted, looking immediately chagrined that he'd imparted something he considered deeply personal. But it only reinforced what she'd already figured out. "I want you to know that pleasing you is every bit as important to me as pleasing me is important to you. I want you to be happy. I want you to shine. For me. Only, always, for me." She relaxed and kissed him, and then drew away, a teasing grin on her face. "So no punishment for me tonight, then?" she asked lightly. He returned to the stove and picked up one corner of a steak, holding it up for her inspection. "Just a minute or two longer," she advised. Then he regarded her somberly. "No, Angel. I think it's safe to say you've already had a little too much excitement for one day. I have never considered myself a patient man, but I'm finding lately that when the reward is great, I'm willing to temper myself. Just know that now that you better understand the parameters and limits I've set for you, I won't be as forgiving in the future, and disobedience will be punished. But I will never take it too far, and I would cut off my right arm before ever intentionally hurting you." Her body went all tingly as a mixture of disappointment and curiosity curled in her stomach. She realized in that moment that she didn't fear Drake hurting her. Physically. He was too disciplined and restrained in all things. The physical part of her fantasized about what his punishment would feel like, and if she'd revel in the burn as she had the night he'd spanked her those few times with his hand. The emotional part of her couldn't bear to ever disappoint Drake again in such a way as to warrant punishment. His approval, she realized, meant a great deal. "What if I wanted you to use the crop on me?" she asked huskily, before she could temper her words. "Not in punishment. Is that something that would please you, Drake? Because I fantasize about it, and I think—" "What do you think, Angel?" "That it would please me very much," she admitted. He was taking the steaks from the grill and putting them on a platter, and went completely still when her admission hit him. Then he turned the burners off the other skillets and slowly turned, fire brewing in his eyes. Maybe if I wasn't standing. She plunged ahead before she lost her nerve. A man of your expertise surely has 1,000 ways of flogging a woman without me having to put any weight on my knee.
What I think, he said slowly, is that first we should eat, and then afterward we can have this discussion, preferably with you in my bed, tied up and powerless to do anything but accept the pleasure I give you.
She gulped. She was supposed to eat now, and actually remember what anything tasted like? He served portions of the food onto 2 plates, and then put them on the table. Then he returned and carefully lifted her down from the island, and carried her over to the table, but instead of depositing her into her own chair, he settled down with her in his lap. She realized that once again he was going to feed her, but this time there was no hesitation on her part. She'd enjoyed it the first time he had fed her by his own hand. Intimacy had cloaked them, pulling them further and further into a hazy fog of passion and arousal. As he began to feed her, and himself, he complimented her on yet another excellent meal. "But you cooked, not me," Evangeline protested.
I hardly call slapping 2 steaks on a grill and then turning them at the minute marker you set, while simply turning on the heat under the other skillets to re-warm the food you'd already prepared, cooking the meal, he said dryly. It was delicious, and I appreciate the effort you underwent to make it special for me. That means a lot to me, Angel. I only regret that you hurt yourself in the process.
A skinned knee was worth pleasing you, she whispered. I do want to please you, Drake. It's a need within me I can't even explain to myself. You give me so much. You make me feel beautiful and wanted. I want so much to give you back even a part of what you give so selflessly to me. He kissed her, hugging her closer to his body.
You do please me, Angel. Never doubt that. Now, what do you say we continue this conversation in the bedroom, where I can properly tend to my Angel and give her what she wants and needs from her man?
I'd say that's the best idea I've heard all day, she whispered against his lips.
23. Drake carried Evangeline to the bedroom and reverently laid her down on the bed. Then he simply stood over her, his gaze raking up and down her naked body, clear appreciation in his eyes. For once, she felt no shyness or self-consciousness. She felt bold, like a seductress with a lot more experience than she actually possessed. She didn't want to be a passive participant in whatever Drake chose for tonight, but at the same time, the idea that he would make all the decisions and have all the control gave her an indescribable thrill. He frowned when his gaze settled over her knee, and he seemed to be thinking. "How much does it hurt?" he asked. "And don't sugarcoat it. I'll do nothing that causes you further pain tonight."
It actually feels much better now, she said truthfully. I fell asleep on the couch because Silas wouldn't leave until I was resting on the couch, and I fully intended to get up as soon as he left so I could get a start on dinner, but I fell asleep and didn't wake up until you called. And since I was immobile for such a long time, my knee was stiff and tender for a while after I started moving around. But it's loosened up and isn't nearly as tender.
His lips tightened. And if you had called me, I would have ensured you did precisely what Silas told you to do. Only you would have been in my arms, me holding you, while you rested. The image was so tantalizing that in that moment she wished she had allowed Xander to call Drake.
"I wish I had called you now," she whispered.
He leaned down and brushed a gentle kiss over her knee, and then looked up so their gazes locked. "In the future, make sure you do."
"I will," she promised.
A gleam of a different kind entered his eyes, the one of a predator, full of heat and anticipation that had her breathless and edgy with indescribable need.
"You could make me feel all better now,"
she said in a husky voice that was filled with invitation. "Oh yes, my angel, I intend to do just that. But first, I'm going to crop that sweet ass so that it bears my marks when I fuck you." She couldn't control the shudder or the soft moan that escaped her lips. His expression became more serious. "But I will not do anything that will cause further pain to your knee."
"I know, Drake,"
she said, an ache in her heart.
"I know you'd never hurt me. I want this. I want you, and everything you have to give me. I'll cherish it always."
His entire face softened, and a warm glow burned in his dark eyes. "So sweet and generous," he murmured. "What did I ever do to deserve such an angel?" He walked away from the bed, and she felt the loss of his warmth, the touch of his gaze, and the hands that had reverently caressed her body. He returned a moment later with rope and the crop, and her pulse ratcheted up, her breaths puffing erratically from her lips. "My angel is excited," he said, approval flaring in his eyes.
"Oh yes," she said. "I want it all, Drake. I want you."
He turned her, mindful of her knee, and drew both of her hands behind her to rest at the small of her back, and then he carefully wound the rope around them, testing to ensure that it wasn't cutting into her skin. He left her once more, only long enough to strip out of his clothing, and then he returned, lifting her from where she lay on the bed. He settled on the edge of the bed, and then turned her face down so that her belly rested over his lap, and her legs dangled over the side of his leg. His hands roamed over her back, her shoulders, her ass, and then lower down the length of each leg, each touch sending her up in flames. He administered a light smack to one cheek with his hand, and she immediately gasped. Then he petted the area, smoothing away the hurt as the warm burn of pleasure rapidly took over. Then, as he'd done earlier in the living room, he stroked her back and ass with the tip of the flogger, and before she could brace herself, he popped the crop down over the opposite cheek. Fire singed over her skin, but as with the smacks with his hand, the pain disappeared, quickly replaced with the warm hum of decadent, forbidden pleasure. "How many do you want, Angel? How many can you take?"
"As many as you want to give me,"
she said breathlessly.
"I'm yours, Drake. Only yours. I belong to you, and am yours to do with as you wish."
She could tell her response pleased him by the warmth and gentleness of his caress, as he rubbed his hand over the area he'd just struck, and the sound of approval he made. "You were made for me," he said, satisfaction in his voice. "And yes, my darling angel, you do belong to me, and you are mine to do with as I please." He popped her other cheek, causing her to flinch and then moan as euphoria enveloped her like a cloud. Her knee and the events of the day faded to obscurity, forgotten,
as he began to administer her spanking, each lash harder, stronger than the last. He was careful not to overwhelm her, instead gradually working her up, from lighter to harder, and as the pain increased, so did the indescribable pleasure. "So fucking beautiful," Drake said gruffly, as he rubbed his hand over her throbbing flesh. "Your ass is so red with my mark, my stamp of possession. Tell me, Angel, do you want more? Or do you want me to fuck your sweet ass? Or maybe you'd prefer I ride the pussy that also belongs to me?" She groaned, nearly insensible, so deep into the thick fog surrounding her. "I want it all," she whispered. "All you have, everything you can give me, Drake. Please, I need you so much." The words had barely escaped her lips before he straddled her hips, pushing her ass upward, spreading her with his thumbs, and then plunged hard and deep into her pussy. She nearly orgasmed on the spot. She closed her eyes, squeezing hard around him, trying to hold off her release as he began riding her hard. He was almost brutal in his possession, not pausing between thrusts. He pumped into her over and over, his hips smacking hard against her ass, all the while caressing the burning flesh of her behind that she knew bore the marks of the crop. "Drake!" she cried desperately. "I'm too close! I'm going to come!" He withdrew, causing her to moan at the abrupt departure of his enormous erection through her swollen and ultra-sensitive flesh. The edge of pain mixed with pleasure was a heady sensation, and she closed her eyes, biting into her bottom lip to stave off her release. Then she jumped when the crop slapped her ass, fast and furious, peppering over every inch of her aching behind. Not pausing in the flogging, he murmured in a husky voice, "I'm going to untie your hands so you can touch yourself while I fuck your ass. But do not get up on your knees or put any weight whatsoever on your stitches. Understand?" "Yes," she said with an edge of desperation. The flogging stopped, and he hastily untied her wrists and gently rubbed them to rid them of any residual numbness. And then he took her left hand and slipped it between her and the mattress until her fingers slid over her swollen clit. There was a squirting sound as Drake squeezed lubricant from the tube, and then his thumbs parted the cheeks of her ass. Knowing what was soon to come, she began stroking herself, and not a moment too soon, as he thrust into her with every bit as much force as he'd entered her pussy. She began shaking, her fingers slipping, glancing over the sensitive nub as Drake drove her higher and ever closer to ultimate release. Just when she thought she would topple over the edge, he withdrew, leaving her precariously close to orgasm, and she groaned in frustration. He chuckled, and the fire ignited over her ass as the crop descended, taking her breath away. Her chest heaved, and she inhaled sharply as the pain faded, giving in to euphoria. She closed her eyes as more blows rained down on her buttocks, and she entered a hazy world that blurred around her, where only bliss existed. His hands roughly parted her cheeks, and he plunged inward again, but she was too languid to continue touching herself, too lethargic to register the need to do so. "Touch yourself, babe," Drake commanded. "I want you with me, and I'm about to come all over your rosy ass." She stroked lazily, her earlier urgency dissipating. As if sensing her state of subspace, he forewent the roughness of his thrusts, and instead stroked long and slow, setting a leisurely pace. Where before her orgasm had demanded its due, this time she climbed slowly up the peak, and when Drake's fingers dug more sharply into her hips, and he swelled even larger inside her, she applied more pressure, determined that they go together. Always together. Her orgasm flooded her, the sweetest, slowest spasm that encompassed her entire body. setting each nerve ending on fire. She tingled from head to toe, delicious chill bumps spreading over her skin, making her hypersensitive to his every touch. And when he leaned down and pressed his lips to her spine and licked his way up to her nape, the world tilted around her, blurring in the most exquisite bliss she'd ever experienced in her life. The warmth of his release flooded her, heating her from the inside out, and then he lifted his head and withdrew, and hot jets of semen covered her back, making her shiver all over again. For a long moment, he stood there between her splayed thighs, and then he gently pulled her arm from beneath her and caressed the length from wrist to shoulder. He pressed a warm kiss to her shoulder. "I'll be right back to take care of my angel," he said in a husky voice. And then a short time later, a warm washcloth cleaned the remnants of his release from her back, and then her behind. He took care with the flesh tender from the spanking, and his rough and then gentle possession of her ass. When he was finished, he slowly rolled her to her back, mindful of her knee, and she gazed up into eyes that glittered with satisfaction and approval. "My angel has had a long day and needs to rest now, and there's nothing more I want than to hold you while you sleep." 24. Evangeline woke and promptly snuggled further into the covers, the slight ache in her behind bringing back the delicious pleasure Drake had given her the night before. She had no desire to get up and emerge from the cocoon and into reality, and so she lay there for a long while, savoring each moment from the night before. It was like having the most beautiful dream, one she never wanted to awaken from. And then remembering the ritualistic note accompanied by a ridiculously expensive gift that she'd awakened to every single morning since she'd moved in with Drake, she reluctantly turned, hoping. She let out a sigh when her hopes were dashed. A single wrapped box lay next to a note. Most women would think it terribly romantic, but every time Drake left her a gift, it somehow cheapened their relationship and reduced it to a business transaction. As if he were paying her for sex, when the very best gift he could give her would be for her to wake up in his arms. She cringed and then sat up, curling her legs up against her chest and wrapping her arms around them, hugging herself as she stared at the offending box. There was little point in putting it off, since Drake would no doubt have her instructions for the day listed in his note. First, she opened the box, dreading what it would reveal. But even she wasn't prepared for the extravagance of this offering. She dropped it as if it had burned her, and she stared aghast at what had to have cost tens of thousands of dollars. It was a sapphire and diamond choker that glittered brilliantly in the light. The stones varied in size, from very large to the smaller ones that encrusted the edges. It was certainly beautiful, but she couldn't ever imagine herself wearing it. Hadn't Drake learned anything about her at all? That expensive gifts were totally unnecessary? Had she not given him enough reassurance that he was all she wanted and needed? Not gifts every single morning. With trembling hands, she opened the note and read his now familiar scrawl. "Good morning, my angel. I hope your knee is feeling much better. I hope you like the choker I chose especially for you. It pales in comparison to your beauty and to your gorgeous blue eyes, but I think it will complement both nicely. Be sure and inform me if you leave the apartment, and also remember that you are never to do so without one of my men." It shouldn't have bothered her. She thought she'd gotten past this last night, when she'd made certain realizations about Drake and his need, and delight, to take care of and protect her. But now, no longer in the fantasy of the moment, it irritated her that he felt the need to curtail her freedom so drastically. For that matter, was it really necessary, the veritable circus act it required, for her to so much as leave the building? You chose this, she reminded herself. She'd been made well aware of Drake's requirements, and she'd willingly signed on, agreeing to those requirements and also knowing the consequences and rewards for her actions. Oh well, it wasn't as though it was for forever, right? Only for as long as... what? Drake got tired of her? Decided he wanted a new trained monkey? The thought made her unhappy, even as she chastised herself for wanting it both ways. To have her cake and eat it too. She had to stop overthinking matters. Live for the moment, for once in her life. Don't think about tomorrow until it arrives. For one glorious span of time in her life, she was going to indulge in what she wanted and put her needs before others, and she refused to spend the entirety of her relationship with Drake feeling guilt for, as he'd stated in the beginning, enjoying the ride. When in her life had she ever given in to impulse, thrown caution to the wind, and plunged recklessly into anything? Oh, that was easy. Never. There were things she'd like to do. Visit her girlfriends, or simply enjoy a day out. But quite frankly, what she needed most was a break from all the testosterone that was always in abundance wherever Drake was, or rather couldn't be at the moment. If she had to spend another day with one of Drake's men hovering over her, she might well scream. Suddenly, a day alone and not leaving Drake's apartment held greater appeal than it had before. She got up and took her time showering, and then she remembered to put the ointment on her knee. It was too late for breakfast, so she was running through her lunch options in her mind. She was tempted to order takeout, even though she had plenty of stuff to whip up something herself in no time. Takeout had always been a luxury for her, one seldom indulged in, and usually only for special occasions. The more she thought about it, the more she craved some really good Chinese or Thai takeout. And why not? She had plenty of cash on her. Drake's minions weren't around to whip out a credit card. But then, should she be saving her money? She couldn't take anything for granted, and if Drake did suddenly get tired of her and dump her, she would need every penny she had to support herself until she found a job and a place to live. Because she knew one thing already. If Drake ended their relationship, there was no way she'd go back to her old apartment, knowing that Drake had paid the rent for 2 years. Shaking off the unpleasant direction in which her thoughts had taken her, she went into the kitchen and then took out her phone to look up nearby places that would deliver to Drake's apartment. After a few frustrating minutes, in which she realized just how unfamiliar she was with this part of the city, she nearly gave up on the idea of ordering takeout. But then an idea hit her. Surely the doorman or the concierge would be able to give her some guidance. Happy that she wouldn't have to give up on her fantasy lunch, now that it had taken root, and she could think of nothing else, she finished dressing and then rode the elevator down to the lobby. When she got off, she looked uneasily around, unsure of where she'd find the concierge. It wasn't as though the other times that she'd been rushed through the lobby, she'd made it a point to check out her surroundings. She was saved when the doorman approached her, a welcoming smile on his face. "Miss Hawthorne, is there anything I can do for you?" "Yes," she said gratefully. "This is going to sound stupid." She flushed, but the doorman merely smiled and gave her a kind look. "I can assure you that nothing you ask will be stupid. Now, how can I be of service?" "Well, can you tell me where to find the concierge? You see, I wanted to order Chinese or maybe even Thai takeout, but I'm not very familiar with this part of the city, and I have no idea who delivers here and who doesn't. Do you think the concierge will be able to help me with that?" The doorman looked horrified. "Of course. But, Miss Hawthorne, in the future you needn't bother calling out yourself. I can give you several menus as well as the delivery service Mr. Donovan most frequently uses."
With or without a menu, all you need to do is call down and let me or the concierge know of your wishes, and we'll take care of it immediately, and we will deliver the food to your apartment personally."
"Oh," she said slowly, realizing that in her ignorance she'd evidently committed a faux pas.
"Do you happen to know what you would like? I know of an excellent restaurant that offers both Chinese and Thai just a few blocks from here. I can arrange to have whatever you like delivered within minutes."
She rattled off an extensive order, including several appetizers and side items, since she intended to sample all of it. The doorman merely nodded, and then explained to Evangeline that she should go back up to the apartment, and that he would bring the food up in 20 minutes or less. "But wait! I need to know how much it cost," she protested, as she began pulling the folded 20s from her pocket. Again the doorman looked horrified, and hastily put out his hand in protest.
"I can't take your money, Miss Hawthorne. Mr. Donovan would be most displeased. I've been instructed to take care of any and all of your requests. He will take care of it, so please don't concern yourself."
Evangeline sighed. Of course. Why hadn't she anticipated this very thing? Still, not wanting to further upset the sweet doorman, she smiled and shoved the money back into her pocket. "Thank you, sir. And please do call me Evangeline. Miss Hawthorne sounds so formal and, well, as I'm sure you can probably tell, I'm hardly the kind of girl who needs to be addressed as Miss anything." The man smiled, seemingly pleased by Evangeline's overture.
"Then you must call me Edward, because sir is certainly not something I'm accustomed to either."
"Edward it is, then," she said, broadening her smile.
"And Evangeline, please do let me know if I can be of service. I wouldn't want Mr. Donovan to ever think I wasn't doing my job properly, and he was quite clear in that you were to be taken care of, and that you were to receive priority service."
"I certainly will, Edward. I wouldn't want Mr. Donovan to think either of us was committing some unpardonable sin," she said with a teasing grin. Edward relaxed, a twinkle in his eyes.
"You are a breath of fresh air, Miss Evangeline. I think you and I will get along quite famously."
"I would like that very much," she said sincerely. "No one can ever have too many friends." He looked taken aback, and then absurdly pleased at the notion that she would consider them friends. But then he likely catered to the extremely wealthy, and was likely unused to any sort of deference or respect. Then she immediately felt guilty for making such a sweeping generalization, as if all wealthy people were rude and snobbish. Drake possessed neither of those qualities, though she did doubt he had gone so far as to learn Edward's first name, much less consider him a friend.
"Now go on back up so that I can see to your food," he said, making a shooing motion with his hands. "I can't have you going hungry on my watch."
So this was the life of a rich and pampered princess, she mused, as she rode the elevator back up to the apartment. It was still disconcerting to her just how quickly her entire life had been upended, and the extreme to which it had changed in such a short time. She supposed other women wouldn't waste time stressing over it and count their blessings. They would likely revel in such a lifestyle and have no problem at all adjusting. However, Evangeline's pride, and the fact that she didn't see what Drake obviously saw when he looked at her, kept her on cautious reserve. But if she wasn't careful, she was going to come across as an ungrateful shrew, and that was the last thing she ever wanted Drake to think of her. Or anyone, for that matter. Her mother had taught her better, and would be greatly disappointed in her were she to discover that Evangeline had ever acted in such a way. As she waited for her delivery to be brought up, her cell phone rang, and it was a different ringtone. Frowning, she picked it up, seeing Drake's name as the incoming caller. He must have set a different ringtone for himself since the last time he'd called her, so she'd know who was calling before ever looking to see. She smiled, thinking it endearing that he'd done such a thoughtful and sweet thing. "Hello?" she said, with eagerness she couldn't contain from flowing from her greeting.
"How is my angel today?" he asked in a gruff voice. "Not overdoing it, are you?"
"I'm fine," she said truthfully. "I barely feel it at all."
There was a short silence, and then, "I'm going to be late again tonight. I'm sorry, but it's unavoidable. I have a late meeting that couldn't be rescheduled. I had hoped to be home in time to take you out for dinner tonight, but I'd rather you not wait on me since I don't know what time I'll be there. If you'd still like to eat out, I'll have one of my men come pick you up and take you wherever you'd like to go. Or if you prefer, you can stay in. It's your call." There was sincere regret in his tone that told her he had intended their evening to go a lot differently, and it bolstered her spirits to know he was disappointed that he wouldn't see her as soon as he'd planned.
"I ordered takeout for lunch, so I doubt I'll feel much like eating later, but if I do, I'll make something here. I think I'd rather stay in," she said quietly.
There was a distinct pause as he seemed to analyze her response. "Is something wrong?" he asked.
"No," she said in a near whisper. "There's nothing wrong at all, Drake. Please don't worry about me when you have business matters to attend to. I'll see you when you get home."
Before allowing him to question her further, and he would have, she ended the phone call, and then turned off the ringer, not wanting to get into her conflicted feelings that even she didn't fully understand, so how could she expect Drake to? A few moments later, she received a text from Drake that she wasn't at all sure what to make of. "Silas will be by for a few minutes to deliver you a bank card and 2 credit cards, all of which are in your name. He will also give you a substantial amount of cash in case you have need of it. Activate all cards, and I expect you to use them for anything you need. And I mean everything, Angel." Now she wondered if the doorman had immediately called Drake to inform him of the fact that she'd tried to pay for her takeout. She winced because she didn't want or need a bank card and 2 credit cards, much less the cash Drake had said that Silas would be bringing over. But again, thoughts of her acting like an ungrateful shrew put a halt to any further lamenting. She could accept them with grace, but it didn't mean she actually had to go crazy and break the bank on an unnecessary shopping trip. She would simply use the cards or the cash when she bought groceries for the nights Drake wanted her to cook. She wandered through the apartment, checking out the rooms she hadn't yet been into. When she walked into what appeared to be Drake's home office, she froze and immediately retreated, feeling as though she were intruding in an off-limits area. There were 4 bedrooms in all, though the only one she'd even been in or seen until now was Drake's. Everywhere she went in the spacious apartment that covered the entire top floor of the building, Drake's presence was imprinted. Even the decor reflected sheer masculinity. There was no frou-frou or stylish elegance, just all male, a strong alpha presence that surrounded her and immersed herself in him even when he wasn't there. It was comforting, and it made her feel secure even in his absence. She realized this was her haven, her sanctuary, a barrier between her and the harsh outside world. The buzz of the intercom sounded, and she hurried over to answer. "Miss Hawthorne? Evangeline," Edward hastily corrected. "Your food has arrived, but another gentleman is here to see you and has offered to bring the food up with him. Is that all right?"
"Is it Silas?" she questioned.
"Yes."
"Then of course send him up, and thank you again, Edward, for your patience and kindness. I appreciate it."
"Any time, Evangeline. If there is anything I can ever do for you, let me know at once." She moved away from the intercom, and then hastily went into the kitchen, not wanting to appear as though she were eagerly awaiting Silas's arrival. Had he been assigned this particular duty, or had he volunteered? She sighed because, did it really matter? A brief longing hit her square in the chest, because ever since she'd moved in with Drake, not one morning had she awakened in his arms. Every morning she woke alone, Drake long gone, with only the prerequisite gift and a note. She'd give every single gift back, just to have one morning when she woke up with his arms snugly around her. And when she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was him. "Evangeline? It's Silas," he called from the foyer.
"In the kitchen,"
she called back. He appeared a moment later, carrying several takeout bags, an amused look on his face. "You planning to feed an army?" She grinned, relaxing.
"I was hungry and everything sounded good, so I decided to order a little bit of everything and sample it all."
He set the bags down and then reached into his pocket, pulling out a wad of bills and 3 plastic cards. "Drake asked me to drop these off for you."
"Yeah,"
she murmured, avoiding looking at the cash and cards he slid across the island. Instead, she ignored them and began opening the bags as the tantalizing aroma arose, making her stomach growl in anticipation.
"Have you eaten yet?"
she asked impulsively. He looked perplexed. "No."
"Well, as you can see, I have more than enough food for one. Would you like to join me for lunch? Or do you have other pressing matters to tend to?"
When he remained silent, looking as though he had no idea what to say to her invitation, she mentally groaned because, damn it, she was forever blurting out stuff, and clearly Silas was a busy man. All Drake's men were, and she didn't want Silas to now feel obligated to eat with her for fear of hurting her feelings.
"It's okay if you have to run," she said hastily. "You certainly won't hurt my feelings. I wouldn't want you to miss something important because you were appeasing me."
"Not at all," he said in a solemn voice. "I happen to love Asian food, so if you don't mind sharing, I'd be honored to have lunch with you." She gave him a delighted smile, and then took 2 plates from the cabinets, along with utensils and serving spoons from the drawer. They took seats on the stools at the island, and she and Silas unpacked all the containers and the bags that held the appetizers. "Ah, a woman after my own heart," Silas said with an exaggerated sigh. "All my favorites. Teriyaki chicken skewers, crab rangoon, egg rolls, and that's only for starters. I can't wait to see what entrees you ordered."
"Pork lo mein, spicy, General Tso's chicken with fried rice, Mongolian beef, kung pao beef, orange chicken, and double pan-fried noodles, spicy of course. Oh, and pad see ew. As you can see, it's not strictly Chinese. There's some Thai dishes mixed in, so we get the best of both worlds."
"I'll take some of everything," Silas said.
Evangeline laughed. "So will I. It's the reason I ordered a bit of everything. When in doubt, go for it all."
"I wholeheartedly agree." They filled their plates to the point of overflowing and then dug in with relish. Silas appeared to enjoy his every bit as much as Evangeline enjoyed hers. It was absolute heaven. It had been months since she'd splurged on her favorite takeout, and she felt decadently indulged, where just weeks before she would have felt enormously guilty over such an extravagance.
"These are the best egg rolls," Evangeline said, nearly moaning with delight. "I don't think I've ever had a better one. I need to have this restaurant on speed dial. I have a feeling I'll be ordering takeout at least once a week."
"You act as though this is a luxury," Silas observed, watching her intently. She ducked her head and flushed, embarrassment tightening her cheeks. "My apologies," Silas said in a quiet voice. "I didn't mean to embarrass you." She shook her head.
"I'm being ridiculously sensitive. But you're right. It is, or rather was, a luxury. One that I couldn't often afford. I work, or rather worked, long hours to make as much money as possible so I could send it home to my parents, who desperately need all the financial support they can get. I kept back only what was absolutely necessary to pay rent, utilities, and groceries. Eating out, even takeout, was an extravagance I simply couldn't afford. I just couldn't justify it when my parents' need is so great. So I bought off-brand groceries and cooked for the most part, because not eating out meant more money I could send to my parents each week. So yes, you could say this is next to heaven, and I plan to stuff myself so full that I'll likely be sick afterward. But at the moment, I just don't care. Silas's expression was thunderous, and his jaw bulged as he clamped it shut. He looked as though he were exerting great effort not to let loose a torrent of obscenities, surprising since he was so well-spoken, and not as rough around the edges as some of Drake's other men. After a moment, when he'd visibly regained control of his composure, the tension eased. "If you're game, then I vote we have a weekly lunch date. I'll bring takeout, whatever you have a taste for that week, and we'll have lunch together. Sound good?" She sent him a dazzling smile, unknowing of the effect it had on the closed-off, hardened man, and the fact that something inside him softened when he thought himself incapable of experiencing such feelings. He'd been dead on when he'd told Evangeline that she was special. In fact, she was one of a kind, and the fact that she had no clue made her all the more genuine. What might his childhood have been like if he'd had someone like Evangeline to shine light into the darkness of his unending despair? "I'd love that," she said, her excitement not at all concealed. "Deal, then," he said. "Just let me know a day when you're free, and Drake doesn't have plans for you, and you intend to stay in for the day. And I'll come over and bring the food." She frowned. "But you can't just drop everything on a whim and come have lunch at the drop of the hat." "Can't I?" he asked, his tone serious. "I set my schedule, and unless Drake has an urgent matter for me to attend to, everything else can be put on hold." Whoa. The more she became acclimated to Drake's world, the more she realized that his men, though claiming to work for Drake, seemed more like partners, brothers in a sense, than subordinates who took orders from the boss. Clearly they set their own schedules, and came and went as they pleased, unless, as Silas had mentioned, Drake had an urgent matter that needed immediate attention. And she didn't want to know what constituted an urgent matter. "Okay, deal." Then she frowned. "Do I have your cell number in my phone? I barely know how to work the damn thing." He reached across the island to pick up her phone. After fiddling with it mere seconds, he leaned over so she could see the screen where her contacts were displayed. "Here's Drake's number," he said, pointing to Drake's name and the number below it. "What are all those other numbers?" she asked, astounded by how many numbers were in her contacts. "After Drake is Maddox." He frowned a moment and punched a series of buttons, taking it from her sight for a brief period, and then extended it out so she could view it once more. "I took the liberty of moving my number directly beneath Drake's. If for any reason you run into trouble, I want you to call me if you can't reach Drake." She lifted an eyebrow but didn't say anything, not wanting to inadvertently offend him. And, well, it was sweet that he seemed to have taken over the role of her secondary protector. "After me there's Maddox, Justice, Thane, Jax, Hartley, Hatcher, Xander, and Jonas. I notice your parents aren't in your contacts, and neither are your girlfriends, so you should probably enter those. I can do it for you if you give me names and numbers." Evangeline wrinkled her brow. "Who is Jonas? I don't think I've met him." Silas smiled. "You will. No doubt there. Drake will make sure that you're well acquainted with all the men assigned to your protection." "Does Xander really have to be in my contacts?" she asked, not even trying to keep the irritation from her voice. Silas surprised her by covering her hand with his and giving it a light squeeze. "Xander isn't the asshole he can appear to be.
Granted, you two didn't get off on the right foot, but he's a good man, and he'd go to the wall for any of us, and now you. There is no way he would ever allow anyone to harm you under his watch. He's rough around the edges, and has the manners of a boor, but you won't find many men more loyal than him. He's not quite sure what to make of you yet, so you have him nervous, and that is not a feeling he likes or is well acquainted with.
I make him nervous? She asked incredulously. He could squash me like a bug with his pinky finger.
Mirth shone in Silas's eyes, momentarily shocking her, because he was always so quiet and solemn. Serious, as though he rarely had reason to laugh or be amused by anything. None of Drake's men know quite what to make of you yet. You're nothing like they've ever encountered before, so they haven't been able to figure you out yet, which doesn't make them happy because they feel at a disadvantage. I think they are intimidated by you. She shook her head in disbelief, and then laughed at the idea of all those badass, not-to-be-fucked-with men being intimidated by her. It was absolutely hysterical, and she couldn't stop laughing. She was wheezing by the time she gained control over her outburst. "You think I'm pulling one over on you," Silas said, his expression serious. "But I'm telling you the absolute truth. For that matter, we're all convinced that Drake hasn't quite figured you out either, and that is pretty damn funny, because he can read people as easily as reading a book. But ever since you walked into his club, he's not been himself at all." Evangeline frowned at that.
I'm not sure how to take that. As in, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Silas smiled as they continued eating, the cell phone resting on the island for the moment. "I've known Drake a long time, Evangeline, and trust me, it's very good. You are good for him. The best thing that's ever happened to him." She froze, taking in the huge impact that statement had on her. Her heart fluttered, and her pulse beat erratically, as happiness seeped all the way into the deepest recesses of her soul. They ate in silence a few more moments, before Silas returned his attention to her phone. "If anything, and I mean anything, should ever happen, if you run into a situation that makes you remotely uncomfortable, or you are hurt, threatened, or injured in any way, you are to immediately call Drake first. If you can't reach him, then you call me. I have my phone on me 24/7, so it's doubtful you won't be able to reach me. But in the unlikely event that you don't get me, then you go down the line in order and call every single one of Drake's men until you get one of them. You do not want to have to answer to Drake if shit goes down and you don't call anyone. So I want your promise, Evangeline. No matter what, no matter how small or unimportant you think it is, you are to pick up the phone and start calling, yeah?" Her eyes widened, but she swallowed her mouthful of food and then replied, "Yes, I got it. And yes, I promise." "Good. Now, do you need help putting in your other contacts?" She wrinkled her nose.
At the risk of sounding like a ditzy stereotypical blonde, I'm completely tech illiterate, so yes, please, if you don't mind, would you enter my parents' number and then my girlfriend's? There are only 5 numbers to enter, so it won't take much of your time.
"I don't have anywhere to be, Evangeline, so stop apologizing with your expression and worrying that you're taking up too much of my time."
"Thanks,"
she said warmly.
"I really like you, Silas. You've been nothing but sweet and kind to me. You have no idea how much it meant both times you came to my rescue."
He looked as though she'd just accused him of being an axe murderer, judging by the look on his face. He nearly choked as he stared at her in stupefaction. "For God's sake," he muttered. I am neither sweet nor kind, and no one has ever said or thought so. I'm not a good man, Evangeline. I won't lie to you. You seem to have a misguided opinion of me. You are far too trusting. It's a good way to get yourself hurt or killed. He shook his head. No, I'm not a good man at all, but you have nothing to fear from me. I swear it on my life. Even if you weren't Drake's woman, you would have my unconditional protection, which is why I want me to be the second person you call if you can't reach Drake and you're in trouble or need help.
And you're wrong, Silas, she said stubbornly. I don't know what kind of bullshit you've been subjected to, or who made you feel like you were somehow less, but whoever it was is a worthless piece of shit. And if I ever find out who made you feel this way about yourself, I'll kick their ass, and then I'll have Xander finish the job, since he'd probably enjoy that kind of thing.
Silas looked shocked and bewildered, a host of what could only be called what the fuck expressions. But then to her surprise, he threw back his head and laughed. A full-throated, genuine laugh of amusement, something she hadn't imagined him capable of. She stared in wonder at how his laughter, such a beautiful sound, completely transformed him from a quiet, polished, restrained, well-mannered man with more shadows in his eyes than true color, to someone who looked years younger. The lines and grooves on his face and forehead simply disappeared, and his eyes sparkled with genuine laughter. All she could do was stare in fascination, unable to look away from the breathtaking transformation occurring right in front of her. "You are a priceless treasure, Evangeline," he said, his eyes still gleaming with amusement. "And I pity the fool whoever tries to mess with someone you care about. You may look like a kitten and an innocent angel, but underneath you're a ferocious lioness with deadly teeth and claws." Still chuckling, he reached for her phone. "Give me the names and numbers of the contacts you want me to enter before you start planning assault, and God only knows what else, and then Drake and I will have to bail you out of jail." She grinned, absurdly pleased with herself for being able to draw Silas out of his shell. And, well, she hadn't lied. She liked Silas. There was something about him that reminded her of Drake. And she strongly suspected that Silas had endured a very hard life, dating back to his childhood, and her heart ached for the boy he'd once been. Affection, someone standing up for him, someone liking him, seemed such alien concepts to him, as though he'd never experienced any of it. And that pissed her off. She gave him her parents' names and number first, and then provided him with Steph's, Lana's, and Nikki's cell numbers, as well as the landline number in their apartment. "That all?" Silas asked when she fell silent. She nodded, a little self-conscious.
"I don't know many people in the city, and Steph, Lana, and Nikki are my only friends. I didn't exactly have much time to get out and meet people or make other friends, because I worked as many hours as I could." She wished she'd just kept her big mouth shut, because the smile was gone from both Silas's eyes and his mouth. His lips tightened, and he looked pissed. But to her surprise, he didn't voice his obvious displeasure, and instead reached across the island and took both her hands in his, squeezing them gently. "Well, now you have us. All of us. Warts and all. You belong to Drake, yes, but you also now belong to us all. Drake is the closest thing to a brother I've ever had, as are the others. And because you are his woman, our loyalty, protection, and friendship now extend to you as well. You have friends now, Evangeline. Don't ever think otherwise. Which is why I expect you to call on me if you have need of anything. If there is ever something I can do for you, it would upset me greatly if you didn't feel as though you could reach out to me." Do not make me cry, she said with mock ferocity. Me crying is not a pretty sight. Some women have perfected the art of a tear or two and a delicate feminine sniffle. I'm an ugly crier. My face gets all red, my eyes swell up, and my nose runs like a faucet. Trust me, you do not want to see that. Silas didn't respond to her attempt at light-hearted humor in kind. His expression grew somber, and sadness chased across his eyes, gone almost before she even registered it. I would hate for you to ever have reason to cry, he said in a pained voice. You deserve to be happy, Evangeline, and I hope to hell Drake moves heaven and earth to make you so. Because if he doesn't, he's a damn fool. 25. It was late in the evening, and even though Drake had clearly told her he didn't know when he'd be home, she hadn't expected him to be this late. At 9, she curled up on the couch, completely nude, because she wanted to wait up for him, no matter how late he came home. And though he hadn't given her any instructions on how to be when he arrived, or even that she was to wait up on him, she wanted him to come home to her. For him to know he mattered, that his needs mattered, and that she wanted to please him. Wanted to see the warm approval in his eyes that she'd grown to crave so much that at times it frightened her. She wasn't aware of what time she drifted off, only that when she sleepily opened her eyes, Drake was standing in front of the couch, his gaze burning over her naked skin. She immediately smiled, though she was still blinking away the vestiges of sleep from her eyes, and his face softened as he leaned down to kiss her long and so very sweet. You didn't have to wait up on me, Angel, but I'm very glad you did. I would never not wait up on you, Drake, she said in a serious voice. I wanted you to come home and for the first thing that you saw to be me, waiting for you. I'm only sorry I fell asleep. He put a finger to her lips. Shh, my darling. It's nearly 11. There is no need to apologize for falling asleep. I didn't call this time because I worried I would wake you. She pushed herself upward, instead of remaining sprawled indelicately on the couch. How was your day? It sounded as though you were busy and you looked tired, Drake. You don't get enough rest. He smiled. My angel worries about me and wants to take care of me. No one has ever taken care of me, or wanted to, for that matter. His smile was faint, followed by a brief shadow of pain and need. No matter that this man enjoyed taking care of her. It was obvious that he too needed that same care, whether or not he would ever admit to something he'd likely construe as a shortcoming in himself. He would just have to get over it, because she had no intention of taking without reciprocating in any way she could. His happiness had become important to her, and she couldn't even pinpoint when it had become so. But just as he pampered her, cherished her, and lavished his loving care upon her, she would return the favor in full measure. She frowned. You have someone now who wants to and will take care of you in every way I can. I want to make you happy, Drake, and not just because I cede power to you and submit to you. I intend to make you feel as loved as you make me feel. He looked shaken by her straightforward statement, as if he had never come across such a situation before, and wasn't at all certain how to react. But his eyes said it all. They glowed with warm pleasure and contentment. He looked at her like she was the most precious thing in the world. His world. He extended his hand to help her from the couch and pulled her up against him, so she was molded to his body. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her lingeringly, taking his time and tasting every inch of her mouth,
inside and out. "I have something for you," he said in a husky, passion-laced voice. The warm glow that had surrounded her, drowning her in the silent exchange between them and the look of wonder in his eyes, evaporated instantly. Dread and disappointment replaced her excitement over his coming home, and she immediately tensed. He frowned at her reaction, but didn't respond. Instead, he pulled a small box from his pocket and placed it into her hand. "Open it," he said. Her fingers were trembling, something he might construe as excitement or anticipation, but it was neither. She didn't want to open the damn box. It somehow cheapened what she considered a deep emotional bond, established with the few words they'd exchanged, and turned the entire evening into something else entirely. She didn't want to see what was inside. All she wanted was him, for him to take her to bed, so she could do exactly as she'd vowed and for once take care of him after a long day of work. Was that so hard for him to understand? Had no one ever wanted him, the man, Drake Donovan? And not what he possessed and the cavalier way he tossed trinkets her way on a daily basis? But she dutifully opened the box and discovered a necklace to match the huge earrings he'd given her already. The very thing she'd predicted, though at the time it had been a sarcastic thought. She hadn't really thought he'd go that far. But she should have known better. She gasped when she caught a full view of the diamond necklace. It was huge, bigger than both earrings put together. It was a teardrop diamond pendant the size of his thumb. Something inside her snapped, and she lashed out, her disappointment too keen to hide. "This has to stop, Drake. Enough! Every day you give me some outrageously expensive gift, and today this makes the second. I don't want your gifts. I want you. Can't you understand that? Don't you know me better than that by now?" Tears gathered in her eyes, and she was shaking with anger and disappointment. "I don't want them," she raged. "I don't even know what to do with the first couple you bought me. What on earth am I supposed to do with the rest?" Drake's expression turned to one of fury, but she was too angry to recognize the line she'd just crossed. He swore violently and colorfully, turning away for a long moment, his back to her, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. Then he whirled back around, his eyes nearly black with rage. "Why the hell do you have to make such a big fucking deal out of everything I give you?" he snapped. "It's not just the jewelry. You looked like you were on your way to death row when I bought you clothing. You've objected at every turn when I buy you anything, and you damn well knew the rules going in, so you can't plead ignorance. Do you even consider how that makes me feel? It's not just a rejection of a physical object. It's a rejection of me, and my desire to spoil and pamper you, and make you feel like the very special woman you are." She went soft to her very soul, and she'd never felt more ashamed of herself than in this moment. Oh, God. She'd never even considered that he would consider it a rejection of him when all she wanted was him. Not diamonds, jewels, expensive clothing, credit cards, and unlimited funds. She'd made a complete and utter mess of this, all because she'd let her insecurities get the better of her and couldn't fathom why Drake had chosen her. He called her special, but she wasn't. Except he thought she was, and she didn't believe him, which meant she'd shown him the utmost disrespect by not having faith in him. She was clearly telling him that she didn't trust him, when nothing could be further from the truth. She went to him immediately, closing the distance between them and wrapping herself around his huge body, ignoring his rigidity and the fact that he didn't return her embrace. "Oh, Drake, I'm so very sorry," she said, her heart breaking into jagged, painful pieces that left her utterly bereft over hurting him.
I never meant to make you feel that way. You just don't understand how hard it is for a girl like me."
She broke off and closed her eyes, but not before Drake saw the fleeting hint of despair, shining like a beacon. Despite Drake's anger, he cupped her chin, caressing her cheek with his thumb, because something else was going on here, and he'd jumped to what appeared to be very errant conclusions. "Angel, open your eyes and look at me," he said in a firm voice. When she finally complied, he saw the tears that threatened to fall from her glossy eyes. "What the hell do you mean I don't understand how hard it is for a girl like you? What kind of girl are you referring to?" She flushed and would have closed her eyes again, but he gave a warning tap to her cheek with his thumb, commanding her attention.
"I've never had anything," she said in a low tone, "except my parents' love, my friends' love, their support. I've worked for everything else I've ever had, and granted it's not much, but it's mine. It was earned, and I take a certain amount of pride in that. A girl like me has to work for what she gets, because there aren't a lot of men out there lining up for a boring, quiet, mousy girl who doesn't need or want things. I just feel like you give me so much, and I give you nothing in return."
She was becoming perilously close to those tears falling, and he could feel her distress radiating from her in waves.
"The gifts are beautiful, very precious to me. I love each and every one of them. I'm scared to death to wear the jewelry because what if I lose it? At the same time, every gift is a reminder of how much you give to me and how little I give you in return."
Now she was openly crying, tears sliding silently down her cheeks and colliding with his thumbs.
"All I've ever had to sustain me before was my sense of self-worth," she said in a choked, emotion-filled voice. "You can't put a price tag on self-worth. And right now, I don't feel worth much at all, and I hate that feeling. It's a helpless feeling. And God, there's nothing worse than being helpless. You have so much pride, Drake. Surely you understand what I'm trying to say?"
She was coming far too close to begging for his liking. The desperation in her voice seared him to the depths of his soul. Her impassioned outburst struck a chord deep within him. He marveled at the fact that in all the relationships, or rather short acquaintances he'd entertained, never once had a woman taken issue with anything he chose to give her. In fact, there were many times the woman pouted ever so prettily that the earrings were beautiful, but without a necklace to complement them, the look just wasn't as breathtaking. Never had he had a woman stand before him and speak of the one thing he was very well acquainted with: pride, self-worth, of not accepting anything from anyone and earning every damn thing he possessed. And yet he'd reduced her to that by showering lavish gifts on her, as though he could buy her affection, her smile, her happiness, when in fact, when he thought back on it, the brightest smiles he could remember seeing were when she saw him after a long day at work. How happy she seemed to be when he chose to stay in and allowed her to cook on the rare occasions they didn't go out. Nothing he had bought her had come close to the kind of joy and contentment he'd seen in her eyes and on her face that simply being with him seemed to give her. Was she for real? It utterly bewildered him, and for the first time in his life, he had no idea how to handle a woman. This woman. And it made him feel helpless, like a first-class fuck-up. "You're wrong when you say you have nothing to give me," he said gruffly, still grappling with revelations still swirling in his mind. "But I do understand, Angel. I understand only all too well." Suddenly the distance between them was too much. Not just the physical distance, but the emotional distance as well. He'd made so many mistakes with her. And even knowing she wasn't like any other woman he'd ever met, he'd still treated her the same, lavishing expensive gifts on her, instead of providing the things that really mattered to her. Even knowing the priceless treasure he possessed, and that she was unique and rare, he hadn't made the effort to truly learn her. He held out his arms, holding his breath, and hoping she didn't refuse him. "Come here, Angel. I refuse to have this conversation when you look tired on your feet, and all I want to do is hold you." He exhaled a long sigh of relief when, after only a slight hesitation, she walked into his arms. He wrapped them around her, and for a long moment he simply held her, closing his eyes as he buried his face in her sweet-smelling hair. Then he maneuvered her to the sofa and sat, pulling her down into his lap, once more wrapping his arms tightly around her. Her slight frame nestled perfectly against his, as if she'd been made for him and only him. Two pieces of a puzzle. So fucking perfect. Soft, warm, so loving and generous. She was a shining light in the darkest recesses of his tarnished soul. A welcome home gift. Treasure. Every time he walked through his door. First, I want to address the issue of equality, and what you can contribute to make you feel as though you give me something in return for what I give you. Though, babe, if all you ever gave me were you, I'd spend the rest of my life trying to catch up, because nothing, and I mean nothing I give you, will ever be more precious than you giving yourself to me. You can't put a price tag on something that is priceless and worth more than all the money in the world. He felt her smile against his chest, and he caressed the length of her hair, resting his chin atop her head, marveling at the contentment he felt over such a simple act. You're an excellent cook, and you said yourself you love cooking. At first, I didn't like the idea of you cooking for me when I came home because, as I told you that very first night, I never meant for you to be a domestic slave. She leaned away from his chest so she could look at him, mischief in her eyes. Just a sex slave, she teased. He relaxed, relief surging through his veins, because she was no longer tense, nor did she seem angry. He smacked her playfully on the behind, but left his palm there, cupping the soft plumpness of her ass. Damn right, he said, with no remorse whatsoever. But I took something away from you that I shouldn't have. I made you feel as though you contributed nothing to our relationship. You enjoyed cooking for me, and you were happy that I loved your meal. Hell, I even loved those fucking cupcakes. And you had every single one of my men eating out of your hand, so they'd get one too. If someone had told me a month ago that the men who work for me would eagerly be lining up for a cupcake made by an angel, I would have laughed myself stupid. She blushed, but her eyes were shining in delight. The corners of her mouth tilted upward into that delectable, quirky half-smile that was so characteristic of her. Some might consider it a fault, but Drake found it endearing. Even now, he paused to drop his head and nibble at the corner of her mouth, running his tongue over that delicious little quirk. She shivered against him in response, and his entire body tightened. So fucking responsive. He'd thought it, said it, too many times to count since she'd barged into his life, or, if he was honest, since he'd dragged her into his life. She lit up for him. Him. Only him. Hell, she'd been around his men, his brothers, all men most bitches couldn't keep their hands off of. And yet Evangeline smiled at them, was affectionate with them all, much to their disgruntlement and bewilderment. But in no way could her actions or responses ever be construed as sensual. She wasn't a flirt. She was too damn honest, not to mention too innocent, to even know how. If she liked you, she was nice to you, and she let you know she liked you. It was as simple as that. And apparently she'd decided that she liked all his brothers. Men would die to have a woman go up in flames the instant they looked at her in a certain way, or touched her, kissed her, whispered the right words. He had such a woman right here on his lap and in his arms, in his bed every night, offering her complete submission, as sweetly as a woman ever had, and if he wasn't careful, he was going to fuck up and lose her. He nearly shook his head. Compromise. Not a word in his vocabulary. But when it came to Evangeline, he was fast learning new words, and most certainly their definition. "I love your cooking," he said. "Best fucking meals I've eaten in my life." And they were. He might do a lot to keep a woman like Evangeline, but he wasn't a liar. Not even to make her feel better or to appease her would he lie. She valued self-worth most of all. How hollow would that self-worth be if it was built on lies he'd told her? Her eyes glowed with pleasure. Her entire face lit up with radiance to rival the sun, her cheeks growing rosier by the second. She looked at him as if he'd just saved her from a burning building for fuck's sake. It didn't take much to please this woman at all, and here he'd been throwing tens of thousands of dollars at her, when apparently all she truly wanted was him. He couldn't comprehend it, but the proof was here, looking him in the eyes. She wanted Drake Donovan the man, not the wealth, power, status, or prestige of being on his arm and under his protection. His money appalled her. The gifts he gave horrified her. Silas had informed him that she was less than thrilled to accept the cash and credit cards he'd sent over. She'd been more excited over the fucking Chinese takeout than over a credit card with no spending limit. And he'd bet his entire fortune that she hadn't even touched the cash, much less counted it. How did you keep a woman like his angel happy when she didn't appear to want anything? She only wants you. And that he could give her. If that was all it took to make her happy, to keep her happy, and to make damn sure she never walked out on him, then he'd give her exactly what she wanted. Once a week, same day unless it can't be avoided, you cook for me. I'll arrange my schedule so that I'm home no later than 6. And when I say unless it can't be avoided, Angel, I mean that nothing short of death will keep me from being here. Now that's all I can promise, he said in a serious voice. You are my single most important responsibility. You gave me your trust, and with that trust, you gave me yourself, and you placed your faith in me that I'll keep you happy. I take my responsibilities very seriously, and therefore I'm going to continue to spoil the hell out of you. You will not lift a finger except those nights you cook for me, and you will not be washing the fucking dishes afterward. That's what I pay a cleaning lady for. And what you can do for me is accept whatever I choose to give you, and know that I give it not to take away your sense of self-worth, or sharpen the divide between our net worths, but because it makes me happy. And what will make me even happier is if, as I told you the night I took you home with me, for the first time, you think of creative ways of expressing your gratitude. Not be thinking of ways to pay me back, and certainly not dwell on not being able to pay me back, because that will seriously piss me the fuck off. She surprised him by throwing her arms around his neck and hugging him tightly. She buried her face in his throat, and the soft whisper of her exhalations blew over his skin, setting fire to his every nerve ending.
"I'm sorry,"
she said in an emotional voice that was muffled by his throat. He pried her away from him and glanced sharply down at her. "For fuck's sake, what the hell are you sorry for?" He knew his exasperation was showing, but hell, she was the single most infuriating, complex woman he'd ever known.
I've been an ungrateful bitch," she said painfully, "and selfish. I never even considered your feelings. I was too wrapped up in my own insecurities, and every time another gift showed up, my panic increased. You're right. About all of it, and I'm so very sorry, Drake."
She lifted her hand to his jaw and caressed his cheek, the sensation like velvet, the contrast between her baby-soft skin and his much harder, life-roughened features, heady and addictive. "And," she added in a husky whisper, "you can be assured I will be very creative in my expressions of gratitude." He pressed a finger to her lips and sent her a look of reprimand. "You will not speak of yourself that way. Ever. I shouldn't even be having this conversation with you, considering Silas had the exact same conversation verbatim with you. And if you don't think I'll allow him to turn you over his knee and spank that pretty ass, if you say that kind of fucked up shit about yourself again, then you couldn't be more wrong." Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open.
"He wasn't teasing me?"
she squeaked. "Does Silas strike you as the type of man to tease?" Drake asked dryly. "Point taken," she muttered. Then she glanced up at him, a gleam in her eyes that made him go instantly hard. "What is that look for?" he asked suspiciously. "Well, I did promise to be creative in the way I expressed my gratitude," she said solemnly, though the too innocent expression on her face told him she was anything but solemn. "Oh, you did now, did you? Just how creative are you, Angel?" She flashed a shy smile and peeked up at him from beneath her lashes. Then she reached up and twined her arms around his neck, having to stand on tiptoe to elevate her diminutive height. She looked adorably shy, and color rose in her cheeks. "I don't want to disappoint you, Drake. Ever. And you know I have no experience except with you." He was inordinately pleased with her assertion that he was her only experience, and that no reference at all was made to her shithead ex. He wasn't so pleased with her statement of not wanting to disappoint him, but he didn't interrupt her, because she was obviously struggling with what she wanted to say. "What I would like is for you to teach me how to please you. Only you. You said the other night was for you, but in reality, it was all about me. Tonight," she sucked in another breath, "tonight, I want it to truly be all about you. I want you to have absolute control and show me how to pleasure you in any way you want. I want you to make me do whatever it is you want me to do to you, for you. And I don't want you to hold back for fear of hurting or scaring me." She paused for a moment as she stared into his eyes, as if gauging his reaction. "I want you. Just you. Nothing else. Just you, your control, your dominance, the man you are, the man I know you to be. I'm not trying to change the rules, I swear. I don't want control tonight. I only want for you to be selfish for once and to take what you need from me, however you want it, need it, like it. I just wish I knew enough not to have to ask you how to give you all I want to give you." She finished in a whisper, a thread of regret in her voice. He was shaken. He, a man who was unshakable. But her sincere plea cut to the very core and uncovered parts of his heart that had long ago been shut off, never to be opened or to bleed again. For anyone. He framed her beautiful face in his hands, cradling it gently as he stared down into her eyes, losing all sense of himself. "I'm glad you don't have the experience to know all there is to know about pleasing me," he said in a savage tone. "There is nothing more beautiful than a woman asking her man to guide her and teach her how to pleasure him. You make me feel like I'm the only man who's ever even entered your world, Angel. You can't imagine how that feels." She smiled, her eyes glowing warmly. "Then you'll do it? You'll take me the way you want to take me tonight? Rough, hard, long, sweet. It doesn't matter, Drake. Because pleasing you, bringing you pleasure, gives me the same and so much more. So very much more." Dear God, what she was doing to him in such a short time. He was in way over his fucking head, and he damn well knew it. He was helpless to keep his defenses rigid and erect around her, and God help him, but he didn't want to. For the first time in his life, he wanted to let someone in. He just prayed that when that happened, and she saw the monster he truly was, that he wouldn't lose the precious gift staring at him as though he were her entire world. He looked at her sweet smile, going over every single word, gift she'd given him. Did she know how dark his desires ran? Did she fully understand the things that aroused him sexually? Somehow, he didn't think so. In her innocence, how could she? He had no doubt that she was utterly sincere, and here in this moment, she would give him anything he wanted, would do for him anything he wanted. But would she understand? Or would she see his dark fantasies as a betrayal of his promise to protect her and always take care of her? "Be very sure of what you are offering me, Angel," he said, his tone low and serious. "I'm sure," she said with no hesitation. "Then I want you to remember something, the most important thing of all, when I take what I want from you tonight. You gave me your trust, and you will need to not only remember that, but to believe in that trust. And in me." She didn't look or appear frightened. There was a spark of curiosity, and a delicate shiver stole over her body, as though she were imagining what he was thinking, what he wanted, would demand of her tonight. He pulled her in closer to his body, until nothing separated them, and his arms were wrapped around her satiny, naked skin. He allowed his hands to roam down her back, cupping her buttocks, and then squeezing. "Do you trust me?" he asked, allowing her one last out. "Enough not to question anything I ask of you tonight? To follow and heed my instructions, regardless of what they may be?" She leaned her head back, determination and resolve firm in those beautiful eyes. She looped her arms loosely around his neck, but never once did she break free of his gaze. "My gift to you is me," she said, in a sweet, soul-stirring voice that was a caress all in its own. "I am yours, Drake. I know you'll never hurt me. I can't promise not to ever be afraid at any point tonight. But you need to know that my fear is not of you. Never of you. If I fear anything at all, it will be the unknown. But most of all, my greatest fear will be of letting you down." "Then go and prepare for me," he said in a husky voice. take a long bath and soak for a while. There is no hurry, as it will take me a little time to make the proper arrangements for a night my angel has promised is all mine. My fantasy. My pleasure. And know, Evangeline, that you will be repaid in full measure for the gift you are offering me tonight. I, too, plan to come up with very creative ways of expressing my gratitude. He trailed a finger down her silken cheek as their gazes remained locked. When you are finished bathing, dry yourself and your hair, and then go lie down on the bed. Don't pull the covers and sheets back. I want you to lie in the middle, your hair spread across the pillows, thighs parted, hands above your head with your fingers wrapped around the slats of the headboard. She smiled, then sighed, and shook her head ruefully. And yet again, a night that is supposed to be solely about you sounds an awful lot like I'm the one being a pampered, spoiled princess. He regarded her solemnly. Have no doubt, Angel. You are my pampered princess. But tonight, I intend only to watch, and this is very much for me. Just remember your promise to trust me, and know that I will never allow you to come to harm, and my night will be fucking perfect. 26. As Evangeline languidly soaked in the tub, she pondered the oddity of Drake's last words to her before he'd ushered her into the bedroom and then disappeared, leaving her to heed his instructions. They seemed to be in direct contradiction, and try as she might, she couldn't come up with a scenario in which, as he'd said, tonight he'd only watch, but had followed it with a solemn vow that he would never allow her to come to harm. The two statements seemed incongruous. Granted, she didn't have much experience with sex, much less kinky, dominant sex or fetishes. She wasn't even sure what they were called, or even the differences between a kink and a fetish, or if there even was one. Well, she wasn't going to ruin what promised to be an exciting night by overanalyzing Drake's cryptic words. She was more focused on his reaction to her impassioned statement about wanting to please him, wanting him to teach her to please him, and that she wanted to give back at least a small part of all he'd given to her. That had pleased him immensely. There was no mistaking the wonderment and surprise and, yes, even delight over her sincerity. And he'd admitted what she'd already reasoned out on her own, that he had never had anyone who cared for him, who took care of him and placed his needs above their own. Had anyone ever loved him, or at least cared deeply for him? Or were the majority of the people in his life manipulative users out to milk him for every cent they could extort? And what of his family? He'd never spoken of them, and he seemed bemused by her close relationship with her parents. In fact, she strongly suspected that he'd felt anger toward them, and the fact that she'd given up so much to support them until he'd witnessed firsthand their love and concern for her. He'd even spoken to them himself, and after that, she'd never seen that fleeting hint of suppressed anger when she spoke of her family. "Oh, Drake," she whispered, her heart aching. "How lonely it must have been to live in a world where no one cared about you. How awful must it be for your worth to be measured by money and social status. Has anyone ever seen the real Drake Donovan? Has no one ever loved the real Drake Donovan?" If it was the last thing she did, she was going to prove to him that his money didn't mean a damn to her. For that matter, she wished he had none at all, because then he would never harbor any doubt as to her reasons for being with him. She would want to be with him, want desperately to submit to him and please him, even if he didn't have 1 cent to his name. But would he ever truly believe that? Or would some small part of him, deep down, buried under years of cynicism, always be there whispering insidiously in the back of his mind, telling him she was no different from all the others? She idly looked over at the clock on the counter by the sink, and realized a full 30 minutes had passed while she contemplated the puzzle that was Drake Donovan. He'd told her to take her time, but he hadn't been specific. She had been specific in that this night belonged to him, and the last thing she wanted was to keep him waiting, and she still had to dry her hair and position herself accordingly on the bed. Pushing away all the senseless questions and speculation that had occupied her time in the tub, she rose, water rushing down her body. She stepped out and first wrapped a towel around her head, and then took another to dry her body. After swabbing as much moisture from her hair as she could with the towel, she sat on the vanity stool and began combing out the long tresses. She sectioned off pieces of her hair and pulled a brush down the length, following it with a blow dryer. She wanted to look beautiful, and her hair, when freshly washed, blow-dried, and brushed out, was one of her best features. She brushed until it shone and was extremely soft, giving her a wind-blown look that framed her face and tumbled down her back in layers. After giving herself one last pat down with the towel to ensure her entire body was no longer damp, she walked back into the bedroom, relieved that Drake hadn't made his appearance yet. She crawled on top of the mattress, and with a sigh settled in the middle, her head nestled into the mound of pillows. Then she remembered his other directives. She parted her thighs so that just a hint of the lips of her vagina were visible, and then she reached upward to grasp the slats of the headboard. Even though she was in no way bound, the feeling of being subdued, captive, a prisoner awaiting what would happen next, sent delicious waves of pleasure coursing through her body. Her nipples puckered into tight, hard knots, and she could feel the dampness between her legs as her clit pulsed and ached, begging for attention. "I intend only to watch." Again his words floated through her memory, sending a fresh wave of curiosity and confusion through her veins. If he hadn't instructed her to put her hands above her head and hold onto the headboard, she would have assumed he wanted to watch as she masturbated. And while the first time he'd instructed her to touch herself when they were going to have anal sex had made her self-conscious, she was beyond that now, and was only eager to do his bidding if it pleased him to watch her pleasure herself. She languidly turned her head when the bedroom door opened and smiled when Drake appeared in the doorway. But her smile froze when she saw he wasn't alone. Behind him walked in an extremely handsome, well-dressed man she judged to be around Drake's age. Panic scuttled up her spine, and some of what she felt must have shown on her face, because Drake motioned for the man to stay back as Drake approached the bed. It was then she saw the rope Drake carried. He sat on the edge of the bed and slid one hand leisurely down her body, his smile warm and reassuring, but his eyes glittered with need. "Trust me," he whispered. And at those two words and the tenderness in his expression, her trepidation dissolved in an instant. "Oh, I trust you," she whispered, injecting all the warmth and emotion she felt into her smile. He took one of her hands and looped the rope around her wrist, securely binding it to the slat she'd held moments earlier. Then he did the same with the other until both hands were tied, rendering her helpless to shield her nudity from the stranger standing a short distance away. Then Drake leaned over and pressed his lips to her forehead. "I will never hurt you, Angel, nor would I ever allow another to hurt you. My wish for tonight is to watch another man pleasure you. He is well aware of my boundaries and what I will and won't allow." She licked her lips nervously and surprisingly, her initial fear dissipated, replaced by a warm hum of arousal. It was like tasting forbidden fruit. It felt decadently naughty for another man to pleasure her, have sex with her, at Drake's command. And then another thought took hold, and guilt surged rawly through her veins. Her worried gaze found Drake's, and she stared helplessly at him, so many questions swirling in her mind. Of all the scenarios she'd imagined, this hadn't been one of them. Drake was so forbiddingly possessive. She couldn't wrap her mind around him being willing to share his possession with another man. Drake's gaze softened as he stroked and caressed her breasts, cupping and palming them, thumbing her nipples to hardened peaks. "You do not betray me, my darling angel. I won't have you thinking it, nor will I allow you to refuse yourself to feel pleasure, because I am not the one providing it." Her brow furrowed in genuine puzzlement, but evidently Drake considered the matter concluded. He stood and turned, speaking in a formal tone to the man behind him. "Her name is Evangeline, and she is mine. She is a priceless treasure, and I expect you to treat her as such. You will initiate her with gentleness and care until she is comfortable with your presence and touch. Then, and only then, can you exert your will, my will, as I've outlined to you." Then he turned back to Evangeline. "Angel, this is Manuel, a man I consider a friend and someone I trust. He will pleasure you, and I expect you to heed his commands as they are mine. Tonight, I watch as another man pleasures and fucks what is mine." She shivered at the coarse, descriptive language Drake used, but then he'd likely purposely used it, because he well knew her reaction when he had used it before. And then Drake stepped away and walked to the chair diagonal to the bed, where he would be afforded a prime view of her having sex with another man. She was confused, curious, conflicted, and wildly excited, all at the same time. Her breaths came in rapid, short bursts, and she could feel the heat of her flushed skin. Manuel walked to the bed as Drake had done, and stood staring down at her, raw arousal glittering brightly in his brilliant blue eyes. "I am honored," he said huskily. "Never before have I seen such a beautiful sight than an angel spread out before me, bound to the bed, her hair scattered across the pillows like silk." Oh, this man was good. Sheer seduction with only words. "Touch her," Drake said. "Caress every inch of her beautiful skin." Manuel slid one knee onto the bed and placed his palm over her belly, and she instantly jumped as 1,000 tiny chill bumps erupted over her body. "I won't hurt you," Manuel said softly. "I know," she said just as softly. "Drake would never let you." Manuel smiled. "Drake is a lucky bastard. Your trust in him is a gift most men can only dream of." Her gaze skittered to Drake to see approval glistening in his eyes. He was leaned back in the chair, looking relaxed and at ease. Any worries she had about angering him over her sexual response to the man he had chosen evaporated. He looked pleased, as though he had great pride in her. And if this pleased him, if this was what he wanted, then she would give it to him unreservedly. As if sensing her thoughts, his gaze burned into hers, approval still bright in his eyes. "Your pleasure pleases me, Angel. Never forget that. You wanted to give me whatever I wanted tonight, and what I want most is to watch while another man temporarily owns you. Whenever you are comfortable enough with Manuel, then he will take over, and I will become a passive observer. But never think for a moment that this isn't something I will enjoy greatly. There is something decidedly erotic about seeing my woman tied to my bed, fucked and dominated by another man. She moaned as Manuel's hands traveled the same path as Drake's had just moments before over her breasts. His touch was different. Were she blindfolded, she'd know the difference all the same. You may kiss her, lick her, use your mouth on her anywhere except her lips, Drake said to Manuel. Her mouth is mine and mine alone, and that sweetness will never be tasted by any man but me. I'll console myself by tasting that sweet pussy, Manuel said. I assure you, that will be no hardship whatsoever. And those nipples, he murmured, even as his head descended toward her breasts. Her gaze found Drake's once more, as she arched upward when Manuel's mouth closed around one turgid point, and she sighed as he suckled gently, tonguing the tip, and then administering a light nip. To her keen disappointment, Manuel lifted his head and rose from the bed. But then she realized he was undressing, and her pulse sped up. She looked at Drake instead of Manuel, as he deftly removed the last of his clothing. Look at him, Angel, Drake commanded. Look at the man who's going to fuck you long and hard. She swallowed and shifted her gaze, her eyes widening at the beautiful male physique standing next to the bed. His hand curled around his burgeoning erection, and he pulled back and forth, swelling and stiffening to complete hardness until it strained upward toward his navel. Lift her bound hands over her head and turn her so she lies crossways on the bed, her legs over the side so you can taste and fuck her pussy. She likes it hard and rough, Manuel, but I expect you to take care and work her up to the point where she can accept you and is ready to fully take you. Unfamiliar but not unpleasant hands did as Drake instructed, and Manuel positioned and then stood between her spread legs, his eyes gleaming appreciatively as he stared down at her. He lowered himself to his knees and parted the lips of her pussy and began to softly nuzzle over the sensitive flesh. Lust surged and her hips arched. Her arms lifted, though her hands were bound, and suddenly she felt very familiar hands close around her wrists and yank them roughly back down to the mattress, holding them firmly in place. The dual sensation of one man between her legs and Drake holding her down from the top so she couldn't move made her squirm restlessly, a moan escaping her lips. Drake's head lowered, and he kissed her lips upside down. Let him pleasure you, Angel, while I watch him take what is mine. Manuel licked, sucked, and tormented her, taking his time devouring her pussy. The pleasure was overwhelming, but her focus wasn't on Manuel. She didn't glance down at his dark head between her legs. She locked her gaze with Drake and curled her fingers around his hands, watching his reaction to this man, this stranger to her, only interested in pleasing Drake. Rough hands yanked her thighs apart, and Manuel's hand cupped her chin, pulling downward, his eyes glittering. Look at me, Evangeline. He hadn't finished his command before he thrust hard into her. She gripped Drake's hands even harder, and he freed one to stroke through her hair as he silently offered her his support. Manuel rose over her, his body covering her, her breasts flattened against his chest as his hips undulated and rolled over hers, penetrating her deeply. But she found her gaze flitting back to Drake, time and time again, absorbing the warmth and arousal in his dark eyes. So fucking beautiful, Manuel growled as he pounded harder into her. Tell me, Evangeline, just how rough do you like it? Even as he spoke, he thrust his hand into her hair and yanked her head upward so she was forced to look at him. He lowered his head, and for a moment, she thought he would disobey Drake's directive that he was not to kiss her mouth. But he licked and nipped at her neck, her ear, and slid his lips down the curve of her neck, whispering words of praise in her ears. "I can take anything for Drake," Evangeline said. "I wonder if he knows how very lucky he is," Manuel mused. "Never doubt it," Drake growled. "Help me turn her," Manuel said to Drake. "I want that ass." "Not until I've prepared her," Drake warned. "I'd never hurt any woman, much less yours," Manuel said, his eyes narrowing. Drake inclined his head. "Of course. I meant no insult. Evangeline is very precious to me, and I wouldn't have her hurt in any way." The two men turned her, ensuring her comfort. Drake untied her wrists and positioned her so her hand was free to touch herself. Manuel placed a pillow beneath her knees and then backed away so Drake could apply lubricant to Evangeline's opening, while he himself coated the condom he wore. Drake moved to the head of the bed, lazily reclining against the headboard, so he had a first-hand view of both Evangeline and Manuel. "You will let me know if it becomes too much," Drake said in a serious tone, his gaze boring into Evangeline. "I won't let you down, Drake," she said huskily. He frowned. "The only way you would let me down is by enduring pain because you think to please me. I want your promise." "I promise," she said sincerely. Drake lifted his gaze to Manuel, who had taken position on his knees behind Evangeline, and even now caressed and stroked her bottom. "Redden her ass before you fuck her." "My pleasure," Manuel murmured. Evangeline moaned softly, closing her eyes briefly in anticipation. What would another man's hand feel like, smacking her behind? Her only experience with spanking had been with Drake. Would it only feel good because it was him? She soon had her answer, when Manuel's hand smacked the fleshy globe of one cheek, and fire ignited, quickly fading to be replaced by the warm glow of pleasure. She opened her eyes to see Drake's gaze warm and approving. "My angel likes the pain." "It's only pleasure," she whispered. Manuel alternated cheeks, never striking the same spot, as he covered every inch of her behind until it ached and throbbed. She twisted restlessly, touching herself lightly, knowing not to go too far yet. She paused when he stopped, and then he placed both palms over her bottom and spread her wide, his cock bumping and nudging at her entrance. Then he stopped when the tip barely breached her opening, and she began to stroke herself in earnest anticipation of his entry. "Fuck her hard," Drake said, repeating his earlier order. "Show her no mercy." Oh, God. She began to tremble violently, already in danger of coming. Manuel pushed forward, just until the head of his cock fully lodged inside her, and before she could take a breath, he plunged forward, lodging himself to the hilt. She cried out and bucked wildly, uncontrollably. Manuel's hands gripped her hips to hold her still, but she fought, not against him, but against the rioting sensations that overtook her body. "Jesus," Manuel muttered, as he pushed her forward, trapping her between his body and the bed, holding her down as he pumped in and out of her ass. He was rough, animalistic, taking her, owning her, everything Drake had asked him to do. Her hand, trapped between her body and the bed, moved frantically, chasing the orgasm that was rapidly blooming out of control. Then, to her surprise, Manuel rolled them to their sides, his cock still wedged deep inside her, and he moved her hand, replacing it with his fingers as he stroked and caressed her clit. He thrust in and out of her, and Evangeline's gaze found Drake's, wanting to share this moment with him. All for him. Only for him. Lust flared in Drake's eyes, and Evangeline could see the bulge between his legs, and in that moment, she wished he would take her, every bit as hard as Manuel was. "Get there, Angel," Drake said harshly. "Don't make Manuel wait." She moaned deep in her throat and threw back her head as Manuel's mouth found her neck and bit into it with enough force to leave a mark. And then she simply let go and went flying over the edge, hurtling faster and faster, until Drake wavered in and out of her focus, the world blanking around her. She was panting harshly when Manuel gently pulled out of her, and then bent to brush a kiss across her forehead. "Thank you for such a beautiful gift, Evangeline," Manuel murmured. "I'll never forget my one night with an angel." "You can go now," Drake said. Evangeline dimly registered Manuel's weight lifting from the bed, and she heard the rustle of him dressing, and then the door softly shutting as he made his exit. She glanced toward Drake to see him get up and hastily rip his clothing off. Then he crawled onto the bed, turned her over, and was on her and inside her before she could take in a breath. His mouth covered hers, his tongue plunging as deeply as his cock thrust into her pussy. He devoured her, consumed her, his desire and lust overwhelming. He felt huge inside her, bigger than he'd ever felt. It was a race to completion, and for the first time, he didn't take care to ensure that she was with him. But tonight was for him. She'd made that clear, and so she wrapped her arms around his broad shoulders and stroked his back softly, caressing the hard muscles as he took what he needed, gave him all that she had. He exploded inside her within seconds, and then slumped down onto her as she continued to softly stroke his back. He nuzzled against her neck, his lips exploring the delicate skin as he kissed and then nibbled. "Mine," he growled. "So fucking beautiful, and all mine." 27. Evangeline was on her side, firmly nestled underneath Drake's shoulder, one arm stretched over his bare chest, and one leg draped over his. She was as limp as a wet noodle, and thoroughly sated. It was so tempting to drift languidly into sleep, Drake's warm body next to hers. But she was still overwhelmed, and trying to process the barrage of conflicting reactions to the way the night had played out. And maybe she needed further reassurance, even though Drake had made it abundantly clear that he was fine with what had happened. Hell, he'd orchestrated the entire affair, so it would be the height of hypocrisy for him to harbor any resentment or jealousy. But still, it wasn't as though she had any experience with the kind of lifestyle he lived and reveled in, so how couldn't she be deeply conflicted? "Drake?" she asked hesitantly. He lifted the hand of the arm she lay over and ran his fingers through her hair in slow, sensual pulls. "What's on your mind, Angel?" he asked in a tender voice. She burrowed her face further into his chest, suddenly shy and unsure of herself. "Did I disappoint you tonight? And are you angry that I enjoyed having sex with Manuel? That I orgasmed?" He turned, shifting so they faced each other, and he looped his other arm around her, pulling her close to him. "Angel, look at me," he said softly. With reluctance and a little bit of dread, she slowly lifted her chin until she finally met his stare. To her relief, his eyes were warm. Affection shimmered in their depths. "In no fucking way did you disappoint me,"
You have no idea how erotic and sexy as hell it was for me to watch another man take what is mine, what I own, and for me to command and control his pleasuring of you. Her eyes widened in surprise, because she just couldn't grasp the concept. It just seemed incongruous, with all she knew about Drake, that he would allow any man to touch her, much less have sex with her. You are the most beautiful, uninhibited woman I've ever had, and you gave me something very special tonight. First and foremost, you gave me your trust unreservedly, and never once showed any sign of backing out. And your primary focus was on me, not the man fucking you. You gave me the gift of yourself. Ownership over your body to do with as I pleased, and whether you realize it or not, the amount of trust involved for you to give in to anything I want is huge, and not many women would ever give a man such a precious thing. Wow, she whispered. I guess I never thought of it that way. You are my gift, Angel, and everything that comes with you. Everything that makes you who you are, the very best gift that has ever been bestowed on me. She cocked her head to the side, studying his serious demeanor. Why does it arouse you? She asked with genuine curiosity. I mean, watching, observing another man take me and own me the way you do. First, he said in a grave tone, I am the only one who owns you. Never forget that. Manuel was here at my invitation, and he was given explicit instructions about what he could or couldn't do, but there was never any doubt over my ownership. Manuel felt privileged and was honored to be allowed to have you for a brief time. What man wouldn't be? As for why it arouses me, he shrugged, his hand gliding down her waist to cup her ass. Why does anything excite someone? Some things just are. In my case, it's a huge turn-on to do whatever I wish with what I own. That your body, your pussy, your ass, your mouth, every part of your very soul belongs to me and only me. And therefore, that gives me the power to make decisions about how such a precious possession is handled. Yes, another man fucked you, but that's all he did. He fucked you. He gave you pleasure, which in turn gave me pleasure. But he doesn't own you, doesn't possess you. He doesn't have all of you and never will. All of you belongs to me. And it makes me hot as hell to watch another man have power over you and bend you to my will in a manner in which I instruct him, because it pleases me to have the privilege, honor, to make the decision to relinquish the power I have over you, albeit temporarily. Is this something you will want to do often, then? She asked quietly. Drake's eyes narrowed as he studied her face, looking for some clue or motive behind her seemingly innocent question. But all he saw was honest curiosity. I think the better question is whether this is something you would want to happen often. Her expression was earnest, her eyes radiating sincerity. I only want to please you, Drake. I want to make you happy. And if giving me to another man while you watch makes you happy, then of course I'd want to do it again. She swallowed, and before he could respond, she continued on. I looked only at you, she whispered. Even when he commanded me to look at him, I watched you, because I want to see your pleasure and your enjoyment. You are the one I want, Drake. Not someone else. Yes, I felt pleasure. But you know why?
His brow furrowed as he studied her, stunned by her admission, her open honesty, and the fact that she put it all out there and held nothing back. She was completely vulnerable, and he knew that vulnerability was one of the worst feelings in the world, and he never wanted her to feel that way with him. I enjoyed being with another man because I was pleasing you, and you enjoyed watching another man take and possess what belongs to you. That was my source of pleasure. I can barely recall the physical pleasure he gave me. It was there. I orgasmed. It felt good. I don't deny that. But my pleasure wasn't my focus. He didn't hurt me. I enjoyed the physical aspects. But emotionally, I was only focused on you. And because you looked at me with such warmth, pride, and approval, it wouldn't have mattered who you chose to have sex with me. Because only you mattered to me. He was incapable of responding, of saying anything at all. So stunned was he by the impact her words had on him. How deeply he felt, each and every one of them. He absorbed her impassioned statement, her expression, the sincerity shining brightly in her eyes. And it suddenly felt as though his heart was about to explode in his chest. "Drake?" she whispered tentatively, her eyes swamped with worry, and her lips turned down into an expression of unhappiness. "Did I do or say anything wrong? Are you angry with me?" His heart about to beat out of his chest, he turned her roughly, spreading her thighs, and as soon as she was on her back, he thrust into her, eliciting a gasp of surprise from her. Just as soon as shock registered in her eyes, it was replaced by a hazy glaze of passion and need. He withdrew more gently than he'd plunged into her, mindful of how tender she must be after taking on 2 different men in the span of a few hours, and then surged forward again, burying himself in her silken depths. He stared fiercely down at her, even as his hips moved back and forth, setting a leisurely pace, but he ached. Down deep, where he'd never felt anything, had never allowed anyone close enough to touch that part of him. "No. Fuck no," he said forcefully. "God damn it, Angel. How the hell do you turn me inside out like this? You have me so twisted up inside that I can't fucking breathe. Angry with you? Hell no. You think you did something wrong? Nothing you've done is wrong. You are everything that is right and perfect and good in my world. Don't ever think you've said or done anything wrong. Until the day you lie to me, I will never have reason to be angry or disappointed with you." Already close to going over the edge and losing himself in her silken femininity, he thrust fully into her and remained there, embedded to the hilt, his chest heaving with emotion and need. So much need. It was as if she'd opened an old wound, making it raw again. As if for the first time since his childhood, when he'd learned early to shut himself off to others and feel nothing, he was feeling again. It wasn't a comfortable sensation. He felt far too exposed and, goddamn it, vulnerable. The very thing he'd lamented her feeling just moments ago. "I'll never lie to you, Drake," she said, her voice, even her expression extremely solemn and sincere. "I've given you my unconditional trust, and I'd like very much if you could trust me in the same way. I understand if it's too soon, if it's not something you can give me right now. But one day, I hope to gain it, because having you, having your trust, is all I will ever want. Not your money, social status. Nothing but you and my hope that you'll have as much faith and trust in me as I do in you." Ice-cold fear pervaded his chest, momentarily freezing him, rendering him incapable of speech.
He trusted few people in his life. Less than 10, and all were his brothers. He'd never trusted any woman he'd been with, much less had unconditional faith in one. Experience had taught him that the women who flocked to him had no interest in him, only what he could provide them. But fuck it all. He had to say something to her. He couldn't lie there and stare at her like a fucking moron. He could almost feel her slipping through his fingers like running water. Impossible to hold on to. Women, especially a woman like her, who put it all out there, bearing her heart and soul, made herself vulnerable, open to rejection. She, who was the most honest, sincere person he'd ever known, wouldn't stay with a man if she didn't feel as though he would ever return the very things she so unconditionally offered him. But she seemed to understand the internal war that raged within him. She smiled sweetly, her eyes warm and full of understanding, as she placed one finger over his lips. "I don't expect you to trust me or have faith in me this instant," she said, her voice full of all the sweetness that made her the angel she was. His angel. Trust and faith must be earned, and it doesn't happen overnight. In time it will come, or it won't. All I'm telling you is that you have both from me. No conditions, no reservations, no going back. And I hope that one day you can offer me the same unreservedly. I don't want the words just to placate me, Drake. Words are meaningless. Never give me those words unless you truly mean it. But until such time as you feel those things and demonstrate them, I'll be here waiting. I'm not going anywhere. Unless you decide you no longer want me. There was a hint of sadness as she said the last, her eyes dulling before she visibly composed herself and offered him the warmth of her smile, her eyes brightening once more. Not want her? Her entire statement was filled with enough fodder for him to be thinking and reflecting on for months, if not years. But not want her? Okay, so maybe in his past affairs, he wouldn't call them relationships, because to do so would demean what he had with Evangeline now. Such a statement from the woman involved would be likely. No, not even likely. It would be an eventuality. Inevitable. Because he never kept the same woman for more than a day, 2 at the most. But even given the short amount of time he'd known Evangeline, he couldn't imagine not wanting her. And that scared the shit out of him. He buried his face in her hair, overwhelmed by her generous, loving nature, and his acknowledgement of the selfish bastard he was. "I don't deserve you," he said, gruffly giving voice to something he'd never before said to another woman. Something he'd never believed before now, or even entertained. But he knew, whether his heart and mind were in agreement or not, that Evangeline deserved far better than he could ever give her. Even as the thought of her with another man sent fiery rage through his veins. He closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of her hair, nuzzling lightly through the satiny tresses. "I don't deserve to walk on the same ground as you. But God help me, I won't give you up. I can't give you up. You deserve a man who can offer you all the things you give to him and more. More than I can give you, Angel. And you deserve far better than I can ever give you." "Well, it's a good thing you've decided you can't give me up, since I don't plan on going anywhere," she said lightly. "I'm yours, Drake. For as long as you want me, I'm yours." He could envision the smile he was certain was on her face, the one that lit up an entire room and bathed it in sunshine. He knew without seeing her exactly what she looked like right this very moment, and it only made him feel like an even bigger bastard. She tenderly tugged his head away, so their gazes met, and then cradled his face with her palms,
her touch as soothing as an ocean breeze. There was such gentle understanding in her eyes that the rock-hard shell that had surrounded his heart and mind for so much of his life began to crack and splinter, and he knew he couldn't allow it to shatter and fall apart. How could one innocent woman wreak so much havoc in his well-ordered existence? A daily routine that had become an unyielding ritual, shot to hell, not to mention the conscience he had never possessed, picked now to reveal itself? He was as merciless and as cutthroat as they came. He hadn't gotten to where he was by being soft or suffering symptoms of a conscience, or by adhering to any rules save his own. And yet one tiny woman threatened the only way of life he'd ever known, the life he'd created for himself out of sheer necessity. He knew he should cut her loose now. Do the right thing and push her away. Let her go before he ended up destroying them both. But at least the cold, ruthless man he had been for as long as he could remember hadn't disappeared. Yet. And thank God for that, because as long as he remained a heartless, selfish bastard, there was no way in hell he would ever let Evangeline go. If that made him a complete asshole, then so be it. He would shield her from the reality of the world he lived in and make sure that his other life, the one she had no knowledge of, never touched her in any way. He'd learned at a very young age that nothing is ever guaranteed, and promises are rarely, if ever, kept. But he would make himself one promise right now, a risk he'd never before taken, because broken promises to others were bad enough, but breaking a vow to himself was unthinkable. He wouldn't hurt Evangeline, nor would he ever lie to her. She deserved that much respect, and it was more than he ever offered anyone else. He would do whatever it took to protect and shield her from the truth, the reality, but he couldn't bring himself to lie to her when she demonstrated so much trust and faith in him. Trusting others was an alien concept to him, but for her, he would try. He could learn. She'd already taught him much. That good did exist in a world that hadn't done much to prove that fact to him. She'd given him no reason to doubt her or her motives, and that alone was far more deserving than what he currently offered her. Anything that money could buy. But his angel wasn't for sale. Couldn't be bought. What she wanted most was something he wasn't sure he could give her. He trusted his men, as much as he was capable of trusting someone, but he wasn't fool enough to think they'd never betray him. Could he ever offer Evangeline something he couldn't even give men he considered brothers? He didn't have an answer to that yet, but he could damn well try. He eased from the velvety clasp that clutched greedily at his dick, causing them both to emit a low moan after his remaining at maximum depth with no movement for a prolonged period of time. She felt swollen and tight around him, his cock hypersensitive, as her inner walls clamped down and squeezed as though protesting his retreat. "Am I hurting you?" he asked roughly.
"No. Yes. God, I don't know. Just don't stop."
Her voice was tight and hoarse, and her hands flew to his shoulders, her nails digging deep, marking him as he'd marked her in the past. The visual of her brand on his skin catapulted him into a frenzy. He began pumping into her, his pace frantic, and yet she still urged him on. She arched, meeting every thrust. Her face was a wreath of agony and ecstasy. "Get there, Angel," he ground out, even as he felt the first violent expulsion of his semen pulsing deeply into her pussy. She cried out, her nails sharper, digging even deeper, breaking skin, and he reveled in the sharp bite of pain. He pushed her harder and harder, faster and faster, until the sound of flesh meeting flesh was loud in his ears. She screamed his name and shattered, wrapping her arms and legs so tightly around him that he could do nothing more than wedge himself as deeply as he could go and feel each and every pulse of his release jet into her body. He lowered himself, burrowing his arms beneath her, so that he held her every bit as tightly as she held him. Then he sagged, allowing his weight to cover her like a blanket, his dick still buried in her sweetness, each small aftershock as the last of his release was pulled from him, quaking over his entire body. He rested his forehead beside her temple and shuddered as her warm breaths puffed over his nape. He'd never felt so relaxed and at ease in his life, even as guilt crept over him for allowing himself this selfish luxury when she'd given him everything, while he still held a part of himself, his soul, from her. But then she turned her head ever so slightly, just enough that her lips brushed the base of his hairline, and she kissed him. One small, exquisite kiss that he felt to his toes. Her body, still wrapped firmly around his, tightened as she hugged him closer to her, if it was even possible that there was any space left between them. "Thank you for giving me the gift of your pleasure tonight," she whispered. "I wanted so badly to do something solely for you, to please you, to show you that you matter to me, Drake. If you ever feel as though you matter to no one, remember tonight, and know that you are so very important to me." He couldn't respond for the knot that hastily clogged his throat. All he could do was squeeze her to him, not wanting anything to come between them in this moment. Not his fears, his guilt, or remorse, because nothing could ever make him regret this day. For one wonderful night, time had stopped, and he had seen heaven for the first time in his life. He had felt peace, unlike anything he'd ever experienced, and he had learned what it felt like to be surrounded by the wings of an angel. 28. There was a glow surrounding Evangeline in the weeks following the night of Drake's decadent fantasy and the ensuing emotional revelations between her and Drake that couldn't possibly be overlooked. The only shadow that clung to Evangeline was her continued estrangement from her girlfriends. In the beginning, she'd simply been so busy with Drake and focused on meeting his demands and glorying in the discovery of something new and wonderful that she hadn't given much thought to the passage of time or how she hadn't spoken to them for a prolonged period. But then there was also the fact that none of her girlfriends had made the effort to reach out to her either. And that realization didn't sit well with her at all. If they were her friends, wouldn't they want her to be happy? And wouldn't they want to see that she was happy? How could they know if they didn't bother to even call or text her? The argument always circled back to Evangeline and her own culpability, and guilt would surge hard and strong, because just as her girlfriends hadn't tried to contact her, she hadn't contacted them either. The disconnect was more keenly felt when Drake announced he had to go out of town on business overnight. Evangeline had expected that he would want her to accompany him, since he'd said as much in the beginning of their relationship when he'd outlined the rules. But he'd told her he didn't want her to be bored senseless, since he would be in marathon meetings and wouldn't have any time to spend with her. It would be a flying trip, leaving at noon the first day and returning early the next morning. He'd encouraged her to enjoy herself, with the stipulation that one of his men accompany her anywhere she went. She'd nervously called Lana, Nikki, and Steph, thinking to catch up and bridge the gap between them. But her calls had gone unanswered, and her texts had not been read. As a result, she opted to stay at Drake's apartment and not go out, because her heart wasn't in it. She was afraid that she'd lost the friends she'd had since her days in small-town Mississippi. That night she'd slept alone, for the first time since she and Drake had become involved, and she discovered she didn't like it very much. She tossed and turned the entire night, latching on to the ridiculous hope that he would return earlier than expected. When the morning of his scheduled arrival dawned, she was hatching a half a dozen different ways of jumping his bones as soon as he walked through the door. As it was, within minutes of his return home, to her chagrin, her mother picked then, of all times, to call. Evangeline had cast an apologetic look in Drake's direction, but he'd merely smiled and pulled her down into his lap as she talked to her mom and dad, and had proceeded to distract her by nibbling on her neck and various other parts of her body until she was ready to throw the phone across the room and turn around and attack him. He chuckled when he overheard her mother inquire about her young man and whether he was treating her well, and then to her surprise, he'd taken the phone from her and proceeded to converse with her parents for nearly half an hour. She watched, pleased, as Drake spoke to them in an affectionate tone, relaxed and even smiling at intervals. Happiness tightened her chest, and she snuggled into his side as he continued his conversation, assuring them that he was indeed taking very good care of their daughter, but that she was taking even better care of him. Everything about her relationship with Drake felt right. No longer did she battle with the questions and fears that had plagued her earlier. The last few weeks had been nothing short of magical, and she wondered if dreams really did come true. She chastised herself for being so prepared for when the other shoe dropped and it was all over. It was time to stop being so afraid of what the future held and throw herself into the here and now and enjoy every minute of her time with Drake. Who was to say they wouldn't end up in a long-term relationship? Drake had proved to her time and time again that she hadn't been wrong to give him her trust and faith. He had taken both gifts very seriously and had respected her offering, cherishing them, and her, as he'd promised to do. She also no longer questioned whether she was good enough or asked herself what a man like him could possibly see in her. He was happy. She was happy. What else was important? No matter how she saw herself, Drake saw someone completely different, and he never passed up an opportunity to prove that to her. She felt like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon after a long hibernation, and the freedom from long-held and deep-seated insecurities was exhilarating. Evangeline Hawthorne was confident. She was beautiful and worthy of Drake Donovan. A ridiculous smile attacked her face, and she was so encapsulated in the thrall of her dreamy thoughts that she hadn't even registered Drake ringing off with her parents, until his lips trailed a fiery line up her neck to nibble at her ear. "My angel looks happy," he murmured. "I hope my return has something to do with that." She turned and threw her arms around his neck, peppering his entire face with kisses. "Oh, Drake, I am happy. I missed you terribly." He smiled indulgently at her. "I was only gone for a day, babe." "It was one day too long," she said crossly. He grinned. "Your parents are nice." The swift change in conversation made her pause, and then she returned his grin, her cheeks widening until they nearly cracked. "You like them?" "Yes," he said seriously. "They are good people." Remembering that it was doubtful Drake had had much experience with good people, she regarded him with the same seriousness. "They're the best kind of people," she said huskily. "I'd do anything in the world for them." "They're very lucky, then." She reached up and lay her palm over his bristled, unshaven cheek. "I'd do anything for you as well, Drake. I hope you never forget that." He captured her hand and dragged it over his lips, so he kissed the inside of it. "Oh, you've proved that, Angel. Over and over. I doubt I'll ever forget it." He followed his statement with a slight wince and a sigh. "Is something wrong?" she asked anxiously, her earlier euphoria dissipating as she took in Drake's grim expression. Drake stared at Evangeline, hating what he was about to do. Deceive her. Or rather, lie by omission. Make something appear as something else altogether, when he'd promised himself he'd never lie to her or hurt her. And if he didn't handle this just right, not only would he be lying to her, but he could also hurt her if she misconstrued his reasons. Knowing that the longer he remained silent, and the longer he dragged this out, the worse it would appear, and that it could explode in his face, he kissed her and allowed sincere regret to show. He pulled her down onto the couch, so they were seated next to each other. I know tomorrow night is our night to eat in with you cooking, but I have a very important business meeting here. I'll be entertaining my associates in our home. Unfortunately, it's unavoidable, and I promised you that I wouldn't miss our dinners in unless absolutely necessary. This is one of the rare times when it's absolutely necessary to meet where we can be assured quiet and privacy. Her brow furrowed in puzzlement as she processed his vague statement, and he didn't miss the disappointment in her eyes, nor her attempts to mask her reaction by quickly regaining her composure. I understand, she said, only the slightest tremble in her voice to reveal her emotion. Maybe we can have a do-over later in the week. Damn, but he hated what came next. How to ensure she wasn't present during his meeting without it being obvious he didn't want her there. He'd broken one of his promises, a vow he'd made to himself, something unthinkable, by lying to Evangeline. He would not, under any circumstances, break the other promise he'd made, that she'd never be touched by the alternate shadowy life he led. I know you didn't go out last night, so I thought perhaps you'd want to go out on the town tomorrow night. You name it, and I'll make it happen, Angel. Whatever you'd like to do. Quite frankly, the meeting will be boring as hell, and I don't ever expect you to have to suffer strangers and awkwardness in your own home. And you damn sure as hell won't be expected to please 6 arrogant bastards who will be all dick-sizing one another during negotiations. He didn't have to fake the pissed-off, inconvenienced act for Evangeline, because he was both. If so much wasn't riding on this goddamn deal, he'd tell every one of them to go fuck themselves. He never opened his personal residence to anything business-related. This was his only sanctuary. And now it was Evangeline's, and it pissed him off that he had to, in a nutshell, kick his Angel out of her own home for the evening and play nice with men he wouldn't ever want within a mile of his woman. She bit into her bottom lip, hesitating, obviously immersed in thought. He wished to hell he could read her right now. 99% of the time, she was utterly transparent, her eyes a window to her soul. But this was the 1% of the time when he had no clue what she was thinking or feeling. He had to hold back her name and the question that would most assuredly be in his voice if he uttered it. Because he knew he would sound uncertain, and he had to play this just right. It was simply a business meeting, and he was offering her the city on a silver platter for the night. He didn't need to sound like he had a reason to be worried about what she was thinking. Tomorrow night is the girls' night off, she said softly. I need to see them. We haven't spoken. Not since the night Steph came over here. We've let it go on too long. I need to talk to them. I tried to call them while you were out of town. I thought we could grab something to eat, catch up. But I never heard back from them. Drake's lips thinned slightly. Damn it. He wasn't keen on a reunion with her girlfriends. Not if there was the possibility of them filling her head with a bunch of shit. But at the same time, it offered him the perfect out. She would be happy, and he would effectively keep her separate from his business. You should go, then, he said gently. Her eyes widened in surprise. You don't mind? He pulled her further into the crook of his arm, so she was nestled firmly against him. It's obvious that your estrangement is making you unhappy, he said. He stroked his palm over her cheek and then cupped her jaw, feathering his thumb over her satiny skin. I want you to be happy, Angel. So if seeing your girls will do that, then I'll have a man take you over tomorrow evening. Should I plan to stay over with them? She asked, a little hitch in her breath. At that, he frowned. Hell no. I'll tell Maddox to have you back by 11, and if for some reason my meeting goes longer, I'll let him know. But you will be back here afterward. One night away from you was enough. No way in hell I'm going to spend another without you so soon after being away this time. She smiled at that, and then gave him a mischievous grin. So, tell me, do you have to call Maddox right this minute? Or can it wait for a little while? He arched one eyebrow, regarding her suspiciously. That entirely depends on what you have up your sleeve, you little imp. She rose up and arched over him, straddling his lap, looping her arms around his neck before sliding downward to the floor until she was kneeling between his thighs, her hands fluttering to the fly of his slacks. Oh, I don't know. For as long as I have time to welcome you back home properly? She licked her lips, even as she began unzipping his pants. His eyes glittered and became half-lidded. Well, if that's the case, then take your time, Angel. I assure you Maddox will wait. I, on the other hand, can't. So by all means, welcome your man home properly. 29. To Evangeline's surprise and delight, the next morning she awoke surrounded by Drake's warm, solid body. He was wrapped around her, her head nestled on his shoulder, his arms possessively anchored around her, and one leg thrown over hers. She couldn't have moved if she wanted, and it was certainly the last thing she wanted. She let out a deep sigh of contentment, thinking she'd never been happier than in this moment. Good morning, Angel, he murmured against her hair. Good morning, she said, smiling against his shoulder. You're smiling. She nodded. Any particular reason? This is the first time I've woken up in your arms, she said in a dreamy voice. It's nice. He rubbed his hand up and down her back, and then down to cup her behind. I found I didn't like being away from you for even one night, and I was reluctant to leave our bed so early this morning. I'm glad. This is the very best way to wake up. He sighed. Unfortunately, I can't linger as much as I'd like to. I'd rather spend the day home, making love to you and keeping you naked until you have to get ready to go see your girls. But there are things I have to catch up on. Even a day away leaves me with a pile of shit to sort out. She tilted her head back and smiled up at him. It's okay, Drake. This was enough. You've made my entire day better already, and it'll make me look forward to being back with you later tonight, when you've concluded your business. He kissed her, taking his time exploring her mouth and lips. Then he rolled away, sliding from beneath the covers. Ah, how you tempt me, Angel. If I don't get up now, I will indeed say fuck it and keep you in my bed all day. She rewarded him with a radiant smile, and then made a shooing motion with her hand,
Go, or you're going to be late. You can make it up to me tonight."
A delicious gleam entered his eyes as he stared down at her body, exposed when he'd pulled the covers away to get out of bed. "Oh, I'm going to make it up to you, and a whole hell of a lot more." She shivered at the promise in his voice and watched appreciatively as he turned and walked naked to the bathroom. She lay there in his bed, long after he'd kissed her goodbye and departed, not wanting to leave the warmth from his body still imprinted into the mattress. Finally, she summoned her courage and slid her cell phone from the nightstand and brought up Lana's name. She'd start there and rotate. Eventually someone would answer. Days off usually started slow because of the late night before, so she was certain at least one, if not all three, would be home. Taking a deep breath, she hit connect and waited to see if Lana would answer. To her shock, Lana picked up on the second ring. "Hello?" Evangeline's enthusiasm waned, and she scolded herself for her paranoia rising in proportion. Lana sounded groggy and as though she'd been asleep, so she likely hadn't even seen who was calling. Oh well, Evangeline was going to make the most of an opportunity.
"Lana, hi, it's Evangeline. I've been trying to call you guys."
There was a hesitation, and a period of quiet descended.
"Vanjie?" "Yes, it's me. Did I wake you?"
Evangeline silently urged Lana not to take the out she was giving her, and nearly did a fist pump when Lana said no.
"How are you?"
Evangeline asked.
"How is everyone? I miss you guys so much. Drake has an important meeting tonight, and I thought we could all get together since it's your night off." Vanjie, give me a second, okay?"
Evangeline's brow creased as the line went silent, and then she heard muffled sounds, Lana obviously getting out of bed, and then the sound of a door shutting. A faucet running? Had she gone into the bathroom? Understanding dawned, and directly on its heels came dread and deep sadness. Lana didn't want Steph and Nikki to know she was talking to Evangeline. She closed her eyes, tears stinging the lids. Why did it have to be a choice between Drake and her best friends? Why couldn't they be happy for her and wish her well?
Look, Vanjie, I don't want this to come across the wrong way, but Steph is pretty hurt over the way things went down. I don't think it's a good idea for us all to get together yet. Give it a few more weeks. Let her chill." "Why can't she be happy for me?" Evangeline whispered. "Why can't all of you be happy for me?"
Lana sighed.
"We want what's best for you. We're just not sure this Drake guy is what's best." "Shouldn't that be my decision?"
Lana sighed again.
"I'm just telling you like it is. You know how Steph is. She holds a grudge a long time, but eventually she'll let go of it. Just give it time." "Would you and Nikki meet me somewhere this evening?" Evangeline asked, desperate to salvage something out of this whole fiasco. "It's not even an issue," Lana said, with a hint of impatience in her voice. "We have to work tonight, open to close." Evangeline frowned. "But this is y'all's day off. It's always been your day off." "Not anymore," Lana said bitterly. "Not since you left. We're short-staffed, and everyone is having to take extra shifts to cover until management hires a replacement, and he's a little too happy to be pocketing that extra salary, so he's in no hurry to hire someone new." Evangeline closed her eyes, guilt and grief vying for equal attention. Despite Lana's assertion that Steph was the one holding a grudge, and she was the one unhappy with Evangeline, it was obvious that Lana wasn't any more eager to reconcile than the others. "I'm sorry to have bothered you," Evangeline whispered. "I'll let you go so you can go back to sleep. You have a long shift tonight." Before Lana could respond,
Evangeline slid her finger over the button to end the call and cradled the phone to her chest, lying still, staring sightlessly up at the ceiling. The tears that had threatened during the call fell freely now, sliding from the corners of her eyes, over her temples and into her hair, dampening the pillow her head rested on. Never in a million years would she have imagined herself to be a woman who chose a man over her best girlfriends. And yet that was exactly what she'd done. She couldn't blame her friends for being upset or feeling betrayed. One day things had been normal, and the next, everything had changed. "I don't regret it," she whispered fiercely. Drake was worth it. And if Steph, Lana, and Nikki were true friends, they would have supported her from the start. They would have wanted her to be happy instead of remaining stuck in the same mundane, going-nowhere life she'd led. She stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, grieving the loss of 3 people she loved dearly. She couldn't find it in her heart to assign blame or even resent her friends for their actions. Evangeline had acted completely out of character. Irrationally, to be honest. Things had worked out, but there were so many ways the entire situation could have gone very wrong. If it had been one of them who'd been so impulsive, Evangeline would have reacted in the same manner. She would have fought and tried to make her friend see reason. But love didn't have an assigned set of rules. Love was worth any sacrifice. Just as she wouldn't blame her friends for their feelings, never would she regret her decision to be with Drake. She loved him. And he cared for her, too. Did he love her? She wasn't sure. But she knew she had a very important place in his life. Could he love her? Absolutely. In the beginning, she would have said that never in a million years could someone like Drake ever love someone like her. But he'd proved his words over and over. He'd proved they weren't just words meant to elicit a desired response. And it wasn't just about sex, because God knew he could have any woman he wanted with nothing more than a look. She'd seen the way women followed him with their gazes, openly lustful expressions, flirtatious, brazen invitations. And yet when he was with her, it was as if other women simply didn't exist. His attention was always solely focused on her. She rolled to her stomach, and then forced herself to sit up. She wouldn't lie there the entire day disheartened when she'd been blessed by such a precious gift. Drake. Her life had forever changed the night she'd walked into Impulse, and looking back, she wouldn't change a single thing leading up to that night, because she wouldn't have met Drake otherwise. She sighed. So much for her plans for the evening. She supposed she needed to come up with a plan B and notify Drake, who would then notify Maddox. But try as she might, nothing appealed. She had no desire to go out without Drake or her girls. If only Drake didn't have that damn business meeting here tonight. She came to an abrupt halt as she started to climb out of bed, her mind running at the speed of light. She knew he was having the delivery service cater his meeting, and there were 6 guests. She could kick the delivery service's ass any day of the week and knock Drake and his associates' socks off with a decadent meal. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. There was no need of him having his delivery service bring in food for his meeting when she could arrange a kick-ass dinner and play the consummate hostess for him. She wanted to make him proud of her, prove that she could fit into his world and not shame him in front of the people he associated with. She'd go all out for the meal and prepare something worthy of a 5-star restaurant, and she'd dress to the nines and even wear the expensive jewelry he'd bought for her. The jewelry she'd been so reluctant to accept. Once dinner was served, and she ensured everyone's comfort and enjoyment, she would discreetly disappear so they could discuss their business matters without her underfoot. But there was a lot she had to do, and if she didn't get started now, her plans would be an epic fail.
The first order of business was to plan the menu, and so after showering and changing, she sat down at the bar in the kitchen and prepared a list of all the items she'd require. Then she'd simply call Edward and have him send out for the groceries. That task completed, she went into her closet and spent an hour pondering her wardrobe possibilities. She didn't want to be over the top or look like she was trying to impress, even if that was precisely what she wanted to do. Impress Drake. But she wanted classy, beautiful, elegant, and yet simple. Finally, she chose a blue strapless knee-length cocktail dress that was perfect. She realized with excitement that the sapphire and diamond choker that she'd never worn would look perfect with the dress, and she could wear the diamond stud earrings Drake had bought for her. She'd finish off the look with the diamond tennis bracelet and a pair of silver heels. She'd wear her hair up to best show off the choker and earrings, and allow a few tendrils to float down her neck and cheeks, and use a curling iron to make loose ringlets. Her brain came to a screeching halt when she remembered the single most important barrier to her pulling off her big surprise. Maddox. And the fact that he was supposed to be taking her to her girlfriend's apartment. She frowned. Think, damn it. There had to be a way. Wait. Lana had said they were all working tonight. Open to close. Which meant the apartment would be empty, and she still had a key. All she had to do was arrange as much as she could in advance, then have Maddox drive her to the apartment. He'd wait in the car while she went up, and she could climb down the fire escape, hustle a few blocks over, and hail a cab back to Drake's. "You're a genius, Evangeline," she said gleefully. Her plan was flawless and totally doable. Maddox would never suspect that she would bail out the fire escape, and she could be back in plenty of time to dress and finish preparations before Drake arrived with his guests. Satisfied that she'd planned for every eventuality, she laid out her wardrobe for the evening and then picked a simple outfit to wear out with Maddox. Something that wouldn't impede her climb down the fire escape from the 7th floor. The rest of the day dragged on, with Evangeline checking her watch every half hour, willing time to go faster. She breathed a sigh of relief when Edward personally brought up the groceries she'd ordered and winked at her when she anxiously told him not to breathe a word to anyone about his outing. She told him the truth, that she was planning a surprise for Drake, and he seemed delighted to be included in the plotting. Happy to now have something to pass the time with, she put together everything she could beforehand, preparing 3 different appetizers and 2 choices of sauces to accompany the veal she would pop into the oven the minute she returned home from her girlfriend's. She mixed the ingredients for the sides and then slipped them in the refrigerator. Satisfied that dinner was arranged and would only require half an hour cooking time at most when she arrived back, she checked her watch and then squeaked. It was already 4:30. She dashed to the bedroom and hastily brushed out her hair, securing it into a messy bun, and then found a pair of casual slip-on shoes. After a quick once-over in the mirror, after all, she was just going to her girlfriend's apartment, she hurried back to the kitchen just to double-check and mentally go over her menu one last time to ensure she hadn't overlooked anything.
"Evangeline, you ready to go?"
Maddox called from the foyer. Adrenaline surged in her veins, and she took a few seconds to steady her frayed nerves, and then calmly called back. "Yeah, let me grab my purse and I'll be right there." She sucked in a deep breath as she collected her bag and headed to meet Maddox. Well, here went nothing. Hopefully her plans went off without a hitch, and she'd make Drake proud tonight by playing the consummate hostess. 30. Evangeline dashed into Drake's apartment building, out of breath as she frantically sought Edward out. To her relief, he was in the lobby, and when he saw her, he started her way, a warm smile on his face. "I don't have much time, Edward. I have to get to the apartment if I'm going to pull off my surprise. But I need a favor. Just as I asked you not to say a word about me sending out for groceries, when Mr. Donovan arrives, you can't say a word about me being here. If he should inquire, I left with Maddox at 5 and haven't returned."
Edward's eyes twinkled, but his words were solemn. "Your secret is safe with me, Evangeline. I won't say a word, I swear." She hugged him, squeezing hard, leaving him befuddled and flustered.
"Thank you," she said fervently. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I don't have much time."
"Would you like me to ring up to let you know when Mr. Donovan gets on the elevator?" he inquired.
She hadn't even considered that, and it was an excellent idea. "That would be perfect. I never even thought about that. Thank you so much."
"Any time. Now be on your way so your surprise isn't ruined." She dashed past him to the elevator, and moments later burst into the apartment. She immediately went into the kitchen and popped the side dishes in the oven and used 3 skillets to cook the veal on the stovetop. The appetizers would take only a few minutes to warm, so she would save those for last. After ensuring everything was taken care of, she ran for the bedroom to change and do her hair and makeup. She took meticulous care in perfecting her appearance, checking her watch every few minutes to make sure she didn't ruin dinner. Finally satisfied with the end result, she stared into the mirror, her eyes widening in shock. She looked beautiful. Sexy, even. She'd gone with a smoky, sultry look for her eyes, with a sheer lip gloss that didn't detract from the dramatic effect of her eyes. Her hair was upswept into a delicate knot, with loose curls floating lazily down her neck. The choker and earrings looked magnificent, totally in keeping with the classy women Drake would be seen with. And the dress fit her perfectly, accentuating her curves. For once, she didn't lament what she considered her imperfections, because tonight she looked soft and feminine. The dress just clipped the top of her knees, and the heels made her legs look longer and more attractive. She fastened the last piece of jewelry, the bracelet, around her wrist, and lightly spritzed her favorite perfume on her neck and wrists, and then took a deep breath. It wouldn't be long before Drake arrived with his company, and she wanted to be there to greet them and play the gracious hostess. She'd made sure she had a wide variety of fine wines, and the most expensive liquors to accompany the divine appetizers she planned to arrange artfully on sterling silver platters. She'd go check on them now, and when Edward called up to say Drake had arrived, she would put out the starters on the coffee table in the living room so the men could relax while she finished dinner and set the table. Taking one last glance at herself in the mirror, she smiled, satisfied with her appearance, and eager to see the approval in Drake's eyes when he realized she'd gone to great lengths to entertain his guests. She was quivering with excitement as she left the bedroom and went back into the kitchen to check on the side dishes in the oven and the progress of the veal on the stovetop. She sniffed appreciatively at the delicious aromas that filled the apartment, relieved that nothing smelled overdone or burned. She cracked open the oven to see the bubbling side dishes, and then she turned the veal so both sides were evenly cooked. Then she set the sauces on to warm, stirring at intervals so they didn't scorch. Her pulse surged, temporarily making her lightheaded when the call button went off and Edward's voice came over the intercom.
"Mr. Donovan and 6 of his associates are on their way up."
"Thank you, Edward," she said sincerely. "I really appreciate you doing this for me."
"No thanks is necessary. I'm only doing my job, and seeing to your needs gives me great satisfaction."
She balanced the 3 trays bearing the expertly made appetizers. After all, she had been a waitress in a busy pub, and hurriedly set them down in the living room. Then she turned and took the few short steps toward the foyer. Evangeline smoothed her dress, and then went to stand a distance back from the elevator doors so she could issue a greeting, but most importantly, see the approval and pride in Drake's eyes when he realized the effort she'd put into being an asset to him, and that, as she'd promised him, she would always take care of and protect him. And she wanted him to be proud of her and not to ever regret his decision to make her his. It was years of perfecting an impenetrable persona that enabled Drake to engage in conversation ranging from the random to the obscene with the business associates he was entertaining in his apartment tonight as they entered the elevator in his building, and actually give the impression he gave a fuck about whatever they had to say. He rarely entertained in his home, usually opting for one of the many suites of offices and complexes he owned, a private room in an exclusive restaurant, or, depending on the business associate he was meeting with, they simply met at impulse and took the premier VIP suite overlooking the dance floor, since Drake never allowed anyone he didn't trust implicitly into his office at the club. Before Evangeline, it was simply a matter of not wanting his private domain trespassed on. But now he felt as though he defiled it by bringing such filth into Evangeline's home. But some matters required no room or margin for error. No chance of being overheard, misunderstood, or, in this case, being seen in a public place together. Thank God he'd had the forethought to ensure Evangeline wouldn't be present, because while Drake could school his features, mask his thoughts, and allow nothing of what he was feeling to reflect in his eyes, when it came to his angel, he could no more appear indifferent than she could be anything but honest and sincere in both words and expression. And Drake's greatest strength, the reason he was invincible, was that he had no weaknesses for his enemies to exploit. Until now. Until Evangeline. If it was known that Evangeline was his greatest and only weakness, she would absolutely be used to take him down, because where before he would never negotiate, never had reason to, there was nothing he wouldn't do, wouldn't sacrifice, to keep her safe. The mere thought of his angel being hurt or defiled because of him sent chilling fear through every part of his soul, and he was a man who feared nothing and no one. "Sweet pad you have, Donovan," one of the men said, as they reached the top floor. Drake gave him a lazy smile and drawled, "Only the best. Only way to live." "Hell yeah," another chimed in. The elevator doors opened, and Drake came to an abrupt halt, shock and dread turning his veins to ice when he saw Evangeline standing at the end of the foyer, a shy, welcoming smile on her face, and looking so achingly beautiful that he was momentarily robbed of speech. Oh, God. No. This wasn't happening. What the fuck? He was going to kill Maddox. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't happening. He had to be imagining her presence. But an appreciative whistle from behind him confirmed the very real vision of the angel standing before him, and the evil he had sworn she would never be exposed to. "Now that is one sweet piece," one of the men said. "You've been holding out on us, Drake." "I wouldn't mind having some of that," another said crudely, as the others laughed. "Hey, Donovan, is she part of tonight's entertainment? Because I have to say, you certainly know how to throw one hell of a party." Evangeline flushed, embarrassment and trepidation shadowing her eyes. Uncertainty and fear flashed over her features. But then her chin came up, and she calmly composed herself and started forward, her welcoming smile once more in place. "Good evening, gentlemen. If you'd like to go into the living room, there are appetizers and drinks. Dinner will be ready and on the table shortly." "I hope to hell she's dessert," one muttered in a low voice. Drake's heart sank, and desolation settled deep into his bones for what he knew he had to do. What he had no choice but to do. And he'd never hated himself more than in this moment. Evangeline had arranged to play hostess, and had gone all out. For him. Because she wanted so badly to please him, make him proud of her, and let him know he mattered. She was so beautiful she took his breath away. She was even wearing the jewelry he'd given her. Gifts she'd been uncomfortable receiving, because she never wanted him to think even for a moment that she wanted anything but him. Not the material things he offered. She was dressed impeccably, as if she wanted to make him proud. Worthy of him, when it was he who was in no way worthy of her. And he was about to destroy the most precious gift he had ever been given, because he had no other choice.
"What the hell are you doing here, bitch?" he snarled. "Do you not understand orders when they're given to you? If I wanted my latest whore to dress up and play hostess in my apartment, I damn sure would have chosen one with more class and with the intelligence to heed simple instructions."
Evangeline's eyes went wide with shock and devastation. She stood as still as a statue, tears gathering in her eyes, her face flushed with humiliation.
"You can't cook for shit. So do you honestly think I'd want you to serve my business associates and embarrass me when I had already arranged delivery from one of the finest restaurants in the city?"
Tears slid down her cheeks, her eye makeup smearing in dark streaks.
"Goddamn useless woman who can't even follow simple instructions," he repeated with a snarl. "Get on your knees," he barked. "Now!"
When she hesitated. Trembling and nearly falling, she clumsily fell to her knees, wincing as they made contact with the hard Italian marble floor. Drake strode forward, reaching for his fly, opening it and pulling out his flaccid erection.
"Suck it, and you better damn well make me hard and swallow every drop of my cum."
She lifted her eyes, betrayal and utter devastation dulling her eyes. He twisted his hand cruelly in her hair, yanking at the elegant knot until her hair tumbled down her neck.
"Open your goddamn mouth!"
Her lips trembled, fear replacing embarrassment and mortification. Fear. The one thing he'd sworn he'd never make her feel. He wasn't gentle. He couldn't afford to be. As soon as her lips parted, he shoved his dick all the way to the back of her throat, making her gag and choke.
"Can't even give good head," he said in disgust.
He held her head in a brutal grip and began fucking her mouth with a force he'd never before used with her. Knowing there was no way in hell he'd come because he was in no way turned on by the brutality he was subjecting her to, he said in a harsh voice, "Swallow all of it. If so much as a drop spills, I'll punish you so you won't be able to sit for a week."
"Why are you doing this?"
she whispered tearfully, low enough the others couldn't hear.
"Because you blatantly disobeyed me."
Utter defeat was reflected in her body and expression as she robotically knelt there, enduring Drake's brutal treatment of her. But the never-ending stream of tears was his undoing, and he was grateful the men were behind him and couldn't see the torment on his face. Torment even Evangeline didn't register because she'd mentally checked out, numbness overtaking her entire body. He hated himself more than he thought it possible to ever hate anyone, even his mother and father. When he'd spent a realistic amount of time fucking her mouth to make it believable that he'd come, he instructed her to swallow and to lick every drop of cum from his dick and her lips. Then he roughly yanked her to her feet and shoved her toward the kitchen.
"Throw out whatever shit you cooked and make sure every pot, pan, or utensil is cleaned. And get whatever the fuck you have set out in the living room in the trash can. From now on, you stay the fuck out of my kitchen and my business. Your only use is in my bedroom. And just so you know, you will be severely punished when I return for disobeying a direct order, one you couldn't possibly have misunderstood."
He hesitated, hating himself more and more with every hateful, despicable word that spewed from his mouth.
"What's your job, whore? What is the only job you have?"
"Obey,"
she said in a choked voice. "One responsibility and you can't even accomplish that," he said with fake disgust. Then he turned to the men who'd accompanied him, disgusted that they were visibly aroused by Drake's humiliation of Evangeline and the fact that he'd made her suck him off in front of them. He wanted to throw up. "Let's go somewhere we can get a decent meal. I apologize for my stupid whore's obvious ineptitude." He started for the elevator door, and then turned back, his expression as cold and chilling as he could make it. "When I get back, this place better be spotless, and I want you in my bed, naked and ready to receive your punishment. And I won't have any mercy." Evangeline stood there in shock, staring at the closed elevator doors for several long minutes after Drake's abrupt departure. She glanced down at herself, makeup-stained tears falling onto the floor. Beautiful, classy, elegant. She had been fooling herself, and Drake had perpetuated one of the biggest hoaxes in history because he'd made her feel all of those things. Worthless, whore, bitch. The words he'd used to describe her echoed over and over in her head until rage finally roused her from the numb shock surrounding her. Even as she robotically started for the kitchen, like an automaton trained to follow Drake's orders, she twisted violently, yanking the heels off her feet and hurling them through the living room at the coffee table and the trays of food she'd labored so painstakingly over. 2 bottles of the wine and 2 bottles of liquor, hit by the flying shoes, tumbled from the table, and she heard the satisfying crack of breaking glass. She stormed into the bedroom, yanking and tearing at her dress until she managed to free herself. With shaking hands, she removed every piece of jewelry he'd bought for her and underhanded them onto the bed. Then she sank to the floor on her knees, clad in only her panties and bra. Raw, ugly-sounding sobs clawed their way up her throat and out of her lips, the sound of terrible grief. "You will be severely punished." Oh, hell no. To hell with Drake. To hell with every lie he'd ever fed her, for building her up only so he could be the one to tear her down. Feeling like an old, decrepit woman, she crawled to the closet and rummaged until she found a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Drake had thrown every bit of her old clothing out when he'd moved her in. Otherwise, she wouldn't take a single thing bought by him. As it was, she packed a bag with 3 pairs of jeans, 1 casual dress that was suitable for job hunting, and 2 pairs of shoes. The rest she left hanging, most still with the tags attached. Then she went about systematically removing any and all of her presents from the bedroom. She went from room to room, throwing away or simply destroying any possible reminder of herself in Drake's eyes. And then she remembered the meal she'd labored so intensively over. She hoped it had burned and left a charred mess. After lifting the silver trays and dumping the appetizers over the couch and chair and the floor to accompany the shattered bottles of alcohol, she went into the kitchen and dumped every single skillet and baking dish onto the floor. "To hell with you, Drake Donovan! I gave you everything, and this is what I got in return. I hope you rot in hell where you belong. At least Eddie was honest." Tears streaming down her face, she rode the elevator down, only to be met by a worried Edward, who rushed over to take her elbow. "Miss Hawthorne," he said, in his haste foregoing all familiarity, as if he too were just as rid of her as Drake. She burst into a fresh torrent of tears and tried to maneuver around him. "Please, Evangeline, tell me what's wrong. Mr. Donovan returned shortly after he came up and he looked furious. Are you all right?" "I'll never be all right," she said flatly, even as tears ran freely down her face. "Let me help you, please. Tell me what I can do." Realizing the older man was genuinely concerned and evidently ignorant of all that had happened, Or at least he hadn't been instructed to have nothing to do with her. She paused. "I need to get away from here," she said desperately. "Of course. Shall I call for one of Mr. Donovan's men to come for you?" "No!" she shrieked. "I need a cab, and I need you to never tell anyone, especially Drake or his men, that you saw me, that you helped me, or I'm afraid your job will be out the door just like I am." Compassion softened his eyes, even as he guided her toward the door. "Where shall I instruct the cab to take you?" he asked gently. Her shoulders sagged, and she ran a hand through the rumpled mess of her hair, knowing the fright she must look, with her makeup running, her hairdo destroyed. "I have no place to go," she whispered, knowing she couldn't show up at her girlfriend's place. She couldn't bear the "I told you so's, and neither could she take their pity. She couldn't stomach that just hours ago she'd applauded her decision to choose Drake over her friendships with her best friends. How could she ever face them again? And even if she did feel welcome, it was the first place Drake would think to look for her. Even if he fully intended to throw her out, and she was sure that was precisely what he intended, he would likely still hunt her down, if for nothing more than to exact his punishment, and then tell her to her face he was finished with her. Why pass up another opportunity to humiliate her even more? Far better to do it in front of her girlfriends. Fuck that. Her mother would forgive the obscenities, given the circumstances. But then what more could he possibly do to her than what he'd done tonight? She was without pride, shamed beyond measure, and more humiliated than she'd ever been with Eddie. She would never be the same woman again. Drake had utterly destroyed her, and there was nothing left but the shattered remains of her dignity. To hell with it all. She would never trust another man as long as she lived. Edward's mouth tightened into an angry line, and then he escorted her out of the building to the street side, where he motioned for a waiting cab. "My sister manages a hotel in Brooklyn. It's nothing fancy, mind you, but I'll call her and let her know to expect you. She'll have a place for you to stay for as long as you need, until you decide where you want to go." She looked up at Edward, his features blurring behind the sheen of tears. "I can't let you or her do that, Edward. I have no money for a hotel, at least not for more than one night, until I find a job." He took her hands in one of his as he opened the back of the cab and gently set her inside. "Don't you worry about that," he reassured. "My sister will take care of your arrangements." Then he pulled several bills from his pocket and thrust them toward the driver, giving him the address to the hotel in Brooklyn. "Goodbye, Evangeline," Edward said in a soft voice, his eyes brimming with sympathy. "It was indeed a pleasure knowing you, and I wish you well." As the cab pulled away, Evangeline buried her face in her hands and burst into a torrent of tears. 31. Dinner was hell for Drake. The facade he'd so arrogantly reflected on when riding up the elevator with the men meeting him for business at his apartment was utterly shattered, and it was only the fact that he was clinging to the tattered remnants of his iron will with his bare fingernails that kept him from bailing and telling them all to go fuck themselves. As it was, when one of the men had chuckled, clapped Drake on the back as they'd been seated in a private room at one of the restaurants Drake frequented, and said, "Good show, Drake. Can't ever forget to remind a woman of their place in the world." Drake had nearly reached over and beaten the ever-loving hell out of him. Evangeline's place in the world? Somehow, without his even realizing it, she had become his world. And he couldn't imagine his world without her sweet, generous smile, her endearing determination to take care of him, and for him to know he was cared about. Which was all tonight had been about, goddammit! He couldn't stop the sight of the devastation in her eyes from replaying over and over like a never-ending highlight reel in his head. Her tears and fear. Of him, goddammit. He, who had vowed he would never give her any reason to fear him, that she would always be safe with him, and he'd protect her above all else. And the idea that he'd done far worse to her than her piece of shit ex was more than he could bear. But he couldn't react. He couldn't rush through dinner so he could hurry home and get on his knees and beg her forgiveness. Forgiveness he didn't deserve. Because then these men would know just what Evangeline meant to him, and they'd use every means available to blackmail and extort whatever they could from him. Drake was a never-ending source of frustration to his enemies and competitors because he had no weaknesses. They had no way of touching him, hurting him, and they feared him because he was ruthless and would take out any threat to him and his business interests. Not to mention, he was surrounded by his most trusted men, who would give their lives to protect Drake, and they were every bit as feared as Drake himself was. But they would hurt Evangeline with no second thought or compunction. They'd use her as a means to an end, and not give a fuck if they destroyed her and him in the process. They'd relish the opportunity to take Drake and his monopoly on numerous business practices completely down. And Drake could never live with himself if Evangeline was hurt, brutalized, or killed because of him. He could never live without her. And the hell of it was he was only just admitting it, but he'd known for a long time. He just couldn't bring himself to acknowledge the truth, because it made him weak and vulnerable. How to make her understand? He'd just destroyed something so very precious, and shit all over the unconditional trust and faith she'd so generously given him, with no strings, no conditions, though God knew he'd never given her any reason to do so. He'd taken, but had never given her anything that mattered. At least not to her. Throwing expensive trinkets her way was like tossing a pet treats, when all she wanted was what he hadn't been brave enough to give her. Unfettered access to his heart. He was a fucking coward who wasn't worthy to lick her shoes. One of the men looked over at Drake, whose outwardly cool and calm demeanor masked inner turmoil, unlike anything he'd ever experienced before in his life.
"That's a sweet piece of ass you've got there, Donovan. And I sure as hell wouldn't give a fuck if she could cook or not."
The others chuckled and nodded their agreement.
"I wouldn't mind having a taste of that for a while. If you toss her, let me know, yeah? And if you don't toss her right away, give me a heads up when you do so I can move in and take a shot at her."
Drake smiled, even as he seethed inwardly. She's very talented in other ways, if you know what I mean, which makes up for her lack in others. She amuses me for now, but I'll keep your offer in mind, and when I get tired of her and the good no longer outweighs the bad, then you're welcome to her. Drake hated every word. It sickened him to even talk about Evangeline with such disrespect, and casually discuss passing her along to another man like used goods. All that kept going through his mind was seeing his angel's eyes when he'd denounced and humiliated her in front of the others. How he'd spent so much time building her up, building her confidence after the number her ex did on her. And now, in just a few minutes' time, he'd utterly destroyed everything he'd worked to achieve and give back to her. And what he'd done to her had been far worse than what that shithead had done to her. Because she trusted Drake. She believed in him, had faith in him unreservedly. No conditions, stipulations. She'd given him and only him the precious gift of herself. She'd given him what she'd never given another man, and he'd shit all over it and her. He wanted to puke his guts up. He had a hell of a lot of explaining and groveling to do when he got back home. On his knees. He would do something he'd vowed never to do again. Beg. Whatever it took for Evangeline to forgive him and trust him again. Because for the rest of his life, not one day would pass that he wouldn't remember this night and the pain and humiliation, the tears streaking down her beautiful face while he ripped her apart in front of others who'd stood there watching in amusement and approval. Now, if we can get down to business and dispense with something so unimportant as my latest piece of ass, Donovan said acidly. The others dropped the joking, their expressions growing serious. The leader, the head of the Luconi family, leaned forward, his voice low. Are you willing to back our takeover of the Vanuccis? That depends, Drake drawled. No way in fucking hell would he ever do business with men who showed Evangeline such blatant disrespect, even if it was the height of hypocrisy, since Drake had instigated it all. But he could arrange to make it appear as though one of the Luconi family fed information to the Vanuccis, which in turn would start a war between the two rival families, resulting in the removal of two pains in Drake's ass. Name your price, Donovan, the older Luconi said in a gravelly voice. Your name carries enough weight on its own. If you're linked in any way to us, then the Vanuccis won't even put up a fight, because the last thing they'll want to do is piss you off. I'll consider your proposition, Drake said, pretending to give the matter serious consideration. I'll have one of my men contact you in a few days to discuss terms. When the Vanuccis get wind of our meeting, they'll come to me with their own offer, so you better come with your best. The older Luconi's eyes narrowed as he stared at Drake. Now how the hell would they know we met with you unless you told them? Drake laughed scornfully. You're a fool, old man. If you think the Vanuccis don't have a man inside your organization reporting every time you so much as take a shit, then you're not as smart as I gave you credit for. Already he was planting a seed of doubt, for when he did in fact leak the information to the Vanuccis, thus instigating a bloodbath between the two crime families. To Drake's relief, the entrees were finally delivered, and he ate quickly, not even tasting what was in front of him. He made it a point not to check his watch to see how much time had elapsed, because he wanted these sons of bitches gone, while they appeared to be taking their sweet time. They weren't stupid. He made it a point to never underestimate his partners or his enemies. He had no doubt they were taking their time and keeping close watch on him and his actions, so they could determine just what his motives concerning Evangeline were. And so it was Drake who suggested they go for drinks after they finished dinner, leaving it to them to be satisfied he was in no hurry, or decide if he was simply willing them not to call his bluff. Thankfully for him, once they discussed the Vanuccis in depth, and the Luconis tried to strong-arm a commitment from Drake on the spot, they gave up and called it a night, each going their own way from the restaurant, while Drake slipped from the back, as if he'd never been there at all. He called his driver and told him to meet him 2 blocks from the restaurant, then hastily jumped in, instructing him to get home as fast as he could. His driver, unruffled by the demand, promptly floored it, and Drake held his hands in tight fists the entire interminable way there. He cursed every stoplight, but his driver swung deftly through the streets, running intersections that didn't have heavy cross-traffic. When at last they arrived, Drake was out and running before the car had pulled to a complete stop. He took the express elevator that only ran between his penthouse and the lobby, praying the entire way that Evangeline would even look at him, much less listen to anything he had to say. God, let her be sweet, generous, and forgiving one last time, and he'd never give her reason to doubt him again. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he bolted into the apartment, yelling her name. He winced when he saw the mess in the kitchen, the contents of what appeared to be an extensive menu dumped on the floor, skillets and pots strewn across the bar, the stove, and the floor, along with the contents. When he hit the living room on the way to the bedroom, his dread only increased, when he saw the silver trays with appetizers scattered all over the room, liquor and wine bottles smashed, and huge wet stains on his furniture and carpet. Paying them no heed, he burst into the bedroom, prepared to beg, on his knees, for her to forgive him. He had a hell of a lot of explaining to do, and that explanation would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer without further fear of driving her away, if he hadn't done so already. But Evangeline was nowhere to be seen. All the jewelry he'd gifted her with, including the items she'd worn tonight, were scattered on their bed, and the remnants of the dress she'd worn lay in pieces on the floor. When he checked her closet, it was full, except for a couple pair of jeans and a few casual shirts and one pair of tennis shoes. Most noticeable was that his small travel bag was missing. He sank to his knees, his chest so tight it felt as though it were being crushed. His worst nightmare had come to life. She was gone. He'd driven her away. He'd treated her despicably. Not since his childhood had he felt such desolation and helpless despair. But this was his doing. He'd done the unthinkable. He wasn't the victim. Evangeline was. His sweet, innocent angel, whose only crime was loving him and wanting to take care of him and show him he mattered. And he'd repaid her by taking her gift and throwing it back in her face in the most despicable way a man could hurt the woman he cared about. He buried his face in his hands, raw agony clawing at his insides. I fucked up, Angel. But I'm coming for you. So help me God. I know I failed you. I let you down. But goddammit, I will not let you go. I'll never let you go. I'll fight for you with my last breath. I can't live without you, he whispered. You're the only thing good in my life. The only sunshine I've ever experienced in a life steeped in gray. I can't live without you. You're my only reason for living. You have to come home, because without you, I am nothing.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.